Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the first round of the Neo Endurance Series here on RaceSpotTV. After over 6 months of preparation and promotion, the first round of the championship comes to you from Sebring International Raceway, the track that measures just a shade over 3.5 miles, set on an old American Air Force field even, with two very different styles of asphalt that these drivers will have to deal with. It's flat, it's fast, it's incredibly bumpy, and today, 3 car classes will battle over 6 hours to become the first Neo Endurance Series race winner. We're Vincent here on RaceSpotTV along with Rachel Whiteford and Cam Walsh. Don't forget you can keep in contact with us on Twitter at RaceSpotTV. You can also use the official hashtag for the series, hashtag IRNEO. We'll be reading out some of the best of those throughout the course of this broadcast. Weather here today, it is currently a little bit cool, 36% humidity, very light winds at about a westerly direction. And Rachel, great to have you here, but we're about a couple of minutes away from going down to the grid to start this event, and these guys now, last minute preparations, will they strap in for a 6-hour endurance race.
Yeah, good afternoon, Will. It's going to be a great one today. We have 6 hours ahead of us, like you say. This is no short race. We were here for 3 hours yesterday for the official support series, the gathering of Tweakers Endurance Series. We saw in a brilliant race. Looking forward to amazing things today.
As you've got yourselves drivers just finishing off pre-race preparations before they head themselves down to the grid. There you can see qualifications are over, and what that means is we'll be heading ourselves now down to the starting grid. And Cam, 3 different car classes. We'll talk about them in detail, but we've got the same cars we saw at the 24 Hours of Spa. We have the P class, the prototype class with the LMP Honda Performance Development ARX machine. We've got ourselves the GT class with the Ford GT, and finally we've got ourselves the GTC class with the Roof C-Spec.
Yes, and as we did see at the 24 Hours of Spa, everyone managed to work out things very nicely. All the car classes working very nicely. They did pick a very good group here. It should be interesting to see what they do at Sebring on these tight, twisty turns.
So the cars starting to head themselves then to the starting grid. We'll get yourselves to the grid in just 1 moment's time. There you can see the iRacing.com first safety car in prime position, and 6-hour race, Rachel. We saw the 3-hour race. Strategy was a very important thing. Here today, again, strategy will be critically important, and the drivers are going to have to get everything right. Every pit stop, every moment, and we saw just how dangerous a penalty can be to maximising your chances for success in this race.
Absolutely, Will. Penalties yesterday were a big problem for some teams, but more importantly, strategy. Critical. Our race winners made it on 2 stops. Most people 3. They couldn't save the fuel. So, obviously, twice as long today is going to be a bigger factor. We're not looking, obviously, at 2 or 3 stops, but the same principles apply. Make that fuel and those tyres last longer. This will be your race.
And there you can see, as we look high above with the field as it is, we are going to get the field sorted out. So I believe that we are going to work a couple of laps under pace to get ourselves into position for that one. The iRacing.com first safety car is at the front of the field. And the thing with every race, Rachel, is that just before you go to the start, when you sat there on the grid, it's just you, a car, an engine, and all of your emotions. It's going to be one of those things, how can you deal with it? And be it whether you're Lewis Hamilton or Nico Rosberg in the final round of the Formula 1 World Championship, be it at the start of the Mon, coming out the chicane to get the tricolor, be it in any form of racing, like the free-wide start at Indianapolis, coming to the start of the Daytona 500, or in the Tudor Sports Car Series here at Sebring, you always have those emotions, and those first couple of laps is all about taming them, making all the opportunities that you can, but at the same time, remembering that you cannot win that race in the first corner.
Oh, absolutely, and even if it's a sprint race, you can't win in the first corner. I go back to the old adage of, to finish first, you must first finish. And never is that more relevant than endurance racing. This first sector here at Sebring is incredibly tough. It goes from a wide, sweeping corner into a twisting infield section. These guys are going to be on top of their game to make it through these initial opening hours. This is when it's the most important. Once we get things settled out, strategy will play the big factor, but now it's about being there so strategy can work. If you crash, you have to change things, and nobody wants that. We saw several drivers yesterday having to change strategy early on because of problems, and it ruined their race later on. The guys are going to have to be incredibly cautious, and hopefully it'll pay off. But one thing is definitely certain: sitting in that car on the grid is worse than the initial start and the first few laps, because you are waiting. It's not happened yet. It's that anticipation. Probably one of the best and worst feelings in motorsport, Will.
And also, Cam, big difference between this race and what we had yesterday in the Gathering the Tweaker support series is that you are going to have yourselves multi-class racing. And at this track, some parts it's very easy to overtake. Other parts, it is incredibly difficult.
Yes, you can get absolutely trapped out and blow an entire sector here at Sebring. Unlike some other tracks where it widens out relatively quickly after a few turns, you can maybe screw yourself over on one corner, maybe two. But here, you're looking at having massive issues if you get caught out by battling C-Spec cars if you're a prototype or a Ford GT. So it's going to be interesting to see how these all play nicely. Most of these guys did the 24 hours of Spa, so they should be a little familiar with each other, but it's still going to take a little while to set in, and of course you always hope that there will be no incidents here at the start, for sure.
Here you see your pole sitter, Coanda Simsport, and Jorn Jens in the P class in the number 11 machine. As you can see there, the iRacing.com first safety car just ahead of them as they work themselves out of Le Mans corner down the Ullman straightaway. Now this is one corner, Rachel, where passing can be very, very interesting, especially if you've got a P1 car trying to overtake two like GT or C cars all in a battle.
Yeah, it can be, and it's probably one of the best spots to do it because you've got the room, unlike earlier corners. Drivers are going to be frustrated stuck behind other cars, so I think getting here will be a breath of fresh air. Of course, the final corner, sunset, million lines in, one line through the middle, million lines out, so we're going to see some interesting action there.
So there you can see then the iRacing.com first safety car will sort themselves in towards pit road. Then we're going to have ourselves another pace lap. We're getting word from race control as we have a look high above here, and there you can see the pace car coming in. So we will start the clock, but we will stay under a code 60 for just 1 moment's time, as there you can see the field getting themselves into position here at Sebring. And there is another look then on board with your overall race leader. That is Jorn Jens for the Coanda Simsports car, just holding himself a nice and steady 100 kilometers an hour as we get this field sorted out, Cam.
Yes, and EJL Sandfield, our race control for the day here at the 6 Hours of Sebring, did lay it out on the race control channel. They are going to be doing another pace lap. The HPDs are going to sort themselves out, get their way through the traffic. They are going to sort under green, and at this time we will be under green.
And there you can see the cars now forming themselves up then. The 3 cars of the class. There you can see your P class with that Coanda Simsports car at the front of the field. Let's check in then, and you can see there is your GTC class. They will be at the rear of the field for this start. And then you've got your middle class, the beautiful Ford GTs, right along board with one of them. That is the iRacing Denmark Assault team with Gunnar Moore currently behind the wheel, Rachel.
Yeah, awesome combination of name and team there, I was gotta say. But yeah, the Ford GT is a beautiful car. Of course, we had that discussion during the 24-hour race of the Ford GT, the original GT40, and this, the GT44. Cam's favorite hobby horse during that race, of course. But 3 very different car classes, very important for passing and lapping in this sort of race. We did not see it during the gathering of tweakers yesterday. They were all GT3 spec cars, but it will happen more often. And those GTC cars, the Roof C-Spec, will fall under the hammer first. Will we see our favourite HPD Skittles? I don't know, but it's certainly a factor in this very twisty course.
Running on board with the Radicals Online car of Paul Ilbrink. He will be starting this race in the 6th position. They get themselves single file then as they work themselves through this middle sector of the racetrack, through Collier into turn number 12, then down into Tower Corner, turn number 13, right-hander, before you get yourselves very fast. That run through Bishop's Corner, turn 14. Then you'll get yourself into split 5, turn 15, the S's, and then you head yourself into Le Mans. Now, this final sector of the racetrack is one that guys are going to have to be incredibly difficult with. Mess up the S's, either A, you get yourself a slowdown penalty, or B, you'll lose yourself momentum. That momentum out of Le Mans is going to be incredibly confident for these drivers as they get themselves down the Ulmann straightaway. It is going to be so vital for them as they get out of this corner here, Le Mans, to have full maximum revs as they come down the Ulmann straightaway to get themselves the best possible opportunity as they come down in towards turn number 17, Sunset Bend. So then we had ourselves an additional pace lap, but we are now set for the start here in the first round of the 2014 Neo Endurance Series on RaceSpotTV. Don't forget, you can follow us at RaceSpotTV. Alternatively, you can use the official hashtag for the series, which is IRNeo. This race is also brought to you in part by the Motorsports Safety Foundation. Here come the cars then, down in towards Sunset Bend. Here is your P-Class getting ready to let it rip for just under 6 hours here at Sebring. Here comes at number 11, Commander Sim Sports car, out of Sunset Bend, letting it rip. This race, the first round of the championship, will start right now. Great single file racing as they come down in towards turn number 1. We've got a little bit too wide racing behind as Hillbrink's having a look down to the inside and will get past Darren Sill in the number 24 car. Battle for position in the early going. A little bit further back, here come the 4 GTs, the GT class, to start their day as they all now storm down in towards turn number 1 for the first time. Looks as though it's going to be a nice clean start for them as they all now traverse down into that first corner for the first time. Having a look at the number 40 Glacier Racing cars, they come down in towards turn number 1. Right behind, there's a number 42 machine as well. Now we are waiting for your GTC class. They now start to let it rip and their race does get underway. Good start by all 3 of these classes, Rachel. A little bit too wide racing, but the single fast start actually made things a lot safer down into that turn number 1.
Does indeed. Of course, the car's not doubled up, which makes entering turn 1 incredibly difficult, deciding whether you go faster or back down to let into that inside line. But so far, it seems everyone's getting through nice and simple. Everything is going clean. Got a good pack going. All 3 classes running. Endurance racing time, boys.
It is indeed. As we're having a look already, Jorn Jens has got himself a little bit of an advantage in the overall race lead. It's up to a second already. Now, that first lap can be incredibly critical for these drivers, Cam, just because, A, they're seeing how their car feels, but also they're feeling out their competition as we have our first cone of the day being kicked off at Le Mans corner. That was by Jorn Jens, but right on board with Marcus Hamilton. A second isn't a lot, but what it does mean for Jorn Jens, he's got the early psychological advantage.
Yes, and there can be this time where people are trying to settle in. If somebody is on it, and I'm sure all of these drivers are, they've been practicing for God only knows how long, but they are, if you can pull out a gap early on before everyone settles in, you can hold on to that gap for through multiple stints. So this start, even though it was single file, can still really define this first section of the race, as everyone has gotten away cleanly so far. Yeah, we're just having a look at a battle labs with Lasse Bruun Hansen in the Apex Racing UK car, and the Phoenix Motorsports number 64 car of Joris Thielen as they complete their first lap of this event. A little bit further back from them, we've got Stefan Overgaard. He's having a bit of a side-by-side battle right now, and this is with Christian Tanahote as they're almost going to be 3 wide. They come down in towards turn number 1, looking as though Stefan Overgaard is going to make that move complete over the Gabriel Tweakers car, and they're 2 wide, almost still 2 wide as they come through turn number 1 to complete their first lap onto lap 2, Rachel. That 2 wide racing, that 4 GTs in the GT class, they are really already getting it on.
Well, those cars, of course, going to be more close in performance due to the lower downforce they're running compared to the Honda Performance Development ARX machines. Yeah, these cars, they love this circuit. This twisty, tight street course feel. 4 GTs, a bit heavy, a lot of power. It's a lot of fun to drive here, and these guys are going to be all over each other all day, I suspect.
Having a look also in the battle for your C3 race lead, and that is between Virgo Racing's Anders Dahl and Apex Racing's Antoine Hegelin. That gap's actually a little bit shorter than what it says on your screen. It's closer to about a second and a half on the racetrack right now. Apex Racing, Antoine Hegelin trying to close up to the Virgo Racing car, who, let's not forget, Rachel, have some unfinished business from the 24 hours in Spa.
Yes, they do. That was an interesting little battle we saw during the 24 hours race. But so far, Virgil Racing are there with the lead. If they can hold on to it. Although do have a New World SimSport Honda Performance Development ARX car is, well, started last, I believe, in pit lane. They're currently working their way up towards the GT field. We have an early mover through the pack.
Yeah, there you can see Farouk Mansar then moving himself up positions in the early going after starting from pit road, and that is always very difficult for all parties concerned, Cam. Be it your P car itself having to negotiate so much traffic, but also for the guys in the lower positions knowing that there's someone going to basically steamroll their way through you. Thankfully, Manzar, it looks like his car is completely okay for New World SimSport. They are up and away and they are moving through the field.
Yes, and of course, starting from the pits, whether that was a mandated decision or something that they had to make, never want to see that really happen, but he managed to make it his way through the field, familiarizes himself with everybody, and he will be hopefully catching up coming through the Ford GT field soon. Now what I'm going to want to see here pretty soon here is when Coander in a couple of laps, when he starts coming on, Jordan Jen starts coming on the rough C-Spec field. That is definitely going to be some onboard footage that I think would really introduce people to just how different the speeds are between our prototype class and our C-Spec class.
As there you can see then Coander SimSports, Jorn Jens already with an advantage of 2.4 seconds over Friction Racing. I've got a nice little scrap going on in the P class, however, between Ronald Gross in the current Motorsports car and Phoenix Motorsports Andre Martins, and they come down in towards Sunset Bend once again, and actually just having a look from the rear there of that number 29 car, but Maxim Ramstein, as we have a look from the rear of him, you can see Rachel there, he has got Gross all over the rear of him in that current Motorsports car.
Yes, he does. And coming into one of the best passing opportunities, turn one and the twisty first sector. He can close in. There are plenty of spaces where a car like this ARX can get past. Not as easy for the C-Spec or the GT, but we know with the downforce this thing has, this infield section is a lot of fun for the drivers and a lot more passing opportunities than you would imagine.
Speaking of passing opportunities, Joni Bachmann and the Glacier Racing Ford GT is going on to the inside of Manuel Sanchez in the Sim RC car. It looks like that Glacier Racing car will manage to make the position in Sunset Bend. These Ford GTs quite heavier than the Hondas, but they are still going to be able to put on a good show for us here. Joni Bachmann pushing his way through the field.
Yeah, now up 2 spots from where he started. This 3 spots now. So he started in 8th, running himself in the 5th position. So Glacier Racing looking strong after poor qualifying by them. But Rachel, we do know that they have got the overall race pace, especially in these longer style driving events.
Yes, they do indeed, and it's obviously a very different style of endurance racing here. And these guys have to think a lot more about their tyres, perhaps, than they will just the fuel. But it's it does shape up for a good class. They're always a good class to watch. We saw during 24 we had a massive battle, of course, with Glacier and Apex for the actual victory in that class. So it does bring some exciting wheel-to-wheel racing, Will.
It does, as they can see. Just a couple of the P class just working themselves down towards complete another lap. We've also got a bit of side-by-side racing right now in your GTC class. This is between Dennis Garrison and Michael Morrison, the number 80 machine. They're just losing out to the virus car of Dennis Garrison as they work themselves through the turn 3-4-5 complex. And that virus car looking strong in the early going, but has lost a couple of spots since the start of this race. We have a ride from the rear of him as they come down into the hairpin there, Cam.
Yes, and everyone seems to be getting away quite nicely. There's a Ford GT somewhere behind in the rough C-Specs. I don't know if we had a spinner maybe, but that virus car is leading that 4-car pack. You're going to see pack racing in these rough C-Spec cars. They do like to stay together, which of course makes it interesting when they go too wide and a couple of prototypes decide to make it interesting. So these cars hopefully will be able to keep themselves a little less wounded. We had the 24 hours of Spa. All of the roughs seem to have been a bowling ball or a bowling pin at some point for prototypes. So hopefully these cars can keeping themselves in one piece for the 6 hours here.
As we did see, it was Mick Claridge there, who was the car you just alluded to. Here comes Farouk Manzar, just getting himself now through some more of the GT traffic. The guy who started from pit road in the new World Sim Sports car, now moving himself, trying to get himself up some positions. A little bit further ahead, actually, Darren Seal is having a battle with Liam Williams and Ivan Basso. These guys working themselves on their 5th lap around Sebring. Now, there you can see Team Tremira's car of Darren Seal, the number 24 machine, right on board of him, trying to close up to the rear of Bodwin Catwink. The gap between those two drivers, Rachel, it's about 9/10 of a second on the racetrack right now.
Yes, it is a pretty close gap there. That's, of course, Chimera car having a real job to do to catch up with the number 1 machine, or their first entry, I should say, the number 8 car. But yeah, Chimera's doing a pretty good job so far. They're holding good position, and hopefully if they can catch up with that 8 machine, they can get past, make a gap, and have some track position. So important in endurance racing.
Yeah, as you can see there, they're working themselves around the first bit of lap traffic for the day. That is the number 99 car of Danny Bowles. Right along board of him, as this is just going to show you how quickly these guys just get past them, and also the lane choices you have to make when you're coming out of a corner cam. You can't just, run out the corner and take your normal apex. You've really got to try and stay to one side of the racetrack. And again, first rule of endurance racing, be predictable.
Yes, and as I said before, we are just watching these prototype cars. They are now slamming right into the roughs, and I say that figuratively, not literally, thankfully. It is going to be a challenge of patience on both parties. Prototype cars, they have to be patient, letting the roughs do their own battling. They are racing as well. They may be moving chicanes for the prototypes, but both people have to be copacetic. Also, I have a information here from Egil Sandfield. The number 33 car and the number 10 car both started from the pits due to not being able to put in their qualifying times. So that is why they started from the end of the field and had to work their ways through.
Riding on board with the Radical Racing UK car of Jonas van Verke, as he is battling with, what's actually coming up wrong on our screen right now, but he is having a battle as it stands. That is with Stefan Overgaard in the Asbury Motorsports car. This is a battle for position then, as they work themselves continuing along on the racetrack, Rachel. Nice little scrap going on between these guys.
Yeah, definitely a good run at the moment. Of course, early doors indeed. Only about 20 minutes into this 6-hour event, so there is a lot of time to go. These guys probably feeling a little gingerly about having cars so close around them, wanting a bit of a gap, not quite caring where it is now, hoping to use that pit strategy to get them forward in the field wheel.
As you can see, of course, your ticker running along the top of your screen. Let us know if you've got a specific driver who you are keeping up to date with in today's event. We'll try and bring you a little bit of them, but we're right on board now with Mike Newson in the RevSim Racing UK car. He's trying to close down Jonathan Fuller in the battle for 6th place in this GT class. And to go back to have a look at this GT3 class, we do know that on paper this Virtual Sim Racing car, Rachel, should be the best team of the lot. However, they didn't make it work at Spa. They got themselves about halfway through before calamity happened to them. Here today, they are the odds-on favourite in that GTC cars, right on board with Anders Dahl.
Yeah, they are indeed, and they've got a great set of drivers here today. Calamity befell them, as we well know, at Spa, and really unfortunate to see those guys lose out. They were really in it. They were almost guaranteed to win this until that happened, or win that race, I should say. Not this. Why would they win this? But as we see them getting passed by HPD already. Wow. They put in a really good showing. They've got the pace, they've got the tactics. They clearly have the setups. I do expect good things from them today as we see more HBDs playing 10-pin bowling with cones.
Yeah, as you can see then, the number 3 car of Dean Prescott in the P class, currently trying to close up to the rear of Paul Ilbrink in the Radicals online machine. There you can see Paul Ilbrink, we have a look from the rear of him. Gap between himself and the Apex Racing car is about 7/10 of a second as it stands on the racetrack, but a little bit further back. How about ourselves a nice little scrap at some point? Oh, contact! 2 cars turned around there in your P class. We're going to have to get ourselves a replay of that one up. But that looked sound at Sunset Bend, our first victim for those guys of the day, Cam.
Yes, and that is going to be between Gerben Burvoits and Ivan Basio. Ivan Basio of Team 7IB and Gerbert Boyvitz of Racing Lions. It looks like they were both taking very different lines side by side. They went into Sunset Bend side by side, so it looks like they just made contact there, and they both spun. The car of Ivan Basso getting some rear end damage from hitting the tire barrier. Not sure about damage from the other cars, so we'll definitely have to look at that again.
Yeah, one more replay coming up. We just caught it at the end there. You can see the Racing Lions car of Neil Heckins turn around there, and Ivan Basso there. You can see him in the Team 7IB Clace Reb car. Two P cars with some very substantial damage. A little bit of a headache for them in the early game, as Basso did actually bring his car onto pit road, Rachel.
Yeah, he did. And looking at the car of Gerben Burvoits, sorry, the Racing Lions car, he looks in pretty good shape, Will. The diffuser looks in one piece, which is very easy to break in this car. Rear diffuser. Bodywork looks pretty good, although can't say the same for the Classic Webs guy. His side pod is concave. Something we were quite familiar with seeing later on in the stage of the 24 Hours of Spa, where pretty much everybody had some damage to their P car.
Yeah, but there is your race leader, Jorn Jens, in the Commander Sim Sports car, working himself through a little bit of traffic. We're going to ride along board with him for just one moment then, as this is exactly what you have to do if you're a P car. They did this so well, Cam, in the 24 Hours of Spa. They had barely any incidents at all. They are content to just sit there and ride, because they know that sometimes it's not going to go in their favour, other times it will. Now just running the outside line through Big Bend down towards the hairpin.
Yes, and this is actually a great place to pass some cars. A lot of the prototypes are going to be doing their work here and through the other long straights, but it's very easy to get caught out with these Ford GT cars. They are not slow enough like the C-Spec cars where you could probably risk dumping it into a corner, but thankfully we're not seeing that here at all so far. Everyone's been able to make it through the traffic rather cleanly.
As there you can see then, Commander Sim Sports car just continuing itself along on the racetrack, as there you can see cars as it stands in your top three in each of the classes for the moment. Top six in each of the classes for the moment, sorry, I take that back. As we get close to putting 20 minutes in the books here. Now this field has started to spread out. A couple of people I want to keep my eyes out on though, I include this guy who we're riding along board with now. That is the F.I.R.S.T car of Paul Ledwin, Rachel, trying to close up to the rear of US Thielen in the battle for P3 in the GT class. As Powell then comes down out of Sunset Bend, works himself towards the start-finish line once again. And they say this is the battle for P3 in the GTC class. They continue themselves along the way. And to give you an update, by the way, Basso did make himself a pit stop. He's out of pit road. And there you can see back out onto the racetrack in the Team 7 IB Clacy Reb car. They will come back onto the racetrack and they will try and slot into line. But they are now scored one lap down to the class leaders, Cam. That is not what you want. Is that actually the same car they've just come up around? No, it's not. Sorry, that's one of the Arc Friction Racing cars. It looks very similar to the Racing Lions car from one of the angles. But, yeah, that number 17 car not having the best of start to this event, Cam.
No, definitely not, especially 20 minutes in a 6-hour race. I talk all the time. It's a long race, long race. So you're going to have to ask yourself, was it worth it going too wide in that early on? So then I am going to report from Egil Sandfield, our race control. No further action between the accident on turn 17 between number 14 and number 17. So both of them will just have to deal with the damage that they picked up, though it looks like Ivan Basso definitely picked up the worst out of the two.
Yeah, as the number 14 car does continue to circulate on the racetrack. We will get you word, by the way, any time that race control give you any penalties to the drivers. In fact, they can see a little bit more of the action going on with people, your C1 class getting past the C2 drivers. And then the interesting point here, Rachel, is going to be that if these battles in the C2 class remain, as we saw them do about 3 weeks ago, then it gets very difficult when you get a gaggle of the P class coming up behind the GT class and then all of a sudden they've got to almost stop their battle, because if they run too wide, they block the entire racetrack.
Certainly, and one of the biggest differences, of course, the GT cars are a lot more involved with keeping momentum up. They can keep their speed because they're going into a corner at the same speed, they're exiting at the same speed, they're keeping that momentum up. And when they get the P1 cars around them, that really breaks that momentum, and it forces them to have to fall back, regroup, come back at the person they're fighting, because it's just not the same. The Honda Performance Development ARX can actually pick up pace a lot quicker, can decelerate, accelerate, and not really lose much. So two very different styles of racing that don't quite work together in this format when battles arise.
As you can see, the Phoenix Motorsports number 64 car of Joris Thielen continuing to battle with the guy behind him, which is led one as they come down into the hairpin once again. Let's check in on your GT3 class. You have got a couple of close battles going on. We start by having a look at this freeway battle that is going on the racetrack. That is between the KRT GT Motorsports car of Michael Morrison and the Dart Frogs machine of Carl Martin. They're battling for P6, P7 on the racetrack, and just behind them as well, you've got the SRN Motorsports car of Stefan McGarvey. About 2 seconds separating those three drivers for the time being, Cam.
Yes, they are getting into this nice little pace here. Of course, these are the same four cars that we were looking at earlier. They're all about the same spot for each other. I think they're just starting to settle in. You had traffic come through like a lightning shot out of a cannon, those HPD cars coming through. So they're just getting separated a little bit as we have one Ford GT in pit lane here on lap 11, yep. David Desroges of Asbury Motorsports.
Out and away in 21.8 seconds then, so an early stop for him as he brings his car onto pit road, out of pit road, but going very slowly actually, so potentially there's a much bigger issue to that car. Now he brings up the field again, up to 90 kilometers an hour. Now, is there an issue that we can't see on that car as that motorsports car comes onto the racetrack once again? We will stay with him for just one moment because he's being very ginger there, as actually that's your overall race leader, Commander Simsports car, just breezing past him, and the Aspen Motorsports car is back out onto the racetrack as we get close now to half an hour in this race. Very early for a pit stop to be happening in that Ford, in that GT class, Rachel.
It is indeed, certainly off sequence, and maybe something's gone wrong. We just don't know. We haven't seen it on the cameras, but we will try and find out for the viewers. However, they are off strategy no matter what's happened. So this is going to change what they do for the rest of the race. They're going to have to start working from the front to the back now rather than the end to the start. So hopefully those guys can find a point in the middle where they can switch that around with some maybe clever tactics on the fuel runs.
Indeed so. As we're continuing to have a look at that battle then that is going on in the GT class. And Cam, it's one of those things that this field will spread out. But of all the three car classes, I think that it is always going to be this GT field, which is going to be the closest of the lot. We saw that at Spa. We will keep on seeing it. These GT class cars, they just seem to be able to produce very close racing. And it's also not a lot you can really change on these cars as well. Setup variables. So all of these guys are kind of running a very kind of like similar static sort of thing. As we now go back along board actually with Paul Edwin in the VRS car as they work themselves down into Le Mans corner.
Yes, these four GT cars, these are the GT2 class cars, not the GT3 class cars. They are doing very, very good here at Sebring, but as we said, they're always a good racer, but it's just difficult having a big throaty car like the Ford GT and these very fine-tuned prototype cars coming through. So these four GTs are putting on a good battle as they always do, and of course even the rough guys managed to put on a good battle too. So it's just good to see these guys out here, and once again props to Neo for definitely picking out the good car classes that you can pick from here on the iRacing service.
As they come down in towards Sunset Bend, that what we're looking at between Rev Sim Racing UK, Mike Finucane, and Friction Racing's Christian Tannerhout as they come down in towards one once again. Not going to be quite close enough that time by as they just work behind the camera bird down into the corner. Almost a pass being made there. Right back along board there. In fact, Finucane did actually get past Christian. So he manages to move himself now up one position as we can see that Rev Sim Racing UK car into P7. Then Hote still scored in the 8th spot in class. And as we have a look down into the GTC cars once again, we still got ourselves a couple of close battles, but the one we talked about earlier has calmed down for the time being. A little bit of wheel hopping there by Jesper Groenweg in the Torque Freak Racing number 81 car, as he was trying to close up to the rear of Mark Hewitt in the battle for position. But Rachel, the Slipstream Racing car, has now been able to get himself a pretty safe, comfortable margin over Torque Freak Racing, and a lot of that came down to the curb hopping we saw about 2 corners ago.
Yeah, they do indeed, and that's given them a nice little gap in the traffic. Clean air, they can hit those marks, they can get those lap times. They're in a good place now to make this fuel last longer. Of course, when you're in a fight, very hard to conserve fuel and still actually battle with somebody.
As they work themselves down the Ullman straightaway once again. Your leaders, by the way, have now put 13 laps in the books as they get closer to making their first pit stop of the day. Now, we expect to see that this P-Class making a stop about every, well, I say about every 45 minutes, Cam. The GT class, we expect to see them on pit road about every 50 to 55 minutes, roughly the same for the GTC class. So it's going to be interesting to see, because pit road can become a very busy place here at Sebring. And also the way you come back onto the racetrack, the last thing you're going to want to be if you're a P car is to come out right behind the GTC car, because you're pretty much single file on that run through turn number 1, and then if you get caught up behind a couple of them, all the way through turns 2, 3, 4 and 5.
Yes, pit stops are always interesting here at Sebring, and even the entry can be interesting, but thankfully it's lesser than other places we go to. But it should be interesting to see how these prototype cars come out. And of course, a Ford GT type car, the last thing you want to do is you want to take that turn. That rear end can come out on you on those cold tires. So definitely a tricky pit exit that we're going to have to keep our eye on here.
As we're having a look on board, the SimRC.de car of Manuel Sanchez, up to 190, up to 200 kilometers an hour as he works himself through Big Ben, trying to catch up to the rear. As we've got another car on pit road, by the way, trying to catch up to the rear of Christian Tanahote as they work themselves down into the hairpin once again. We did have a car on pit road, I believe, but we'll just get confirmation of that. Our timing and scoring screens aren't showing anyone at the moment, but he's showing a very close battle as here comes Mike Van Newsom trying to make a pass now on Richard Holiday. This is a battle for position, a battle that we've seen going on for a number of laps, and now, Rachel, we've got ourselves 4 drivers separated within 2 seconds. Holiday, Van Newsom, Tanahote and Sanchez all within 1 camera shot.
Yeah, it's going to make it really interesting, and I think the drivers perhaps don't want to be in that space. All of them vying to get to the front to get out of the way of everybody else so they don't get caught up in something silly early on.
So there you can see Friction Racing's Christian Tanahote as they come down into turn numbers 13, 14 on the racetrack. Just behind him, as we said, was Manuel Sanchez. And that field bunched together because of the fact that those 2 cars ahead went too wide. But now we've got a good chance. As you can see, that Tanahote is once again trying to pile that pressure on to Mike Van Newsom as they come down in towards Sunset Bend. Not quite close enough to make a pass that time by Cam, but that's what we mean about Sunset Bend as well. There's so many different lines coming into the corner. Can I get single file through the center and then coming out again? Tanahote running very wide down the Friction Racing car. That might put him under a little bit of pressure as they come back down into 1.
Yes, I was about to say, you can go very wide here. We have been racing here all week in the Ford GT3 class car in a different series, and I have not been having a good time wrestling that car around Sunset Bend. So these GT2 cars, cousin of this car, also will be having issues coming through Sunset Bend, especially when you are either under pressure or you are attacking. As you can see, they get stuck and caught out behind a rough car. That's another thing to keep in mind, that these 4 GTs are going to be trying to get around these roughs. And we were talking earlier about the prototypes getting through, as Tanahote almost tries to go on the inside of Mike Thionson, but he thought better of it. What happens when a prototype car approaches the roughs and 4 GTs as they're all trying to pass each other? One of those things we're definitely going to have to keep an eye on, as a prototype can spook somebody real easy and create a massive havoc. So thankfully I haven't seen that yet, but these 4 GTs are still putting on a good show.
And also, to give you an update, by the way, the number 17 car of Ivan Basso got himself a warning for avoidable contact. Lap number 7, turn number 15 with the number 4 car. So that day really isn't going that well at all for that number 17 car of Basso. And, well, he's had one incident that was deemed to have been a racing incident. He's had another one by the looks of it, Cam.
Yes, I looked back. I tried to find it when I was notified by Race Control, and I was not able to see it, but it just looks like it was an avoidable contact between the Apex Racing TV car and that Team 7 IB car. So not having a good stint there for Ivan Basso, but these are one of those things. Mistakes can compound mistakes, but looks like his car is okay, looks like Apex Racing car is okay, and that's probably why he only got off with just a warning.
Here we are then, trying to get a pass down in towards turn number 1. On the outside is Christian Tanahote in the Friction Racing car. They come down into that first corner, and Tanahote is now ahead as we get confirmation. Actually, no, he's not, because then back on the rebound is actually going to be for Newson in the number 31 car. They stay side by side as they come down in towards turn number 3. But Rachel, it almost finally got it right there. Did the Friction Racing car just push a little bit wide there in turn number 1?
Yeah, very easy to push wide, of course, in that corner. But again, big wide entry, tight exit, like turn 1 at Suzuka. It really funnels you down, and you could feel like you're getting the run on the outside. But by the time you reach the late section of the corner, you're realizing perhaps you're not going to make it. So good strategy there to pull out and just fall back in line. But I think he's let the guy in head know he's definitely coming for him.
As actually for Newson in that F.I.R.S.T Sim Racing UK car was very, very close to that inside wall in turn number 1. We'll try and get ourselves another look with him as they come down in towards turn number 1. So this is riding on board then with the F.I.R.S.T Sim Racing UK car of the Newson. At this point, the Friction Racing car on his outside comes down into the corner. That was wicked close there, Cam.
Yes, very interesting to see these guys going as Mike Johnson is still under pressure from Christian Tanahote of Friction Racing as well, with an outside shot with Manuel Sanchez there. These guys are absolutely attacking the corners here, which can be concerning. These tires are going to start warming up. These tires are going to start going away as they are going to go too wide into Sunset Bend there, Will.
Yeah, once again, this is the best battle we have on our racetrack right now. Newson is on the outside, so they come down into that corner, right along board with him then. And you see, he does just clearly lose that position that time by, but then as they come out the corner, can he keep any form of momentum up? I don't think he can, Rachel. Finally, that Friction Racing car is ahead.
Yeah, he's been trying that for quite a few laps, but he's finally got it. No, good exit there from Sunset. Got him the momentum and the speed. Gives him that gap into turn 1, of course. Forces that Rev Sim Racing car further back. He'll have to settle for that for now, unless he can come back at him over Sector 1 well.
Yep, and there you can see them as they work themselves through Sector 1. I don't think they will. And what's happened as well is that Sanchez is right involved in that mix as well. And it does seem to be, every time these two battle, Cam, Sanchez gets back into the mix in that Sim RC DE car.
Yes, the Sim. Yeah, he is managing to just pull right up every time these guys are towing too wide. As Mike Johnson's now looking to go on the inside, but he thinks better of it. This corner, you definitely need to get a good exit on, as these cars do take a while to get the power down, which it does have plenty of. As now we have a prototype car coming in, gathering a New World SimSport car trying to come in, so we'll see if he's going to chuck it into the corner there, but he will not think better of it, as the prototypes might be impacting this battle that we see here.
Well, yeah, and that's the thing, Rachel. Sometimes you just have to put your battle on hold for a couple of moments, but I think he's just got to, Manzar right up the rear there for Newton as they come down towards turn 14. And you see, that's a good driving there. Doesn't try and go for a gap that doesn't exist. Now runs the outside line as they come down into turns 14, into 15 now. Manzar through. And these guys know that they're going to have to put their battles on hold. And sometimes they know it's going to be frustrating. And it's something that endurance racing is more than just go out, run laps consistently, lap after lap, job done. These guys know that they are going to have to, at some point, put the bit between their teeth, know things haven't got in their way, and carry on.
Absolutely. I mean, traffic is one of the biggest things in this sort of race because we have 3 distinctly different classes. The GTS, the slowest of the bunch. The GT, kind of mid-range. The Honda Performance Development ARX, the top performance, the fastest. As we said, New World Sim Sport, HPD, getting right past a few extra cars. No, they've got to realise this is about... It's not just for the guys in the P1 class to realise I'm going to have to pass a lot of the slow cars today. It's for the guys in the other two classes to realise I'm going to be passed a lot today and know how to get past. And one thing we see from, say, the official series is that a lot of the other classes will be quite afraid of their HPD. With good reason normally, because they tend to play Skittles with them. But you'd find drivers jumping out of the way, which when you're driving the ARX is incredibly frustrating because you're expecting to make a pass around them following their normal line, and then they move, usually where you're going as you go. So it can cause a lot of confusion. Perhaps because of the fear of that overspeed difference, people move, people get in the way, accidents happen. But you know, we have seen some pretty good overtaking so far today, and I expect it to continue for another 5 hours.
Indeed so. So we're riding on board with the Dart Frogs car of David A. Jensen as they come down in towards turn number... Well, they're coming into turn number 16, actually. That is Le Mans corner as they come down onto the Ulman straightaway. He is closing up to the rear of Dennis Gerson, and this battle has gone on literally for the last half an hour now, Cam. It's a great little scrap going on in your GTC class.
Yes, and these battles do happen, and they will continue to go as a Ford GT car of Apex Racing UK chucks it onto the inside there. We'll see if he'll be able to pick off the virus car of Dennis Garrison. But if he won't be able to do that, he's going to be very stuck for the first sector. But these are the sort of battles that always happen, and they will always continue to happen, is you'll always get a pair of roughs for some reason. Every class and every time, no matter what, where a rough's on track, there will always be two, and there will always be racing for the entire race.
As they continue to scrap for P6 on the racetrack. Just trying to see how many people we have out of the race. I don't see anyone out of the race at all, Rachel.
No exits at this time. A couple of cars out of position, especially further down his field in last place, I believe, still scored is Asprey Motorsports in that number 44 Ford GT. They were on pit road pretty early, so possibly some technical difficulties for that team. We'll try and find out.
We're now riding on board with Paul Ilbrink in the Radicals Online car. He has caught up to the rear of Marcus Hamilton for P2 in the P class, and this is looking as though that Radicals team has just come alive 40 minutes into this event. We're at the end of that first stint, and all of a sudden Ilbrink looking as though he is hounding Hamilton in that friction racing car. We stay along board with him as they come down into the hairpin. This is turning out to be a nice little scrap for P2, Rachel. As they work themselves then out of the corner, and they work themselves back down in towards Cunningham Corner, turn number 10 on the racetrack. We go back on board then with Paul Ilbrink as they continue their charge, now down into 11 and 12. They work themselves down in towards Tower Corner, turn number 13, as they continue to put themselves down into now 14. And Paul Ilbrink charging down this guy, Marcus Hamilton. The gap between those two drivers as it stands is about half a second as they get in closer to the end of their first stints, Cam.
Yes, and this is where, as we take out another cone, I think we're up to about 30 now coming through Le Mans, and the corners before then. So it should be interesting to see. We've got a number of roughs, actually, a large group of roughs, as we'll see, will Paul Ilbrink be able to use one of these roughs as a pick to get around the car in front of him? As that is almost exactly what happens. Marcus Hamilton having to go wide around one of the rough cars of the Torque Freaks Racing Online cars. They are getting very close, heading, you will, into turn one.
Yep, back down into one they come then as we have a look from the rear of the Friction Racing car, Marcus Hamilton. And you can also see just how bumpy this racetrack is at certain points. Now it's a little bit smoother as they go onto the repaved asphalt. Then they get back onto the concrete, and it is so bumpy around there, Cam.
It is frighteningly bumpy. we have raced here in open wheel and many other cars on the iRacing service. It is an extraordinarily bumpy track. Very, very respectable to what it is in real life, as these are laser scran tracks that we have here on iRacing. But these HPDs and these Ford GTs, as well as these C-Spucks, are managing these bumps very well, as well as the curb strikes. That can definitely be interesting, especially through Le Mans. Those curbs are rather meaty, and in a Ford GT, you clip one of those curbs, you get your wheel on the inside of there, and it'll definitely put you into a spin. But these cars managing it so far.
Robert De Rouge and Jonas van Verke have been having a battle, and this is for P number 12 in the GT class. And there you can see the Racing Lions GT car of Robert De Rouge and the Radical Racing UK car of Jonas van Verke. They continue to battle for P12 on the racetrack. Now, for the Racing Lions team, they are up 10 spots since this race went to green. For Van Werke, however, these about the same. So these two guys just having a battle for position and right out along board with the Radical Racing UK car of Van Werke as they work themselves down through the S's and down into Le Mans once again, Cam.
Yes, we're doing pretty good, as I'm actually trying to find them. Yeah, there they are, Radical Racing UK. A lot of teams here today, a lot of cars, a lot of traffic, so always a lot of cars to go through, which is always great. And we'll say as they will go too wide, Jones Van Verk, I can't even say that name. I can't even say the other name. The Racing Lions GT car and the Radical Racing UK car going too wide into Sunset Bend. Very easy to do in these Ford GTs. It is a very momentum-based turn, as these cars will struggle to get onto the power, but Jonas van Werkwijk making it very easy coming in through Sunset Bend.
So they'll come down, and the Radicals Racing UK car up one position there, as he's just having P car just going down to his inside. We are now getting very close to our first round of pit stops, and actually
right.
There's a lot of traffic going on here, as this traffic has all meant that your Marcus Hamilton has pulled away by about a second, Rachel, from Paul Ilbring. Close that gap down to 1.7 seconds now to Jorn Jens.
Yeah, they have indeed, and that's making it a lot more interesting now. All this traffic for them to fight. It's going to make it a very different type of battle for those ARX P1 cars. Hopefully, a Friction Racing car can keep his position on track and keep looking after that Coanda SimSport machine. Remember, they had an amazing battle during the 24 Hours of Spa. Will it continue here on the street track feel of Sebring? Well, we've got another 5 hours before we find out.
Indeed so, as they can see then, the Radicals online car of Paul Ilbring just stuffing it down to the inside as they come out of the Mans corner and work themselves back down this back straightaway. And the gap between himself and Marcus Hamilton has now increased to about 1.5 seconds. They can see confirmation of that. But Marcus Hamilton, he's also closed that gap now down to 2 seconds to the overall race lead of Coanda SimSport. And that's an interesting point there, Cam, because we did think that Coanda was going to walk away with it in this early stint. They haven't done so. Friction Racing and Radicals Online are still there in the mix.
Yes, and as we said, and we have always said, these prototype cars on a clean track, Coanda is going to be the fastest every single time. That's just the nature of Coanda SimSport. They are very good at what they do. But with this traffic, Friction Racing and Radicals Online, for that matter, have been able to close up any gap that he was able to pick up, Jorn Jens, on a clean track, as we see him having to get through the Ford GT traffic of that VRS car as he comes up on the IRDK Endurance car. Now, you were talking about pit stops. We had our first HPD scheduled pit stop. The New World SimSport HPD pitted and it swapped their drivers. Now Farouk Manzar is now in the cockpit of that car. We will have to see who else is coming into pit lane.
Yeah, and there's confirmation. 24.8 seconds was the pit stop there for the New World SimSports P car as we ride along board with him as he comes down in towards the hairpin once again. And, ooh, very close actually to rear of him as they come out of the corner. It's a KRT Motorsports car, I believe, just ahead. And let's actually have a look. I believe actually Gergen and Baldwin's actually quite far ahead of Farouk Manzar, so that must be a lap down car who Farouk is battling with for the time being. So, as it stands, to run through your top three in each class, it is Jorn Jens who leads from Marcus Hamilton and then Paul Ilbrink in your P class. In the GT class, it is still a very close battle, but it is going to be, for the time being, the iRacing Denmark Assault Racing team of Gunnar Moore leading the way. Lasse Brun Hansen in the second position. For the time being, they can have a look at him in the Apex Racing UK car, and then Power Ledbrun in the F.I.R.S.T car running in the third position. And then in the GTC class, it is all about Virgil Racing domination for the time being, with Understyle pulling out a 10-second advantage now over Antoine Hegelin, who runs in second place in the Apex Racing UK car, while Sharon Mayo runs in third place in the IRDK Endurance car, as we are now closer than ever to our first round of pit stops. And of course, we'll get you information as soon as we get these guys onto pit road, and after driver swaps or changes, we'll try and have a word with their team managers as well. Ladies and gentlemen, you are watching RaceSpotTV, your home of the Neo Endurance Series. Now, we're close to 50 minutes on the clock for the first round of the season. Don't forget, you can use the hashtag IRNeo if you'd like to stay in contact with us throughout the course of today's event. Having a look then at the battle that is going on down in the C3 class, and there's been some battles which kind of started and then fell apart, and kind of started and then fell apart. This is one of them that we talked about. We talked about it quite a few times now, Cam. The Dart Frogs battling still with the likes of Robert de Rouge, etc. in the battle for P5 in the GTC class. They're still battling, but traffic has really kind of made that battle fall apart for a couple of moments.
Oh yes, these prototypes are absolutely cutting their way through these rough cars, as well as 4 GT cars, which definitely makes things for an interesting picture. But it is definitely stressful for these guys. They are trying to not let there be a huge gap grow between their competitors, of course, Dart Frogs, Virus, the other cars there that are in that group there with the rough cars, but at the same time, you've got to be patient enough to let the faster cars play through, as it were, or else you'd risk making contact, as we do murder another cone coming out of Le Mans.
Yep. And we are just keeping an eye on pit road. I don't think there's any takers this time by. You can see pit road is a very empty place right now, as all of these cars just breeze past them. No one coming in at all, Rachel. And this is kind of what we're thinking of, an extra pace lap. We said 45 minutes or so. The extra pace lap means that, according to my watch, we are now about at 45 minutes. So this will be the start of the P1 cars. We have actually got one P car coming on towards pit road, and that is Paul Ilbrink, I believe. No,
Brian Carey.
Yeah, Brian Carey. I'll take that back. So Carey making himself a swap there. New driver as he is on towards pit road, Rachel.
Yeah, it'll be, of course, New World Simsport already came in and made their swap. No, they didn't make a swap, sorry. But they've pitted again. They can start from pit road, of course. Save them 2 laps of pace fuel, which might not have been a bad idea. But they're going to have to fight back from where they are on track right now, which is 1 lap down. Not an easy thing to do. But at the end of the day, this could still end up working its way further up the field.
With 31.2 second stop there for the KRT cars. We've also got Michael Morrison on pit road as well in the GTC car. So they continue to have a battle. And this is going to be a nice one as they are out and away then. So the number 80 car back out onto the racetrack. Jorn Jens continues to lead, however, in that Coanda Sim Sports car. And he has now got himself a 2.4 second gap once again, Cam.
Yes, he has managed to pull it out, like I said, clean track, able to pull away. He has got a very, very clean track ahead of him. I think the next car is that KRT Motorsport car that just came out of the pits. So Jorn Jens is showing us once again, you get him a clean track, he will just rip away from the competition here in the HPD. Though it looks like Marcus Hamilton isn't letting him get too far away, only lost about 1.5 seconds, which could be from traffic, as it were.
So then we're just going to have a look as here comes Mike Vanusen down to the inside as he's going to try and make the pass. And these two have been battling, of course, all race long. Vanusen on the inside, the Friction Racing car on the outside as they come out of Sunset Bend. It will be a drag race down the start-finish straight. There you can see we're right along board with Mike Vanusen, and that time by it will be Friction Racing who do just come out ahead. And this has been arguably the scrap of the race in this first hour, Cam.
Tanahody, who keeps showing up in these races, and one of these days we're going to have to say his last name correctly, is doing a very good job in managing this GT Ford car around this track. He's doing a very good job of just taking the corners right and swinging the momentum through. He is doing a good job, as well as the other Ford GT cars, as it were. These guys are putting on one heck of a show so far, just as we close out 50 minutes of racing.
We've got the Apex Racing driver of Sebastian Job here. Sebastian, not been a bad start to your day here in the P car.
Yeah, it's going good. Alex had a bit of a tough start. He was struggling to get up to speed, but I think he's got into a better groove now, and he's just trying to log consistent laps.
Now, pit stops are coming up. Will Alex be double stinting, or will we be getting someone else into that car in a couple of minutes' time?
It's someone else, but I probably would rather not say who.
Okay, not to worry. Well, of course, it's a very long race here at Sebring. Overall, happy? Do you think you can get yourself up into probably a longer-term podium contention here today?
Definitely, yeah. I think we have a good chance. I think friction we may drop back a bit, hopefully. So hopefully we can get ahead of them.
Well, no way. Sebastian Job there for Apex Racing UK, as we actually now have, talk of the devil, Friction Racing on pit road, Rachel.
Yes, they are. Well, one of the Friction Racing cars, sorry, not Apex. I'm reading on the wrong page of this broadcast. Whoopsie doodles. Yep, that's Friction Racing car. Marcus Hamilton is scored on pit road. Not going to take a driver swap. He's coming straight out with fuel and tyres. Gotta say, the Apex Racing will. They're in a strong position so far today. Currently third, second in all three classes.
Not bad. We've got a lot more drivers from the GT class now on pit road. We're having a look at the iRacing Denmark Assault car. They are on pit road getting themselves a new set of boots. We've also got Lasty Brun Hansen going on pit road for Apex Racing UK. Richard Holiday. We've also got the Glacier Racing car on pit road. Jonathan Fuller, Mike Magnussen. It's a very busy pit road right now, Cam.
Yes, very busy. These 4GTs are coming in as Gunnar Morrison does get out of the 4GT that he was leading in and hands it over to Erasmus Larsson.
I need to
that
interrupt
Denmark
you.
Assault
I
Racing.
just saw a car come onto pit road, completely miss his pit stop and come back in. I believe, yes, it was Gerben Bervots there, completely missing his entry. We're going to ride and have another look at him as he come onto pit road, and we'll have a look. Just completely misses his entry. That was hilarious, Rachel.
It was indeed. Not exactly what you want to see happening, of course, when someone's making a pit stop, but if you miss a box, I'm not sure it's the right reaction to abort and go around. I mean, this is an aircraft carrier landing. You don't have to go around and try again. Could have reversed, but, well, there you go. Do just have Egil Sandfield here. He's one of the race organisers here at the new Endurance Series. Egil, first race of the season. How are things going for you in race control so far?
Yeah, hi guys. Yeah, it's been a quiet day so far. That's how we expected it would be, since we have teams running now, not just single drivers. I think the racers know that they need to hand over the car to the next guy, and so therefore they are taking it a bit more cautious, fortunately. And apart from a small hiccup in the start where we had to drive one extra pace lap just to sort out the field, we are actually going very good right now. We have the time to enjoy the race ourselves actually, so that's nice.
That is good to hear, of course. One extra pace lap's not quite much compared to the 7 or 8 we had to do for the restart in the 24 Hours of Spa. But one question there, Egil. I'm sure this has been a lot of teams' minds, but what do you have in contingency for the orbital driver swap issue that's been arising regularly in endurance racing?
Yeah, we've followed the chat and the discussion on what has caused it, and since it's in the end it's out of our hands, so we can't do much about it if the bugs are just random. So what we do instead is that we treat the bugs like natural causes, like an engine failure or some part of the engine or car that needs to be fixed. So yeah, that's what we're doing right now, but we don't have a fix for it yet. Sorry.
Okay, well, thank you for that. We're just loading Commander Sim Sports number 11 machine with Jon Jans is in the pits. Lead for P1 class is in.
Yeah. And
Will,
very
you have a question?
quickly, very quickly, Egil, whilst we have got this P1 car on pit road, take us through the procedures for pit stops, because these guys can take fuel, but they can't take fuel and tyres at the same time.
Actually, in these classes, they are allowed to do that. Ideally, we would want to separate the fueling and the tire changes, but we can't do that. It will take us a lot of time to register and monitor that ourselves. So they are allowed to change both fuel, tires, windscreen, and drivers at the same time.
Especially if they're in a P car, they need to get themselves a new windscreen, of course, as Commander Sim Sports do get their pit stop out. 30.8 seconds for him. Don't forget, by the way, you can use the hashtag IRNeo throughout the course of today's event to keep in contact with us. Any interesting tweets so far, Egil?
Yeah, I was just looking at the stream, and the gathering of tweakers, their Twitter account said that they can hashtag smell the champagne already, and I replied hashtag long way to go. I think somebody is getting a bit ahead of themselves right now, so we still got 5 hours and 2 minutes to go, so plenty of action to come.
Well, thank you very much, Egil Sanford. A couple of people haven't yet pitted in the P1 class. They are Maxime Ramstein and also Andre Martin. The Ramstein will be classified as your leader the next time by, unless he comes on towards pit road. Quite a bit of traffic in that Twisted Apex Racing car, getting bolted a little bit there by the number 79 car, and he does indeed come on towards pit road this time by. So Twisted Apex Racing is on towards pit road with Maxim Ramstein. Andre Martins is also going to come in this time by. So your last two drivers in the top 5 in the P1 class all coming on towards pit road as we complete our first cycle of pit stops here in the first round of the Neo Endurance Series. As they come down, and Maxime Ramstein, pretty nice simple stop for him. Oh, and there you can see Andre Martins coming on towards pit road as well.
Wide.
As we've got a little bit of free wide racing going on at the same time, Rachel.
Yeah, entering turn 1 looks like the M25 at rush hour as Commander Simsport coming back after their pit stop, moving past the Radical Racing UK car there, driven by Jonas van Verke, and a couple of C-Specs as well. So heavy traffic jam going on in the first sector. This might raise some tempers.
Yeah, we're getting ourselves a replay of that on board then with Jon Jans in the number 11 car. 3 wide ahead of him, as you can see, perfect driver's eye view. And then as they come down in towards turn 1, exactly the same. 3 wide racing. It does settle down eventually, but that's the thing. Sometimes you are going to go 3 wide into Sebring. Turn 1 is never the best of ideas, but all of them get away without incident. Confirmation, by the way, the 2 drivers who we talked about, they have now made their stops and they are back out onto the racetrack. As we complete our first hour of coverage here in the 2014 Neo Endurance Series, the first round of your championship. And here is your top 10 in the C1 class for the time being. We're going to step aside for just one moment. We'll be back with continuing coverage. You are watching RaceSpotTV, where we do endurance. Stick with us.
peak antifreeze series powered by iRacing.com has officially begun. It's all in control of Brad Davies in that 11 machine. Green flag flies. He's damn near banged up though. Now the 93 is going to push the 4 of Brian Day all the way up the wall. 4 wide down the super stretch point in the turn. And now the 93-39, the 3 machine goes around. Big trouble in the back. It's been the race to the win up front.
Look behind him. They're 3 and 4 wide, trying to make a push to the front as the field gains speed in turn number 1. Kenny Humphrey, if he can rip it back to the start-finish line, will win here at Daytona.
7 laps to go.
Oh,
As you love it.
here we go.
You love it. The 1 gets around. The 5 gets around. Big jump for this one.
Simulated racing can be awesome, but it can also be kind of a free-for-all. Interestingly, auto racing faced the same problem in its earlier days. Whether it was on the back roads, the beaches, or the city streets, the racing was fun, but there was always a certain level of chaos and danger, until some folks came along and put some order to all of this. Stuff like official racetracks, regulations about weight and equipment, and enforcement of standards. That's what gave us high-speed excitement, fast-paced action, and photo finishes. That's when racing became racing. The guys over at iRacing.com have made the same transformation in the world of sim racing. Sure, they've got the most accurate tracks and realistic cars out there, but that's just the start. See, iRacing analyzes the performance and results of each driver in every race, so you can be sure you're always placed in races where the competition will be tight, and that those reckless drivers who ruin it for us all are kept in the pits. Not to mention that with over 45,000 active members already in their vast community, you can find races day and night, so you can always get in on the action. You can even join a league of your favorite series. And since updates are always automatic, you don't have to worry about software and can focus on the track. Zip up your fire suit and check out iRacing.com.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to continuing coverage of this, the first round of the Neo Endurance Series here on RaceSpotTV. And for the observant ones of you, you'll notice there's a different name on top of the leaders' timing scoring pylon. That is Friction Racing, who have been able to get themselves ahead for that series of pit stops over Commander Simsport. And that is the big story, I think, of the day so far, Cam.
Yes, they managed to lose the position on pits, I think. I don't know if they had a mistake, Jordan Jen, staying in the car, as well as Marcus Hamilton, but Marcus Hamilton might not have this position for very long as they come in through Le Mans. That Commander Simsport car is very, very racy right now, trying to attack the Friction Racing number 15 car of Marcus Hamilton with the Radicals Online car. In position 3, Paul Elbrink able to watch right now, maybe going to be able to catch up with these two fighting.
Riding on board then with Commander Simsport in the number 11 P car as he's trying to hunt down the new race leader, which is the Friction Racing car, currently driven by Marcus Hamilton as they come past the track. This is the third lap of the day now, that fourth lap of the day that Marcus Hamilton has actually led. So very interesting. We're trying to try and get a word with the Friction Racing guys. Oh, look at that. That was mighty close there through turn number 1. Commander Simsport tried to make the move. Almost got it done, Rachel. But this is now a nice little scrap in the P1 cars.
Oh, this is really close. This is what we like to see. Well, we're about an hour or so in. They're still fighting tooth and nail as those two leaders put battling out for who wants to be at the front. Unlike the Indy 500 where it's who wants to be second. I think here they want that clean air, and Coander's coming back for their position. Because they don't want to leave Friction Racing out there too long, you get a bigger idea.
Yes. So there they are then, your battle for the P1 race lead. Also got ourselves a scrap going on in the 10th and 11th position in the in the P class. That is between this driver who we're having a look from the rear of now, Team Chimera and Apex Racing TV, being driven by Liam Williams. Now Apex Racing TV's fallen back a little bit here. Liam Williams still in the car, but a nice little gathering going on as they're working themselves through a lot of traffic down in towards 3 there, Cam.
Yes, and that Team Apex car being involved in that earlier incident with the Team 7IB car seemed to have been no worse for the wear, as he seems to be able to bring the fight to Team Chimera pretty well. I don't know how I messed up that word, because that's a pretty easy one, but yes, they're going through pretty easy, just probing each other out, trying to find out, after these pit stops, you might have new company around you, and you gotta find out after a couple of laps where these people are good at, where these people aren't necessarily that good at, so it's good to see if Apex Racing will be able to capitalize and maybe get by this Team Chimera car.
Having a look on board of the VRS car, currently being driven by Pitskor Druganovsky as he comes down to try and close up to the rear of Ruku Alatalo in the Glacier Racing number 40 car. This is a battle for position P5 in the GT class as they come out of the corner. There you can see that Sunset Ben, the VRS car, not actually trying to get the toe there to Alatalo, and that's the reason why, because you can just see a P car just breezing down around him. But this is a nice little scrap, and Glacier Racing aren't performing the same way that they did in the 24 Hours of Spa, Rachel. We know that there's many of them currently running and having some fun in Finland. Maybe their heads are a little bit too worse away right now.
Well, we could possibly check in on their Club Finland meetup live stream they have. I certainly know that by at least 4 o'clock in the afternoon they were drinking from bottles of spirits and listening to Queen and Bohemian Rhapsody, so there's a good chance by 2 o'clock...
Wait, you calling that unusual behaviour?
Not for Finns, no. But by this time in the afternoon, and it is, I believe, by my count, 3:15, they should at least be well on their way to slightly tipsy. So they will probably come about their best when they're rightly sozzled at about 5, 6 o'clock.
Well, in Finland, of course, it is 6 o'clock right now, as you can actually see there. That battle continues, just half a second separating those drivers on the racetrack right now. Having a look further back into the world of the GTC cars, and it really has kind of calmed down overall here. We have got a nice little scrap going on between Carl Martin and Martin Winther, and it's actually just kind of separated itself out for a moment. This is the Dart Frogs and the IRDK Endurance cars, but also right ahead now of the Dart Frogs car is Tim Mawson in the Apex Racing UK car. We ride along board from the rear of him, Cam. Good little scrap here, P2 in the GTC class.
Yes, and these are one of those things, as we were saying with the rough, is they all chuck it into that hairpin corner there. Always interesting to see how these guys manage it when they're under pressure. They're doing a very good job fighting for this P1, or fighting for P2, as it were, as P1 Virtual Racing is absolutely checked out now that I look at it. Now, Will, I just got a message from Coander since about how Friction was able to come out ahead in the pit stops. Actually, we might have to hold out that these guys are getting very racy between Apex Racing and the other rough cars.
Yeah, they continue their journey. Carry on your point. I'll only interrupt you if there's anything that dramatic that happened, because there's about 2 tenths of a second separating them, but with a GT car right behind as they come down in towards turn number 14 once again there, Cam.
Yes, that GT car should be able to clean them up through Le Mans and after, as he goes way wide. Well, he took out 3 cones. As he should be able to get past them there on this straight. Anyways, I was talking with Philip Stam from Coander. He says it was no issues at all. What had happened was that, actually, I'm not sure if they're going to be able to clear. They're going to go into Sunset Bend 3 wide, Will.
Yep, as they come down into the bend. The Dart Fox car does get past, however, to move him up 1 position on the race set. Let's get ourselves another look at this from our Helicam coverage. And Rachel, nice simple pass, and that was actually using traffic effectively there. And that's one of those things that you can be really opportunistic if you know exactly how to do it. They went 3 wide into the corner, and well, pretty much a perfect three-wide formation as they came down into the corner, and the Ford GT had to brake earlier than the other two, but in that middle lane, it just seemed to be that Dark Fox car just perfect there.
Oh, absolutely, and it's really the right sort of place to do it. You could use traffic, and this is what endurance is about. It's not just about giving up places, it's about using it. When a faster car comes along and you move out the way for him, that means the guy you're battling with has to move out the way. If you can get back up to speed quicker, get the jump on them.
We have a car off.
Who?
It is Gerben Brevoits of the Racing Lions car. He looped it coming out of one of the corners, and no contact was made, but he did pull up on a track just ahead of Coander there. No issues there. Did not seem to impede traffic at all. But he managed to spin it. I'm not sure if he lost a position. I don't believe he did, but he came on track right ahead of the leaders.
He did lose one spot there. We'll get ourselves another look on board of him. Just a very silly spin there for him, and this was down into turn number 3 on the racetrack. So right on board then with the Vots as they come down in towards turn number 1 in the Racing Lions car. The back end seems to have kicked out a little bit in towards 1, and then as they come down in towards 3 and 4, let's just have a listen. Right around here, back end steps up, Rachel. It's as simple as that.
Yeah, just getting a little bit lax mid to late in this run for him, so something he'll remember and probably won't do again later.
So there you can see he does lose a couple of positions, but he is out and away, and of course the Coander car does get past him, as well as Friction car. And this battle for the race lead, it is still just 4/10 of a second. We ride along board then with Jorn Jens in the Coander Simsports car. There's your gap to the lead. Cam, it's just 3/10 of a second as it stands right now.
Yes, it is, and we have got 6 rough cars coming out of the final turn here. As somebody pointed it out to me, they are going 3 wide, positions 3, 4, and 5 in the rough as well.
Whoa.
So we have fighting all through the track.
Yeah, we're looking at that now, and that is crazy stuff going on here. It is like the M25. If any of you don't know what the M25 in England is, this is a perfect visual depiction.
And the leaders are trying to get through on the inside
at the same time, and they come down in towards turn number 2, 3, and 4. This is absolutely crazy stuff. Oh, contact! Car up and around right in front there of your overall leader. And that is Tim Mawson who is involved in that one. We'll get the replay up, but that is the Apex Racing UK number 73 car. Tim Mawson turned upside down, is able to land back on his feet. He does get going. We'll get ourselves a replay of this one. We'll have to play it from up above, Rachel, because there was so much going on, as we'll try and explain what happens, because they go down into a 2 wide, then a 3 wide situation. It's wicked close between them. They come out the corner, and they're pretty much 3 wide all the way down the front track. Now, these are all GTC cars at that point. And then you get the P1s joining the party as they come down in towards that first corner. You can see here, we're looking at Mawson. They come down, and just coming into shot now, you'll see the Friction Racing car. Right behind them, you will see the Coander Simsports car. And there you can see 3 wide, cone being kicked out, coming down. And that's where the contact is made. One bit of beeping and bumming. And then the Coander car locks out once, doesn't get hit. Coming out the second time, a GTC car just comes across there, and twice in the space of as many corners, Coander Simsport dodged a huge bullet, Rachel.
Oh my god, that was intense to watch, Will. That KRT GT's motorsport car possibly to get himself a penalty for that one. But that is not a place you want to be as the race leaders, trapped in GT and GTS cars in this sector of the track. That was incredible. Yeah, the LA freeways, the M25 in London, pick your motorway because that was gridlock.
As here we see another look on board with Jorn Jens. And there you can see that 73 car. Just one moment's time. There we are. Great reflexes there by Jorn Jens, because that could have been disastrous. The only thing is, he's now 5 seconds behind Marcus Hamilton in that battle for the race lead.
Yes, and that Friction Racing car benefiting highly from that very unfortunate incident, that rough car getting rolled over. So as Coander gets underway, now it's interesting to note here, I was trying to say this earlier before we've had so much action, the Coander Simsport car, they pitted 2 laps later than the Friction Racing car, and apparently new tires on these prototype cars are about 1 to 2 seconds a lap faster. So due to that, Marcus Hamilton was able to pull out enough of a time to get the position on lead, and now that placed him up front, which now, after looking at that that incident is seeming to cost Jordan a lot more than we would have initially thought.
As we're running on board with Marcus Hamilton then, but that was our crazy moment. We'll have a look down into the GT class very quickly. You can see rather subdued there, but it is still a little bit hectic with the number 87 car that's Team Tramiria, Simon Trandell. And this is a driver who we think might get himself a penalty, but Rachel, the words are simple: avoidable contact. Was it avoidable contact, or was it just the car getting loose? Because that car did just seem to kick loose coming out of a corner. That's not avoidable contact in some ways, that's just unfortunate circumstances.
Well, it is, and with cars in that tighter space, something was going to happen. That is just unavoidable. There were 2 wide, 3 wide for about 6 different rows. It was like watching the gridding. I mean, it was, yeah, tough to call. He got loose, and yeah, no further actions being taken by race control, I'm hearing. But yeah, it's oh, that was certainly woke us up, didn't it?
It really, really did. Understyle is still leading the way though in that number 91 GTC car. They continue to scrap it along, having a nice little scrap right now. Sorry, not having a nice little scrap, having a nice little day right now, Cam. And that gap behind him, it's 44 seconds.
Yes, that virtual racing car is doing a very good job. He is, Anders Dahl is just absolutely putting down the laps, and he is doing a very good job in that car. He is not having any drama for sure, even though our P1 leaders definitely are. He is just cool as a clam in that number 91 car.
So they work themselves out, and Understar just continues to work himself on the racetrack. We've had a couple of people then involved in the wars, but so far it does look as though that most drivers are still circulating on the racetrack. There is a guy scored last in the field. The Gathering of Tweakers free car of Danny Bowles scored 12th place in the GTC class, but apart from that, all these drivers are still currently circulating, according to our time and scoring at least, on the racetrack. Let's have a look then at a battle which we have going on between Darren Seal and Liam Williams, and this is the battle for P number 10 on the racetrack. Seal running in 10th place, William Williams running 11th place in the P class there, Cam.
Yes, and they are just quickly being split by that GT car. The Apex Racing car has to take a different line on the entry, so he's not going to get the power down as well. But it's interesting to see how these guys are going. It's definitely fights all the way through the field. This isn't just somebody picking up a flag and marching down the field for the entirety of the race, much like what Dahl is doing right now in class number 3. These guys are fighting all through the field, and that's definitely good to see. I'm not sure if Apex is going to be able to catch up, but we'll definitely have to keep an eye on it.
As we're having a look then, as KRT GT Motorsports, they are battling as they come down in towards Sunset Bend once again. They have got Simon Trendell right behind them. We've currently got Michael Morrison in the car, and we are going to try and get a word with these guys to see whether or not we can get a word to figure out what happened and how much damage there is to that race car. Because he did get a little bit of a hit there, Cam, when he came across the racetrack and turned upside down that Apex Racing car.
Yes, and I was about to say, I've looked at both cars, and neither of them appear to be really damaged, which doesn't make much sense to me. I think there might be some damage on the Apex Racing car, but I was not able to see any. As we are almost having a picture right off, just as we did before. We do have
we saw a car, Martin Vinsberg, just slammed into the wall. No, we've got one car who was just slammed into the wall. That is the IRDK Endurance car, just being across our screen. We'll get ourselves another look at that, see whether it was helped along. But this was, I believe, down same part of the racetrack as we saw previously, turns 2, 3, and 4. So we've got Vinfer. Let's have a look as they're running. We're right on board with him. Is this a driver error, or does he get helped along the way? He comes out of corner number 1, and he just gets himself onto the grass. That car, he tries to save it and hits the tyre barrier. I don't think he was helped, but we need to get one more look at that one, Cam.
Yes, I believe he just did that on his own, and what an effort to try and save this car. I'm not sure if I would have kept it wheeling like that, but of course I'm no expert here. The rear end on this rough car, of course a rear engine car, did snap out on him, So those things do happen, but he was able to try and well, at least wheel it down into turn 2, at least in one bit. But now he's got massive front end damage and probably front end damage on that wheels.
Yep, so you can see we're right along board with him. He's likely going to have to bring that car down on towards pit road at some point. That is not going to be a good old day for him in the IRDK endurance car. You see, he's just tiptoeing along there. So, well, hopefully he can get that car onto pit road and hopefully get some repairs, Cam.
Yes, and the IRDK endurance car up until that point was running in 3rd place overall for the overall in the C3 class. He's overall 5 laps down, but overall 32nd. But he was P3 for the rough class. So you hate to see somebody that was pretty much fighting for the honors of best of the rest, as I don't believe anybody has anything for Virgil Racing, as he will make it into the pits.
Well, he
take
tries.
a very wide line.
No, he stays out.
No. Okay, all right. That's a decision that they have to make. If he feels that the tires are set straight and he can keep going, I guess I can't blame him as long as it doesn't create any issues on the track. Which I think Martin will be able to do such a thing, keep the car nice and safe. But we'll definitely have to keep an eye on that car, because when you start getting walking wounded on the racetrack, we have enough drama as it is with perfectly healthy cars. I can only imagine what's going to happen when some of these cars start getting scrapped up.
Yeah. So there you can see then that car, but you can see out front, Marcus Hamilton, Friction Racing, they are still classified as your race leaders. 3.5 seconds now is that gap between himself and Coanda Simsport. Now, last time by, Coanda did eke out a little bit. That gap was as high as 4.9 seconds. It has come down now to just 3.5 seconds as it stands for the time being. And just to give you an update, by the way, that car, the IRDK car, does seem to be okay, Cam, despite the front end damage. And we know that these cars can take a little bit of a hit, but there seems to be that car is okay for the time being. That number 95 machine doesn't look as though he's going to have to come into pit road too early.
Yes, and as long as that doesn't create oversteal on the corners, like in a Sunset Bend, because that would create huge issues in traffic, he should be perfectly A-OK as long as the wheels are set straight. We've seen these rough cars through the 24 hours of Spa and other endurance races that these things can take a beating. Of course, we remember the Absolute Beginners car for the 24 hours of Spa. That car was absolutely beat up. As speaking of other cars, I believe the Apex Racing UK car is still circulating. So he seems to be doing decently okay. I'm not sure what damage he might have, though. He is down in position 40.
Just having a look back into a GT battle, and there you can see a nice, interesting one going on. Pitsko Jesganiski trying to battle with Riku Alatalo. This is a battle for peer number 5 in the GT class. And that VRS car has been stuck behind Alatalo now. For most of this stint, these two have been pretty much within a second of each other. No one being able to find a way past the other one, though, they can.
No, these guys are finding themselves to be very balanced, and of course, as we were saying earlier, the Glacier Racing team is not up to their Spa stuff, as they were absolutely dominant. Well, you know, as dominant as you could be in one of these cars at Spa, and they're a little bit back in the pack, 19th overall. 5th in the GT class, but as you can see, that VRS car getting a little loose coming off of that exit, trying to get the power down. These guys are trying to catch up. Piotr, I'm sure, wanting to get right behind Riku and see if he can't advance himself further. But it's just going to be interesting to see where Glacier can go from here in these middle stints.
Just to give you an update, by the way, on the number 73 Apex Racing UK car, they had to pit there to get some repairs to that car. They are back onto the racetrack. There was some rather substantial damage after that roll, but they are back out onto the racetrack, Cam.
And that's good to hear. Yeah, when a car flips over, that's not necessarily a good thing for a car, but it looks like these little refs are, well, we're finding out they're even more durable.
Yep, and I think that overall these guys have been clean. We talked, of course, to Egil Sandfield a little bit earlier on, But overall, the racing has been clean. I think we've only really had about 5 incidents involving drivers all race long.
Yes, and we're an hour and 25 minutes into this. I mean, this is definitely well over what a normal race would be. So it's good to see these guys. Of course, these guys are doing a very, very good job. By normal standards. So it's just been interesting to see how these guys are. They've been very patient. We've seen multiple times, especially on the straight, where we have had just a gaggle of cars enter the turns. So we've managed to keeping it this clean so far, and I think this is going to be a picture of things to come here, as we still have every single car circulating on the track.
Yeah, and we've just had a look there. Paul Ilbrink is right up to the rear, as it stands now, of the Sim Sports car. The gap between these drivers, it is mighty close right now. But we are joined by one of the drivers from the number 95 team. We will just keep it with this battle for the time being, but we are joined by the number of the 95 team, Rachel. Currently have Michael Vinther in the car. That is the IRDK Endurance machine.
It is indeed, and we have here with us Jakob Sondergaard. Sorry, I probably butchered that, but welcome.
Maybe not.
Jacob, are you here?
In the meanwhile, we will just have a continuing look for this P2, P3 battle, because it is now down with about 1 second. We'll try and get Jacob on the line. And Cam, this battle, it seems to me that Jorn Jens has gone backwards a little bit. I'm worried that potentially, but again, traffic has hurt him a little bit, but I am worried a little bit that potentially he might have overcooked his tyres just after that incident to try and get himself back into contention with Marcus Hamilton. Now, we do know they are going a little bit longer, stint after stint, but I think for Jorn Jens right now, he just needs to calm himself down, get himself to the point that he can hand that car over and get a rest, because he is double stinting this car.
Yes, he is, and from what I can see, he is absolutely attacking this course. I saw at least 4 cones go off as he went through Le Mans, as the kill count for the cones does increase mightily, as he looks like he is absolutely trying to be on the bleeding edge of speed, which can work when you have your thing, you're in your own space, but you're working around these rough cars, you're working around multiple rough cars. I mean, it's a very busy track, and Paul Ilbrink is right behind. He is able to apply pressure to Jorn Jens, and it's not like these guys to be rattled in Coander. I don't think that Jorn is, but he's definitely under pressure.
And we have now indeed got the number 95 car of Jacob Pearce, so take it away, Rachel.
Jacob, welcome. This is Jacob Sondergaard. Probably butchered that, sorry, for your name, from the 95 team. So, you've been having some car issues. You want to tell us about those?
Well, we caught a bit of grass, dirt coming out of turn 1, and the car got loose and caught more grass, and Martin just couldn't really save it, and we hit the wall, but so far it's only visual damage.
How is the car feeling for you guys? Obviously, it's visual damage, but this is still quite a long race. How is your top end speed doing? Do you think you're going to be competitive still?
I think we're still going to be competitive. We have a few guys that are a bit quicker than Martin and also myself, but it's only visual. The car's still driving like it should. It's a bit loose coming out of 17 once in a while, but I think that's the weather doing most of it.
Well, hopefully that car will hold together for you guys till the end of this race. Best of luck so far, though, with the upcoming stints. Do you know who's going into the car for you next?
We haven't really decided who's going into the car. It might be either me or my teammate Kim, but we haven't decided. We're going to see how things unfold for now.
Well, good luck with the rest of the race, and we hope that car does hold together for you and you get the opportunity to perhaps do some repairs. But best of luck. Hope to see you at the end of this one. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Now, Radicals Online's Paul Ilbrink almost got a run there, Cam, out of turn number 17, Sunset Bend. Then, just as he came out of the corner, just got himself a little bit of kick oversteer. That cost him the opportunity to go side by side with that Sim Sports car.
Yes, quite the battle between these two. It's just going to have to settle now. That might cost Paul a lot more than we thought. He has absolutely fallen has fallen right off the rear end of that Koena SimSport car. As Jordan Jan's kicking up dirt, he still looks like he is absolutely attacking this track, and of course that might just be the strategy. But we'll see if he's no longer under pressure from Paul, at least for right now. We'll see if he can't get back to the quick lap times he was able to do.
As it is still Marcus Hamilton leading. We'll run through your top 5 in each class as it stands. It is Friction Racing leading from Koanda SimSports in the P class by 4.2 seconds. Then, as we can just see, the Koanda SimSports car coming to view, the Radicals Online machine, currently driven by Paul Ilbrink, is in 3rd. Then in 4th place is Coronet Motorsports, currently driven by Roland Gross. And then from that to Apex Racing UK is John Broadmeadow, and there's about a 1.3 second gap separating those drivers for the time being. Then we'll head ourselves over to the GT class. There you can see it is currently the iRacing Denmark Assault Racing Team leading from New World SimSport by 18.8 seconds. There you can see the New World SimSport car up on your screen. Then it's Apex Racing UK in the 3rd place, currently driven by Lee Thompson. And then it's about an 8.9 second gap between 3rd place to 4th. 4th place is currently Phoenix Motorsports number 64 car, currently being driven by Richard Holiday as he comes now down in towards Sunset Bend. And 2.9 seconds back is Glacier Racing in the with Ruku Alatalo behind the wheel in that number 40 car. Then to run through into the GTC class, Anders Dahl continues to, I'd say dominate, but continues to be absolutely flying in that machine. He's got himself right now a almost 50-second advantage over Carl Martin, who runs in 2nd place in the Dark Frogs car. A 15-second gap between them and Team Chimera. Then Team Chimera running in 3rd with KRT Motorsports pretty close to the rear of them, about 1 second back right now. Of course, the 80 car involved in an incident earlier on, no penalty given. And then back to SRN Motorsports, currently driven by Mike Young, is about 3 seconds on the racetrack, and then the P6 is the Virus car. But currently, they are 14 seconds outside of the top 5. So, some good little scraps still going on in all 3 of our classes. Of course, we always keep an eye attention to the one that is going on and as close to the front as possible in the P class. But we haven't seen much of this one as we ride along board now with Twisted Apex Racing's Match Team Ramstein, the number 23 car, coming down in towards Cunningham Corner, Rachel, catching John Broadmeadow running in 5th in the Apex Racing car.
Yeah, hopefully they can use this momentum now to get a bit of a run going and make up some positions at this point. Of course, heavy into strategy window now, so it's all about fuel and tyres, but what a pass people on track. It is racing after all, Will.
Indeed so.
I'm sorry, I want to butt in here. What lap are we on? We're on lap 44?
No, currently our leaders are working themselves on lap number 49, an hour and 35 minutes into this event. So we are getting close to that 2nd round of pit stops once again.
Alright, why I asked, on lap 42, I just realized this has happened. I was looking through the cars and I noticed that Virus car looking very, very second-hand. The V.R.S. GT car of Piotr Jagroński ended up making contact with the Virus car as he tried to pass going in through Le Mans, as actually it wasn't Le Mans, it was I believe the tower turn. Both of them have damage on both sides of their cars now.
Yeah, and that is the VRS number 55 GT machine down in the 7th place on the racetrack. So, and there you can see the damage to it as well. The number plate sign is pretty much scraped off from that car, as in fact now he's just holding up a GT car, a P car who just goes down to his inside, breezes past as they work themselves back down in towards turn number 1 once again. And also down in our GTC class, here is the 80 car. Now you can just see Rachel on the left hand side. That's the damage when he made contact with that Apex Racing car a little bit earlier on. He does continue along, and he is still within a second and a half of Simon Trendell ahead of him in that number 87 car.
Yeah, hopefully that damage is not going to hold him up too much. Of course, unfortunate accident for those guys. More so for Apex, I'll be honest, with them having a bit of a flip. But hopefully both cars still in good contention.
We are getting word, by the way, that one of the IRDC Assault cars have had some technical issues, so we'll give you an update on that one as quickly as we can, as soon as we figure out which one of the IRDC cars it is. But one of them, for the moment, has had some technical issues. We'll give you an update as soon as we find anything out about them. Of course, they've got themselves a number 95 car running in the race here today. And there you can see, he's actually on the racetrack, but he is still running in the 7th position for the time being. So I say, and we've also got the number 35 car as well. That has been driven by Rasmus Lawson, as I believe that he is still scored on the racetrack, but now down in 13th place in that GT class, Cam.
Yes, Will. Gunnar Moore is in the car right now. That might be where that issue came from, as, of course, these guys have been leading since the drop of the flag. And for them to now drop down here, either they had a pit stop, which is not out of the realm of possibility, but is going to be rather... Well, actually, I'm not sure. Did they pit? I'm going to have to double-check that.
It was definitely some form of technical issue that happened to him. We're getting word from race control on that one. But Paul Ulbrich, by the way, is back up, right up to the rear now of that Coanda Sim Sports car. Again, it's about half a second separating them. They are working very closely together on the racetrack. And also now you've got Manuel Sanchez trying to make a pass. They're going side by side with Mike Vernussen. Just Vernussen being able to hold on down in towards turn number 3. And that was a pass, Rachel, that arguably Sanchez might have been able to try and get done had this have been the last 10 minutes of the race. But the SimRC.de car deciding to slot into line, not push the issue too much.
Well, no, it's still a long time left in this race, and you don't want to make those risky moves just yet. Obviously, late in the race, you can make it stick, possibly. Desperation will click in, and you'll really want to get that done. But it's, discretion is the better part of valor at this stage. Of course, still a long way to go. Need to get that car to the end.
And we are getting closer to our second round of pit stops. Now, some of these people have double stinted. Some of these guys are on a one stint. As we can see, that continuing battle with Alatalo. In fact, Alatalo, by my watch, has been passed now. We're right on board with him. So Alatalo, who was running a little bit higher. I'm just trying to figure out whether it's actually him who's been able to get past the car behind. No, in fact, he's lost the position by the looks of it, Cam, to the Phoenix Motorsports car, number 64 car of Richard Holiday. Either that or one of the cars he was battling with earlier has completely disappeared from our timing and scoring stands. But there you can see Alatalo. There you can see right up towards the rear of that Phoenix car, literally just about 8.5, very close battle on the racetrack right now. Just a couple of tenths of a second separating them.
Yes, that Glacier racing car is absolutely leaning on this Phoenix Motorsports car, and that car that was behind the VRS car of Pitor, he was involved in that accident with the C-Spec car. That is where he picked up all of that right side damage, or left side damage. So that is why he is not in the picture, but right now Riku Alatalo, no longer under pressure, is absolutely pushing as much as he can in Richard Holiday's rear mirrors.
So then, let's ride along board for the we're a little bit with Riku Alatalo as he comes down through Big Ben, down in towards the hairpin. Will he try and dart to the right-hand side? Yes, he will. He will try and look down to the inside. They've got a GTC car, and Alatalo gets a big wiggle there, and that costs him the opportunity to make that pass, Rachel.
Yeah, pushing a little too hard, bit of traffic in the way, always makes a mess of things, so... Once again, backing out just to make things... That's to the end, but Alatalo, we know he can make those passes stick. So, hopefully, he'll come back and have another go.
We're getting ourselves a couple of quick replays of this one. We'll get one from our aerial coverage here today. Don't forget, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, use the hashtag IRNEO if you'd like to keep in contact with us. Coming down then into the hairpin, there you can see Alatalo looking down to the inside, trying to make that move there and getting 45 degrees sideways. Getting himself sorted out, getting himself back into line, however, has to stay in line for the time being. So he continues himself along the way, and there you can see 4 hours and 18 minutes currently scored remaining on the play clock as they come down on the Ullman straightaway once again. Out front, by the way, some guys have made another stop. I'm just having a look. The number 18 car is showing up on our screen. It's having made their second stop of the day. That is the KRT Motorsports car with Brian Carey, who was in it. 17.2 second stop out of the way for them. Also, David Destroyed is coming up on our screens. Actually, we've got a spun car on the racetrack. We're trying to figure out who that is. But we have a spun car on the racetrack. I believe that is Martin Winther. Indeed, yes, it is. Something has happened to Winther once again, Cam. Here comes the replay. We hope. So there you can see Winther up and around there. I'm not quite sure what happened to him, Cam. We can only get the last part of that. But, in fact, Rachel, last part of that for that number 95 car, but the IDK endurance car, very heavy damage to that machine now.
Yeah, there's having a bit of a replay issue on my monitor here, Will, but no, unfortunate, not again for this team. Some really bad luck that's starting to crop up. Hopefully they can get that fixed up, get the car back going again, because, you know, it's not a matter of every second matters on the track. If they come in for a minute repairs, 2 minutes repairs, there's still got a chance, because a couple of drivers, a couple of cars will fall further laps down, other people will have issues. There is still time, there is still a chance.
But it does look as though that car is, yeah, at the side of the road. I think it's just either getting off the racetrack or just trying to bring that car into an opening. You can see some very big issues now for the IRDK endurance car, who've had issues earlier on. They've had issues again, and with 2 hours in the race, Cam, for them to have had this number of issues isn't good for that number 95 car.
No, it is not going well at all, as the car is just bouncing off of the wall trying to make it to pit lane. It should be able to make it down to the pits, and we'll see what they're going to be able to do there. So that's just one of those unfortunate things, and not having a good day.
Yep, and they are coming down the Ulman straightaway, running it on that very slow, kind of like, I'm trying to find hard shoulder lane right now. You can see only going 125 kilometers an hour right now as he comes down into Sunset Bend, and this is where things can get really dangerous right now in toward that final corner. Rachel, he's going to have to try and find a way of getting around here. This is not necessarily going to work though, as he works himself now under the bridge down in towards that final corner, and finally he will get his car on towards pit road. So the IDK endurance car, very big issues for him as he does finally make that car back on towards pit road. Adatalo continues to battle with one of the GT cars ahead of him, and there you can see continues to battle with Jonas van Verke in the battle for the third position and the final step on the GT podium, Cam.
Yes, the GT action is definitely coming up to a favored pace, as the Glacier Racing car of Rico Alatalo is doing a very good job of coming up onto the rear ends of these cars. We said earlier that they really have not been up to snuff. Well, this stint right here, he has been doing a very good job, other than that massive wiggle he had going into that very slow corner there. I actually thought he was going to come across and tap the car in front of him, Richard Halliday, but he did a very, very, very good job of controlling that slide. And now he is right back up behind Richard Halliday.
As we've also got a little bit of a gaggle of cars as they come down in towards that third sector once again. That is Liam Williams who is there. Yeah, you can see him, who's right there in the mix with a mixture of GP car and GT and GTC cars as they work themselves onto the back straightaway. Once again, riding on board with Williams then easily gets past as they work themselves down the Ulman straightaway, and that is a clear indication of just how fast these P cars are. Just having a look, of course, out front as far as it stands, it continues to be Marcus Hamilton actually has come onto pit road. Marcus Hamilton, I believe, might have made a driver change because he's now classified down in the 5th place. So the second line of pit stops is going on. Jorn Jens and Marcus Hamilton have made their second round of pit stops. So new drivers for both of those is currently Paul Ilbrink, who's leading the way for Radicals Online. So Hamilton for the Friction team have made a pit stop, and also there you can see Coanda Simsport have made a stop as well. And again, Coanda come out, Rachel, behind Friction.
Yeah, they do, but the gap is a little closer this time. They can definitely see them on track. Lots of traffic, but it should definitely be within range to get them, because that Friction car is suffering behind traffic.
As they work themselves down the back stretch once again then, and the gap between Coanda and Marcus Hamilton will get that one for you at the line as they work themselves down in towards Lemoore once again. There you can see the Friction Racing car of Marcus Hamilton. There you can see just behind is Jorn Jens. You can definitely see him, you can definitely smell him, and get to that point now. For Marcus Hamilton, as they work themselves down in towards Sunset Bend, the gap is just 2.2 seconds this time by Cam.
Yes, they're doing a very good job, and I believe they have swap drivers. There's now a green helmet sticking out of that prototype car. That is Michel Mancusi in the Friction Racing car, and Marti Piatella, whose last name, if we can recall from the 24 Hours of Spa, I cannot say. I still can't say it, but it's just how these things go. They did pit at the same time now. I think Coander learned that pitting to get the new tires might just be faster than saving the fuel. So we'll definitely see how that affects the race going on further.
We're going to get a word with number 80 car in just one moment's time, as they can see that gap is now down actually to just 1.2 seconds between Friction Racing and Coander Simsport. Now once this cycles through, this will be for the P race lead. We can see your current race leader is Paul Ilbrink in the number 1 car as he works himself down the back straightaway. Once again, we ride along board with him as they come down into the final corner. And will he come on towards pit road this time by? He's led 2 laps today in this event. Coming out of that final corner, the Radical Steel Series car indeed does make its journey on towards pit road. So we ride along board with him then. As you can see, pit road speed is about 70 kilometers an hour here today, coming down into the corner. And there we are, just having a look as he comes down to make his second stop of the day.
Yes, as well as Riku Alatalo of the Glacier Racing in the pits, as well as the Apex Racing UK GT car. Now, Paul had a very, very good stint in that car. He is going to be replaced by Wyatt Gooden in that Radicals car, as Riku Alatalo looks to be staying in his Ford GT for this stint. They're just loading his car up with fuel and tires, and they're going to be on the way out of pit lane.
Yep, and they can see 36.3 seconds for him. Paul Ilbrink still making his stop. 32.4 seconds out and away for him. So he falls back into line then in his machine, as we've got a car just working themselves on the racetrack right now, and 32.4 second stop then. We are going to have a quick chat with the number 80 machine in just one moment's time. We've got Corey Davis to have a quick chat with us. Of course, the number 80 car here today. It's currently got Michael Morrison in it, and that is the KRT GT Motorsports car. So, Corey, that number 80 car today, it's been in the wars a little bit. Of course, it had that moment when it got wicked loose, I believe, out of turn number 4, which meant that one of the Apex cars, GTC cars, just got thrown upside down. Have you got any idea what happened from your guys' perspective?
Well, it had been some great racing to that point. We did not make a driver change during the first stop, so we left Michael Morrison in the car, and he had told us that for about 15 minutes there his alarm clock had been going off, so he had, I guess, a little bit of a distraction there, but was it, right up in the mix there, and I think just going into turn 2, that was probably going too wide in a spot that really wasn't designed for it. So a little bit of incidental contact, but we appreciate the race stewards looking at that just as a racing incident. So continued on after that and had some good racing with the 87 car, and unfortunately during the driver change I got in the car, came back on track, and had a connection drop out. So I guess in the racing lingo, had the car stop on track, so had to get it towed around, and I think we're dead last right now, but we're not going to quit. We'll keep at it. I guess we can only move up from here.
Is there any outstanding damage to that number 80 car? Has everything been fixed on it now?
We didn't have any repairs at the pit stop. We had a little bit of side-by-side contact with the 80 incident. Didn't seem to do any damage though, so I think we're good. Car's still driving fine, so right now we've got Carl Modig in there. He's doing a great job, and hopefully be able to pick up some spots here.
Well, thanks very much for talking to us. We just saw a car, by the way, come on towards pit road at a very crazy angle. I believe that was Andre Martin, who looks as though he might have had a big incident happen to him there, Cam.
That car is absolutely destroyed. The Phoenix Motorsports car was in position 7. It had an incident coming out actually through Sunset Bend. Somebody else had an incident. This is going to be a multi-car incident here. Let me look up forward here. Riku Alatalo and Robert DeRouge having an incident in Sunset Bend. Looks like Riku Alatalo was able to clip the rear end of Robert DeRouge, which put Robert DeRouge wide. It didn't look like it did anything more than put him wide, and that
Wow, that is a huge
got
incident.
clobbered.
Actually. Yeah, that 42 car of DeRouge just got absolutely clobbered. So we're having a look from him then as he comes down on towards pit road. But as we saw, we had Andre Martins involved in that incident as well. I want to get ourselves one more brief look at that from Andre Martins as they come down into that corner. And you see that big, wicked, hard incident there for Andre Martins. We want to get ourselves one more look, actually, if we can. No, we can't, so we're going to have to stay on board for just one moment with Martins as actually he brings his car down on towards pit road. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to step aside for just one moment. We'll be right back. You are watching RaceSpotTV, where we do endurance.
The NASCAR Peak Antifreeze Series powered by iRacing.com has officially begun. It's all in control of Brad Davies in that 11 machine. Green flag flies. He's damn near banged up though. Now the 93 is going to push the 4 of Brian Day all the way up the wall. 4 wide down the super stretch point in the turn. And now the 93-39, the 30 machine goes around. Big trouble in the back. It's the race to the win up front.
Look behind him. They're 3 and 4 wide, trying to make a push to the front as the field gains speed in turn number 1. Kenny Humphrey, if he can rip it back to the start finish line, will win here at Daytona.
7 laps to go.
Oh,
As you love it.
here we go.
You love it. The 1 gets around. The 5 gets around. Big choke.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to continuing coverage here of the Neo Endurance Series. Coming back there to a quick replay. 2 3-wide crazy action that went on down in towards turn number 1 once again. The important story, though, since we've been away, is that Marty Piatella is back out into the overall race lead. They've been able to get themselves back up to an advantage. There you can see him. Marty Piatella leads away for the time being in that Sim Sports number 11 car. White Gooden for Radicals Online is classified as second. Third place is Michelle Mancusi for the Friction Racing car. And Rachel, that Friction Racing car falling down the field a little bit.
They are indeed, but there's still a long way to go, so they can pull that one back. 7 seconds behind the leader, behind Radicals. So not a great stop there for Friction, but it's, like I say, still a long time to get things fixed. Michelle Mancusi, we know he's fast. He can get this done if he can work his way past this lap traffic he's currently experiencing.
Well, there we can see the Friction Racing car of Michelle Mancusi just working himself around a little bit of traffic for the time being. Just behind them, though, we've got ourselves an interesting scrap going on between Andre Martins and Bas Lob. This is the battle for Phoenix Motorsports, Kevin Tweakers. 1 second separating those drivers at the moment at the rear of your P field. But then down in your GT field, Gunnar Moore and Petra Gorowski having a nice, great little scrap going on here for P number 7, iRacing Denmark versus V.R.S. Cam.
Yes, you shifted battles on me here. Yeah, VRS and Denmark Assault, actually, excuse me. This Denmark Assault has had to claw their way back up through the field. I mean, beforehand, they were doing a very good job running away with P1. Now, after a disconnection issue or some kind of trouble, I believe there was issues there. Gunnar Moore is now in the car, and he's looking to recover all the positions that they unfortunately lost.
Yeah, and that car of Gunnar Moore having a fallopian experience as he works himself now down through a big bend, down in towards, once again, the hairpin. Looking down to see a little bit of traffic there, bulking any potential move he could have had, Rachel. But this scrap is great. It's a 3-car scrap as well. We're having a look from Gunnar Moore. Ahead of him is Kevin Cox, who is in the Revs Sim Racing UK car. Now you can see actually the Assault Racing car looking down to the inside, and he will try and get that pass complete. Indeed,
yeah,
he does.
Heavy traffic now.
I guess you could say he assaulted for the position.
Yes. 2 hours into this race, we're already going into a couple of interesting phases, and yet Gunnar Moore now up a position, so he gets himself a little bit of breathing room from the car behind him as well. We do have a car scored on pit road. We'll try and zoom our camera in, figure out who that is, and it's a number 79 car there, who gets himself the Slipstream Racing car back out and away. That is Martin Ensman coming out off the racetrack in the Slipstream Racing machine there, Rachel. And not the necessarily day that he would have wanted in that number 79 car, running 9th place in the GTC class.
Not necessarily, but they're still in a good position, and those Slipstream guys have been pushing really well so far today. And, you know, I keep saying it, but there's a long way to go. I think they have the potential to go further in this one, and I like what they're doing.
Yeah.
They're not the front of the pack, but remember what happened with Team Tortoise Racing in the 24 Hours of Spa?
Oh,
they
indeed,
weren't the fastest, they weren't to the front, they ended up winning.
As we're having a look actually now at Rev Sim Racing UK to VRS, because they are going side by side.
I said that.
And Rev Sim Racing UK, they tried to go down into the corner, and I believe that Rev Sim Racing UK are playing the Auto Defense Straight card right now as they come down in towards turn number 5. Big Ben once again just holding on, Cam.
Alright, these guys, as we have said, these guys in this GT classes, there are prototype cars around. It creates huge issues as both classes are trying to have a battle. I believe both of those prototype cars are fighting for position as well. No, they're not actually. It's just difficult to have this battle going on when there's prototype cars coming at you and there's C-Spec cars you got to look to get around. Kevin Cox is able to keep that car ahead of Piotr Jadowski, as I butchered that last name once again. We'll get a kill count for that, just as like we have for the cones, as They are looking to... Peter is just making him go very defensive into the corners, and you can only do that for so long in the GT40. 40.
Now,
44.
Yeah,
44, I said it. I got it. I covered it.
Martin Piatella continues to lead the way, however, Rachel, in that Coanda Sim Sports car. They were a little bit shaky in that second stint, and I think that might have been a little bit about the double stinting, but we need to remember how technologically advanced these cars are. You know, they are the epitome of, well, the endurance racing series. It's not like the Ford GT, which is really, you know, almost a bit of a panjandrum as far as that one's concerned. But, sorry, a panjandrum even. But this is, you know, a 21st century car. It is amazingly fast. And it's got all the technological achievements of it. And Coanda SimSport are just using that downforce perfectly.
They are indeed, and Coanda have always been pretty impressive on the track. Of course, they had Martin Kroenke at the helm for the 24 Hours of Spa. Whether he'll be showing up here or not today, I don't know yet, but we'll find out. They are perfectionists. They don't make mistakes. We saw that during Spa. They managed to run 24 hours with some incredibly long stints and keep it going. And here at this twisty, tight, problematic little track, well, it's nothing quite the same. It's a lot more intensive for the drivers, and they're still doing this exact same thing. They are the epitome of consistency.
They are indeed. I'm just having a look down into our GTC field very quickly. New words, please. But the GTC field has kind of spread out now a lot, Cam. And whilst we had some close battling in the middle stints of this, really, it's kind of calmed down quite a lot now, that GTC field.
Yes, I think just between the pits, the prototypes, and the Fords coming through, they are starting to separate out. Virgil Racing, though, is still absolutely coming away with the field. He is the only one out of the entire GTC field that is only 7 laps off the leader, where everyone else is 8 laps off the leader. So he's doing a very good job having that much of a gap, really.
As we're now going to have a look on board with Wyatt Gooden in the #1 Radicals Online car. We have actually got Paul Ilbrink with us from the Radicals Organisation. Currently running in P2, Paul. Not a bad first 2 and a bit hours of this race.
No, we're a bit disappointed with our 5th position in qualifying, so I'm happy I managed to keep the car pretty much to the front and close to the leaders, and it's up to Wyatt to make the final moves now.
And now you can see as we ride along board with him, the gap to your race leader is about 2.6 seconds. It's been very close between yourself, Friction Racing, and Coanda SimSport. As we get into the middle stage of this race, is it going to be consistency that is going to be critical? Do you think that you need to push? And how close do you think the fuel game is going to be between you 3 teams?
I think it's pretty close. I don't think it will be a big difference. It's just about when everybody's going to make the stop. And we seem to make a position now.
Yeah, the Coanda spin actually. There you can see Marty Piatella, an unforced error then. And look at the amount of time it's taking for him to get around. We're going to get ourselves a replay of this. But Coanda SimSport, an unforced error after we were singing their praises. This is going to be down, I think, into the 3, 4, 5 complex once again. Here you can see Marty Piatella. He doesn't get helped around there as he comes through 4 into 5. And gets himself in the curb, and then just under power, the rear end completely kicks out on him. That is huge, Cam. He does get a tiny bit of front end damage. We need to try and get ourselves a better camera angle once he actually gets out of that. But we don't see Coanda SimSport making mistakes like this.
We really don't, and you can say tires or anything like that. That corner, first of all, it's the devil's corner. That one right there, it's not a corner that I am very good at myself, so even if these guys are making mistakes, it doesn't make me feel that bad. You start getting on the power just a few percent more as the corner does quickly shift away into the dirt. You can very quickly find yourself looping the car around, as Marty Piatella and a few other drivers have seen today. Marty should be able to recover, but there's just now a monumental gap as far as the distances that we've had seen up until this the 2 hours prior to this. So it's going to be interesting to see how Coanda is going to try and get their positions back. But right now, it is just going to be, well, it's going to have to be an assault all night long, as I believe Anders Dahl spins out.
Oh, so Anders Dahl, 2 class leaders in one go, very quickly. We'll get ourselves a replay of Dahl in just 1 moment's time, if we can.
Okay, no.
No, it's not Anders Dahl by the looks of it, but very quickly, Paul, the inverse curse of the commentators there. You are now leading the race. How important do you think those 13 seconds are going to be in 3 hours and 51 minutes time?
I think it's going to be huge. I mean, we have clean air and everybody behind need to pick up the pace more to get closer, I think. So I think we're looking good.
Well, we'll talk to you a little bit later on. Paul Ilbrink for the Radicals organisation. We've also got Alex Simpson as well. He sounds like he's scraping a plate. But Alex, welcome to the RaceSpotTV booth once again. The Apex cars not been doing bad overall. We've got another spinner there down, and that is Nilton Carvalho. That is the Phoenix Motorsports number 64 car, having a spin down. I believe that was down at Cunningham Corner. It's either Cunningham or Tower Corner. But hi, Alex.
Yep. Hi guys. How's this race all going? Looks exciting.
It was, and you came along, and all of a sudden it's got even more exciting. There you can see the spin down at Cunningham for the Phoenix number 64 car. Now he has got to be careful when he rejoins the racetrack not to come out onto the racing line, otherwise he will get a penalty from race control when unsafe rejoining the racetrack. But it does look as though he plays that one easy. But as far as Apex are concerned, overall for Apex today, and of course you're not managing 1 but 3 teams here, it's been a pretty good day. Your P-car team, we'll start with them first, running in 7th place overall, your lowest placed car as far as 3 classes are concerned.
Yeah, unfortunately we got hit by the driver swap bug on that last stop, and we were sat there for quite a while. It's put us a lap down, so yeah, a bit gutted about that. We were certainly on a massively different strategy to everybody else. We could eke our fuel out and know that we could go for quite a few less stops if everything goes to plan, and of course that little issue at the start played right into our hands as well. Car's good on the long run, so yeah, a little bit gutted with that. And I think we got tied up with a Ford GT earlier on as well. So yeah, not going to plan, but we'll stick with it because you never know what can happen.
And of course, we're talking about Tim Mawson in there in the number 73 GTC car. He's one who's had the biggest issues of the day, in the fact that he was involved in that moment where his car was turned upside down. He is back onto the track after getting himself some repairs, but not really the sort of day that that car would have wanted to have had either. No,
unfortunately, I think with luck doesn't seem to be on our side with that. He was battling well, doing pretty decent after being handed off from Antoine, and I think there was about 5 or 6 cars all battling for position. Just got flipped with the leaders of the P class coming through as well. But yeah, and then of course got turned as he was coming into the pit, so it went from bad to worse for Tim there. And he's still in the car. We're just going to finish off his stint now and pass it back to Trevor and Antoine, and they're going to bring it home and see if we can make up some places towards the end of the race.
Now, you going to stick with us for a little bit?
Well, as you heard, I was scraping a plate there, so I'm just enjoying my Sunday dinner. So the luxuries of driver swaps, I think, is that I can enjoy my roast while participating in a race.
Well, okay, well, we'll let you eat your Sunday dinner. Feel free to chip in at any point. But there you can see the gap now between the Radicals Online and Friction Racing. Before we let you go, what is in the roast dinner?
There's roast beef today.
Oh, very
lovely.
Nice.
Yeah.
Very nice. Yorkshire puddings.
Yeah, Yorkshire puddings, roast potatoes, peas, carrots, mixed veg, all that. It's lovely.
Well, I'm the only one out of this commentary booth team who hasn't eaten here today, and I'm the one that's incredibly hungry. But you've had Tootsie Rolls.
Oh, boy.
More than I've had.
That's a meal.
Riding along board with Maxim Ramstein even, as he is trying to close up to the rear of Ronald Gross in a battle for position. They can see Connaught Motorsports in 4th, Twisted Apex Racing in the 5th position as they come down in towards Sunset Bend once again. So some good little scraps, Rachel, but I think arguably the thing here is that we're into that middle stage of the race, and that is when team fatigue is going to kick in, and of course driver fatigue kicking in quite a bit as well now.
Well, obviously, yeah, you're starting to get people having different cycles of what they're going to be doing when they're not on the track, and concentration starts to wane, especially for drivers, especially for the crew. And it will really impact how this race goes in this middle stint. I think, like a 24-hour race, the final 2 hours or final hour and a half will be as action-packed and careful as the first hour and a half. It's this middle window, this twilight hours, where we're going to see lots of dodgy moments and just silliness.
And also what that does give, however, Cam, is if you're a fresh face, ready to get going, you've got a decent car underneath him, you can do what Ramstein is doing and really start closing up and making some time on the racetrack.
Yes, you start getting your faster drivers in. Maybe you started off on with a slower driver. Now, I am going to have to look into the rule book to figure out the minimum time drive requirements, as I don't know that off the top of my head for the Neo series, which I should. But, I mean, it's going to be an interesting challenge getting these different drivers into the cars, because most of these drivers are going to be doing multiple stints in the car over the course of the next 4 hours. So it could even come to the point where some drivers are fighting amongst themselves at different points through the race. So it's not even as much as which drivers they have available, it's which drivers the other cars are also putting into their cars at the same time.
Well, that is an incredibly good point. Don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, you can use the hashtag IRNeo throughout the course of today's broadcast, as we've got side-by-side racing here between Ramstein with a cone. There's a cone involved in there as well, Rachel. Goss is going to lose that position. Ramstein, I believe, has got a cone attached to the front of his car, just being kicked out of the way as they come through Sunset.
Well, that's another cone disaster for us to deal with today. Of course, not what we like to see on RaceSpotTV, because those poor cones are the innocent victims of motorsport. But we call cutting the apex very, very tightly well.
Yeah, as we have a look down into Sunset, Ben wasn't able, had to slot back into line on that twisted Apex Racing UK car. Let's see if we can get ourselves another look actually from the rear of Gross as they work themselves down that back stretch. In the Connor Motorsports car, you can see it get themselves past the Radicals Racing UK car as well. As they come down into the corner, you will just about be able to see here, cone disappearing right at the end there. Thankfully that cone didn't get lodged underneath the car cam, because that could have been a game over day for them.
Yes, you get these cones lodged in different places, especially, I don't necessarily know how they get stuck in the prototypes, but I know that in the 4GT they can, have massive issues. Now, I do have word from Race Control, of course. The Class 1 leader of Virgil Racing had a quick tap in the rear end from a 4GT earlier coming out of the Sunset Bend corner. No further action. It was just a racing incident only, as I believe both cars were able to get away with no damage as it were. So the Virgil Racing car back underway and continuing to be the leader in the C3 class.
Well, having a look then at Wyatt Goodham, who still continues to lead the way in the Radicals car, as he is working himself towards the hairpin right now, and that gap between himself and Michelle Mancusi is now up to 10 seconds on the racetrack. So this is one that we're going to have to keep an eye on. Ramstein having another look though as they come down. This is going to be a repeat, and that time Gross just cuts across on the outside line coming down into the corner. Ramstein has tried twice now in quick succession, not able to complete that pass, Rachel.
No, good try there. Very optimistic place to make it happen, but plenty more laps to go, Will.
Yeah, plenty of laps to go. We are currently working on lap number 70 for the leaders, for those of you who are stats gurus. So, as it stands, we are looking to get ourselves, I'd think, about 160, maybe 162 laps in. Let us know, use the hashtag IRNeo, how many laps you think is going to be completed in this race. A couple of shout outs and tweets that we have. Simon Trendell, IRNeo out the time to GT car after 2 hours, tough conditions at the end of the stint. Virgil Racing still in the lead after 2 hours of racing. Andre Lesuc now behind the wheel. Hashtag IRNeo. Neil Heckins about to get into the car for the number 14 iRacing Lions car. Hashtag IRNeo. A couple of tweets as well from Apex Racing UK. Rutgers Kev, our car is a handful. When I get into the car, I'll be happy to just finish. Hashtag IRNeo. But
quick jump in, Will. Simon Trendle on the forums actually wanted me to point out, because he posted specifically, he's getting annoyed with your pronunciation. It is Trendle, not Trendell.
Well, I do apologise to him. He is running though.
He's the man who suggested your challenge, by the way, for the words.
He is still running in the number 87 car, however. Third place in the GTC class. And actually, running himself in a bit of no man's land. I was talking about this a little bit earlier on. that a lot of these guys are running themselves in no man's land in that GTC car class, Rachel, because they're all pretty much, you know, about 10 seconds separating each other. The only exception to that is between the Apex racing car of Tim Mawson and Jonathan Bootel in the new World Simsport car.
Yeah, they are. They're actually pretty close together, which is unusual, but it's even more endurance when you actually can't see other cars on the track, or all you're doing is passing and being passed, especially in the C-Spec where you're being passed all the time. They fall into a rhythm, and you're going to see more incidents of cars from other classes colliding with them than with each other. So it's more of a survival game for those boys.
As far as Martin Piatella is concerned, ever since his incident, he is now about 7 seconds behind your P-class leader, which is Wyatt Gooden. He's actually 6.8 seconds behind Michel Mancusi, who in turn is 11 seconds behind Gooden, so I take that one back. But Piatella struggling on this set of tyres right now as Wyatt Gooden works himself down towards Sunset Bend. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to spend a lap riding along board then with your P-class leader, which is Wyatt Gooden. Step aside, enjoy this lap on board with your overall race leader. So, ladies and gentlemen, there is a lap on board with your P-class race leader. Just to give you an update, by the way, Ramstein still continuing to battle with Ronald Gross in the battle for P4 Coet Motorsport and Twisted Apex Racing, still battling as they have been doing so for pretty much this entire stint. We are getting close now to 2.5 hours into this event as we're having a look there at that battle for P4 in your P-class. As you want to look away and have a look into your GT class, and you're actually right on board with this guy, Nilton Carvello, in the Phoenix Motorsports number 64 car, because Cam all over the rear of Kevin Cox in number 31 machine.
Yes, he is. Even despite that rear wing damage that he is able to put a lot of pressure on that Rev Sim Racing car, as they do have to let that prototype car get through, which they do without incident. Thankfully, the prototype caught them just at the right time as they enter the Le Mans turns here before they head down the straight. So not sure if that rear wing damage is going to be helping him at all coming through the straight. I imagine it's going to be a huge differential in speed, which it doesn't look like it is so far. But that battle right now, of course, something to keep an eye on, as we do have quite a few battles on track to keep track of.
Ladies and gentlemen, by the way, a public service announcement. If you don't want to know the results of the Formula 1 race, which, to be fair, you're a spectator, you've probably watched it already, unless you're one of us lot. If you're going to use Twitter, just like cover up on your mobile phone the bottom 2/3 of your screen, because apparently it's full of it. Or if you do want to know the results of the F1, just go into any of your favourite motorsports websites. I'm sure they'll be able to tell you. We've got Jonas van Working, by the way, on pit road in the Radicals Racing UK. Number 36 machine, making himself a pit stop and a driver change. So a new driver getting into that, Cam.
Yes, now I'm almost wondering, is this going to be an alternate strategy, or are we entering about that time for the third round of pit stops?
No, we're getting close there. I mean, these guys pitting every 45 to 55 minutes. So that pit window is kind of open. It's about a 34.5 second stop out and away there for Jonas van Working in the number 36 Radical Racing UK car. So we are back into a window, Rachel. But again, I think as this race progresses, that pit window gets more and more spread out.
It is, and it's going to be a bit of a problem because it's going to be harder to find people on track. But no, Radical Racing UK's car there, good stop there from them. Drivers hop out now. Long double stint there from Van Verke, whereas other drivers have already stopped at least twice. These guys, seem to be just the two of them, so obviously splitting this one up in a rather different way.
Yes, we saw that yesterday, of course, with the R4R Motorsports car.
And they won, but not sure I expect that from this team. They're a bit far down at the moment. But they are on the lead lap for the GTs, so anything is possible.
Riku Alatalo battling right now with one of the Apex Racing UK cars, riding on board with him. And the number 40 GT cars works himself through Big Ben down towards a hairpin once again. And Alatalo running third in class, Lee Thompson running second in class right now. A very small gap between the two of these two drivers. Actually, no, Thompson goes wide. That allows Alatalo to go past there, Cam.
Yes, the pressure from the Glacier Racing car just came up, I think it was rather quickly. I don't believe the Glacier had been sitting behind the Apex Racing car for too long, and that's almost a good thing to attack when you just get there. Your opponent doesn't necessarily know where to go in the defensive, and Apex Racing car of Lee Thompson there just overdid it as he's still has trouble getting under the power there, almost tapped into the wall, but he is now under power. No further issues there, as he will only lose the one position to Riku Alatalo in the Glacier Racing car. So that puts Glacier Racing up into P2. I believe, Will, we are being corrected on our earliest statement about them not necessarily having a good package for Sebring.
Yep, as they can see, Alatalo up into P2, and there you can see the number 34 car coming behind the trees there of Apex Racing UK, with Lee Thompson behind the wheel. So a couple of people have made another pit stop here. Just having a look to see how many people have. So just having a look at Ramstein then. He's still kind of behind Groves, but is kind of fallen back now to about 1.4 seconds. So that battle continues to rage on. Stefan Overgaard has made a pit stop. The number 44 team, Aspen Motorsports, they made themselves another stop, but we know, Rachel, they're on a very different strategy. They're about 20 minutes earlier than most other people.
Yeah, they have, and well, it's obviously time now for alternate strategies, so we might start seeing things really shake up in this pack.
And also, you've got Ridge Jacobs right behind him right now as they battle for position. There you can see Friction Racing, Ridge Jacobs just 0.2 of a second back as they work themselves down in towards, I believe that's turn number 13 once again. And Friction Racing, this isn't the race I think Friction Racing expected, Rachel, in that GT class.
It's definitely not. I mean, Friction Racing are certainly one of the teams we think of when we think of endurance racing, and it's not gone their way. These things happen in racing, though. It is, after all, lots of cars on the same track, and accidents happen. So you can't just say, well, they're good at this time, well, they'll be good at this one as well. And Friction have, yeah, they can still come back from this, but it'll be hard work. They're 2 laps down, though, from the race leaders in their class. That's pretty much over, unfortunately.
iRacing, Denmark Assault team come out of pit road. Another car, I believe that was a P car, came onto pit road as well. I have a feeling that might have been Ramstein. It was the same kind of colour. It was kind of a long stop actually for Gunnermore in that car, as it's going to tick over the 1 minute mark. So potentially then some issues to Gunnermore and that iRacing Denmark Assault team. So we'll have to come back to that one and see what the issue is in a couple of moments' time. It could be an issue concerning the swapping of drivers there. But as I say, another car did come onto pit road that time by, and we have had this driver onto pit road recently. That is Daniel Plaza in the number 17 car, making himself a stop on the racetrack. And also, yep, Maxim Ramstein did indeed make a stop there, Cam, as well, at some point.
Yes, somewhere he managed to get in there, as this Denmark Assault Racing team is just not having a good day right now with what is going on. They had issues beforehand, which dumped them to the back of the end of the field. Now they're having issues on
issue
field.
with Ramstein. He's just lost his car. This is down at the hairpin. Sorry to interrupt you there, but he lost that car at the hairpin. He did get hit as well. Replay for that one is coming up on your screen. Let's figure out what happened then to Maxim Ramstein. I believe there is a GT driver involved in that. I want to see what the hit was, who it was, whether it was a P car or a GT car. This is him coming down into the hairpin. Now, it is the number 44 car as they come out the corner. Ramstein loses that one. He's all by himself. Cuts across that number 44 car. That is the Stefan Overgaard machine there, I believe. So there we are. Confirmation. It is Aspen Motorsports, Stefan Overgaard. But Ramstein, I think, is now out of this race, Rachel.
He could well indeed. I've not had a chance to see this one yet, but watching the replay back now, he seems to take his normal line, and I think we have a bit of aero loose, or I don't really like doing, stepping beyond that third wall of the commentary booth. The dreaded net code strikes.
As they come through the hairpin there, and Aspen Motorsports, I believe just no real damage to him there, but they continue along the way. We'll get an update on Ramstein as well, see whether he brings
he is not going to the pits.
Road, so he stays out to do another lap. So whatever happened to him, it's not going to be so substantial that he has to bring his car onto pit road just yet. Of course, he might try and get some repairs the next time he will visit pit road. Darren Kirk, Apex Racing, is on pit road right now. Rear wing issues for that car. Some very bad rear wing issues for that car, actually. But a new driver getting into that machine. Have a look at the pit time for him, up to 20 seconds. Expect to top around the 35-second mark. He's going to take fuel and tyres, Cam.
Yes, and I believe we're going to see quite a few more people coming down into pit lane, as that Twisted Apex car seems to be doing okay. But I believe since they just got out of the pits, that is going to be, well, not necessarily a good thing to have to come in right after your pit stop, but sometimes damage causes these things.
Yeah, as again, it's a long stop there for the Apex Racing car, as they get a new driver in the number 4 car, getting set hopefully to go back and away in just one moment's time. So we'll give you an update once we get back from that one. Got a couple of cars also circulating on the racetrack right now, as you can see once again your race leader Wyatt Gooden was leading the way for Radicals Online with a 16-second advantage over Friction Racing. Our third round of pit stops coming up in just a couple of moments here on RaceSpotTV. You're watching the Neo Endurance Series. We will be right back. Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're about 2.5 hours in today's event here on RaceSpotTV. We've had our third different leader, as Wyatt Gooden has now led for most of this series. We've actually had 5 different lead changes. I take that back. In the P class, we have had Wyatt Gooden for Radical Steel Series. We have had Friction Racing. We've had also Commander Simsports, and the guy who you see here, Current Motorsport, leading 2 laps, and Twisted Apex Racing leading 1 lap here today. But it started this race in that P class about it all being co-handed domination, as we saw in Spa about a month ago, and then it kind of went Friction's way. Then Friction had some issues. Then Martin Peter spun his race car. Now it's Wyatt Gooden who leads away, as 2.5 hours of this race are scored complete. Looking on board then with Wyatt Gooden in the Radicals Online car, as he's got a little bit more traffic to try and get past this coming lap as he comes down in towards turn number 1 once again. Will Vincent still here along with Rachel Whiteford and Cam Walsh here on RaceSpotTV. Don't forget you can follow us at RaceSpotTV. Also use the hashtag IRNeo. Got ourselves gonna get ourselves a word from the number 4 car there of Kirk, and it looks as though that your day may well be done, Darren.
Yeah, unfortunately so.
Of course, it is the elementary, unfortunate pit bug which seems to have clutched a couple of these drivers. Unfortunately for you guys, it does look as though you've had some form of an issue on pit road. That car also had a bit of rear wing damage. Take us through what happened to that.
Yeah, basically going into turn 1 was behind 2 Ford GTs. So I sort of went up the inside, missed my braking point a little, and drifted and missed the apex, and one of the Ford GTs of Asprey Motorsport hit the back. So it was completely my fault. I can't blame them or anything, so sorry.
But
earlier on we got tagged by another car slightly, and I think we just used our 2 fast toes up. So just as said, too much damage, we're done.
So you are done for this race. Unfortunate, but of course there's another 4 rounds in this championship campaign. In about a month's time we head over to America's Car Park and Circuit of the Americas. Hopefully you're looking for better luck there.
Yeah, I'd just like to apologise to all my teammates as well for screwing that one up. But I'm sure we'll have a bit of a better race next time.
Well, the Apex Racing TV car, which had Liam Williams at the wheel, unfortunately having to retire, Rachel.
Yeah, that's really sad for them. They've been doing pretty well so far. Unfortunately to see one of their cars go, but they have still got several more left in this race, so for the team itself, not everything is over. For that one team, heartbreak this early in the race.
Now, just having a look at the Virgil Racing car, riding on board with him. In fact, we're going to ride a lap on board with this Virgil Racing car. This will show you the differences between the the P car and the GTC car. We'll get a lap with the GT car a little bit later on. But the key thing of this car is its rear engine, and also, you know, it's not got as much horsepower, anywhere near as much grip as our P car has, Cam.
Yes, these rough cars are can even be a bit of a handful. I know we like to think that the slower cars are easier to drive, but this car can definitely catch you out if you're not worried. So it's good to see Virgil Racing, even after having that spin out of turn 17, to have no further issues. He is still far and away ahead of the Dart Frogs Racing car, but this rear-engine car can really catch you out, especially if you're getting bumpy over the curves or how you're applying your throttle. It seems pretty temperamental when you're trying to get on the throttle, but these guys are doing a very, very good job of it so far, this 2 hours and 30 minutes into our 6-hour race here, Will.
And Rachel, as far as the Virgil Racing car goes, again, we talked earlier, looking to expel some demons from a month ago. So far, no real incidents from that team. But they've got to keep it on the racetrack, and they've got to drive the next 3 hours and 21 the same way that they've driven the past 2 hours and, what, 30 and a bit? 42.
Yeah, well, of course, main problem here is, and it needs to be addressed, iRacing's driver swap feature. We all love it, we all want to use it. It's spawned a massive upturn in endurance racing for cars that had previously started to see a downturn. But this needs to get sorted. This bug is starting to really impact races. Cars and drivers that do not deserve these massive penalties are getting either cars dropped out of orbit or automatic tows, and this is not racing. This is causing us lots of problems. We're seeing cars that really should be in contention no longer in position, so it's a tough one to call, but something that needs to be sorted out.
As there's a lap on board with the Virgil racing car as he continues along the way, and his gap now over the Dart Frogs is 24.3 seconds. And the Dart Frogs earlier on, Cam, they were in some really close battles, but now they've just kind of like stormed away, doing their own thing. There you can see they've got a 41.6 second gap over SRM Motorsports, who they're battling so heavily with earlier on.
Well, to the victor go the spoils. They've been doing a very good job keeping their nose clean, and they're right now being the best of the rest. And I guess when you have a car like Virgil Racing, that's the best you can do.
Stefan Coppin, so he is involved in a nice little battle. We saw this one a little bit earlier on. It's picked back up again as he's trying to catch up to the rear of Richard Albert. It's a battle for P5 in that C3 class, Rachel. And it's a battle that's gone on for a while, as the GTC car even almost got tapped ahead of him, as the Talk Freak racing car just having to give way, and that's actually put him now 1.2 seconds back. But I think that this is going to be one that will go on for at least the next hour or so, and it's one of them that, again, momentum will come quite often through pit stops. You can get out ahead of your competition. You're not necessarily going to pull away that much, but what you will do, you'll have the upper hand, you have the psychological upper hand, then you're forcing the opposing team to start attacking, whereas you have been doing the same thing previously. And of course, we all know once you attack, you can make about as many mistakes if you're playing on defense.
Yep, and just seeing Kevin Cox is heading out of the pits for Sim Racing UK. No, I mean, this middle stint of the race, Will, I'd say that it's less like a battle and more like a dance, because these cars will be passing one another occasionally, but one will be passed, one will pass back, the other one will pass, they'll be passed back. It'll be a long, flowing exchange of positions, and it becomes a lot more graceful, a lot less rushed. Drivers giving each other room, having fun actually. So it'll be kind of fun to see this stage evolve.
Yes, so we're going to have a look now at the Rev Sim Racing UK car of Cox back onto the racetrack as he works himself down towards the hairpin once again. Pit road's a pretty somber place right now, no one really classified.
Action wheels on the main straight, 3 wide, Commander and Friction. Commander getting past Friction as we go 3 wide with a Ford GT and a roof.
Yeah, so we'll get see if we can have a look at that, and there you can see Kawanda Simsport and Friction Sim Racing. We'll see if we can get ourselves a replay of that. Our cameras were looking elsewhere at that point in time. There's a huge gaggle of cars ahead of them as well. So actually we'll stay along board for the time being with Kawanda Simsport's Marty Piatella, because they're going to have to find a way past a lot of traffic, and thankfully, no, because look at this, you've got GT passing GTC, and Marty Piatella having to choose a lane almost onto the grass there as they come down into the hairpin. That was a do-or-die move there for Kawanda Simsport. He found a gap that didn't really exist, that was a bit like Run Hunter Ray over Elio Castroneves at this year's Indy 500, Cam.
My goodness, that is a lightning fast decision-making skills and then execution of it. That right there is textbook. He managed to put a car into a place that, well, we were rather jumpy about, and now he has pulled a huge gap over the car that he has been fighting with for quite a few laps now. Michael Mancusi, and now Marty is going to have enough space. He can start putting down laps, and we'll see if he can come through and start pulling out a gap to get back up front.
And here's the issue. You see right here, tap of the brakes there, and I think Kawanda knew at that point that he'd have the speed lost. Friction was actually alongside as they came down into the corner, but then Friction getting bulked by a GT car. We'll get ourselves another look at that, but that is the sort of things that you have to do if you are a GT car. And I wanted to actually get this look from Mancusi. As you can see right here, there's a tap of the brakes, and then the Commander car goes to the outside, he goes down to the inside, and the Friction Racing car almost running over that Ford GT, Rachel.
I gotta say, that was one of the most amazing moves of this race. I got a feel though for Talk Free Racing number 81 car of Stefan Kuppens, because he must have had an absolute moment when the friction car went to his outside and the Coanda to his inside. He got used as a pick by those P1 cars. That was absolutely amazing. Yeah, I mean, this is halfway in the race, you know, this isn't the end. And that was just an absolute masterful navigation of traffic by those two. They managed to continue their battle and pick their way through what was essentially gridlock. So, wow, amazing, amazing racing. Even when I'm said this is the kind of sedate dancing phase, they are still battling tooth and nail.
And just to give you an update, they have actually just hit it by the look of it. They're coming up with a pit stop to my time, and in fact, look at this, there's a lot of traffic around them once again. As they can see, Martin Piatella trying to get past Maxime Ramstein as they work themselves now down into the next sequence of corners. And Wyatt Gooden now has led 22 laps of this event. He's getting close now to passing the Friction Racing car. And of course, what this does, it provides us a useful indicator. We know that the next round of pit stops is very close now, about 3 or 4 laps away, Cam, maximum.
Yes, we're going to be seeing these guys coming in pretty darn soon. Actually, oh jeez, every single time they take that final turn, I always think they're coming into the pits, but they are not. That is just normal lines. We do have one car coming in that is the Gathering a Tweakers prototype car. It is well as a couple of 4 GTs, but nothing other than that. So it should be interesting to see how these guys are going. And I almost start wondering, when do you start maybe thinking about doing a short stint on fuel to try and figure out a way to get your fuel mileage to where you could come out ahead of somebody, hold the position, and then get a full fuel tank later?
Quick point, Will. Coanda found themselves another victim, and that is the Twisted Apex Racing Team car of Balaz Remening. He's about to fall victim to that Coanda car as they head through turn 1.
Yeah, as we'll ride a battle on board then with Martin Piatella, and that is the Twisted, there's a car just ahead of actually of Remnier, because they come out of corner number 5 through Big Ben down towards the hairpin. Now, how much of a battle will be put up here as they come down into the hairpin? Coanda looking down to the inside, no room going to be given, so back into line. Piatella will go, but it gets a much better run there out of the corner. This will give them the opportunity to try and make a pass as they come down in towards Cunningham corner. This is a good passing opportunity, but you've got to be brave, you've got to be quick. You see Piatella looking down to the inside, and again, not quite close enough, and there's a sense of urgency coming through here from Piatella, Cam.
Yes, absolutely. This Twisted Apex Racing team is, whilst on pace, definitely not whom Coanda is considering right now. His main foe, as it were, is pulling away from him right now, and that who's that car in front of him in position 2?
He's going to be passed. No, he won't. Down into the S's. That was mighty close there, and Coanda had the outside line, but it's allowed Mancusi back into the battle.
Yes, what I think that Remenek's been doing, which has just been great, is absolutely nothing. He is driving his line. He is not letting any pressure get to him. And I've noticed this from 3 or 4 turns now, that he is just running his basic line. And that is, well, it's keeping his position.
Coming out of the final corner then, there you can see Piatella, but you can also see from this camera angle that you've got back into the mix Michel Mancusi, and this is why Coanda wanted to pull away, get past and put away as quickly as possible. Now pushing a little bit wide there was the Twisted Apex Racing car. That's going to allow potentially a half move once again for Coanda. It doesn't happen, and there's a little bit of GT traffic involved in the mix there as well. I believe that's the Radicals online car, is it? Yes, it is. I believe this Radicals Racing UK car. And that's going to get out of the way, run the high side there. But here comes Coanda once again down to the inside as they come down into the hairpin. And again, Coanda can't get past. And again, Michel Mancusi is right there looking to pick up any of the pieces, Rachel.
Yeah, Martin Piatella might get a little nervous soon. We saw how he had to make that split-second decision earlier in the downtown traffic that was Sector 1. But he might have to make another move like that soon on that Twisted Apex Racing car, because Mancusi is all over him and might well get the jump on him if he finds the opportunity. Well,
yeah, as you can see then, Friction Racing running themselves in 5th, but the gap between P3 P5 is pretty much nothing as it stands right now. Just behind them, you've got, I believe Andre Martin's made himself a pit stop recently. In fact, Andre Martin, I believe, is on pit road. So driver swap for him as he's making a pit stop. But something's not completely right on their pit stop there. So we'll see if we can get an update as to what happened to him. Indeed, there's an issue for that Phoenix Motorsports car. It does look as though that is an issue to that. So they will not be going anywhere for the time being. Through Sunset Bend then, this three-way battle. And does either of them come on towards pit road? We are in that pit window. No, they don't. They all stay on the racetrack as we have a look now from the rear of Rentiniak as they come down in towards turn number one to get. And that is pretty much the same views he's going to have in his rear view mirrors as Piatella, well, pushing a little bit tight into the corner. That allowed Mancusi to have a half little look down to the outside into free there.
Yeah, this is turning into a Formula 1 race during the middle of this one, Will.
You can't say Formula 1 race, Rachel, because someone's going to say...
I got spoiled.
Yeah, someone's...
I didn't see a result, did I?
I don't care, no, it doesn't matter.
For me earlier. Whilst I was looking for information on this race, doing a service for you, the viewer, I had the result given to me accidentally on Facebook. Oh, no. So unfortunately, I know I'm not going to say anything. But this is turning into our own little battle for a title right here, because Piatella is under serious pressure, and this is harder racing than I thought we'd see this deep into the race.
Yes, and ladies and gentlemen, I am going to spoil it. The winner of the 2014 Abu Dhabi Grand Prix was Max Chilton, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations to Max Chilton on his win. As you can see, Reniak actually still holding on as we've had one of the other guys come on towards pit road. So Gooden, we do expect him on towards pit road soon, as there you can see just behind Remniak. And this is costing a lot of time as well. And this is the issue now for Karanda. They lost 2 seconds that last lap to Wyatt Goodham. They'll lose again about 2 seconds, and now Goodham and Reniak actually has got himself a little bit of an advantage, because the number 80 car that you just see at the rear of your shop there, he kind of bowled both Karanda and Friction down into Le Mans Cam.
Yes, and of course you can catch a rough out at really inopportune times, and that did not go well for Martini in that car. So there we go. We've got so much traffic happening on the front lane I couldn't actually select anybody, as we do have more people coming into the pits. Marti Piatella is well, how long do you wait until you have to push as hard as you can to get by somebody? This is costing, this is costing a lot of time. And it is going to start frustrating Martinez. He has to back out of turn 3, where he had issues earlier getting the power down. And, I mean, I think he's going to throw it here into the hairpin, Will.
Well, the thing is, again, they lost 2 seconds that last lap to Wyatt Goodham. And he's nowhere near close enough, because they had to go single file on that run into the hairpin. And he doesn't get actually the line he wants out of it. So the run down into Cunningham is going to be basically no opportunity to pass once again. And also, to give him a little bit of release, Michel Mancusi is now 1.1 seconds from the rear of him. So that's one little bit of a price he has for the time being. But this is now costing you 2 seconds a lap, Rachel. It might almost be enough at this point. If you can't get past in 3 or 4 laps, come on to pit road.
Yeah, it could well be the time to go to pit road, get some clean air, go off sequence, and try and find a way around these cars in the cycle rather than on the track.
We've got Sebastian Job still, as we say, scored on pit road. A couple of people who's had some issues on pit road here today. Sebastian Job is one of them. Also, we have Andre Martins for Phoenix Motorsports. They are both having issues on pit road. Now, Victor Friedman for Lazy Man Racing is on pit road. As you can see him there, we'll just zoom our cameras into him, making a scheduled stop for him.
Here we go.
As we've got a pass now, here's Piatella. Piatella's going to try and make that pass, and see who's going to look around the outside of the Twisted Apex racing car. Sets it up perfectly. Twisted Apex comes onto pit road. Always is the case there. But we'll get ourselves another look then from Piatella. We're right on board with him as he is coming out of that corner, working himself down in towards Sunset Bend. You can see there he just gets the overspeed car ahead of him. In fact, what actually happened is he realized that that car that the Twisted Apex car moved out the way for wasn't going to get him until the very end of the corner. And then as that happened, Karanda came out and Twisted Apex came into pit road. Typical.
I have to say that has probably got to be one of the most aggravating things you could possibly imagine being. I wouldn't say that Commander is stuck behind the Twisted Apex Racing team car. Twisted Racing is doing a fine job on track. They're where they are for a reason. But Commander, I think, does have the ultimate pace. And to be behind a car that you know you're faster than for that many laps, and then they pit by the time you get side by side with them, just, that has got to be...
But Cam, the issue is, they were losing 2 seconds a lap there to Radicals. 2 seconds a lap. There was at least 5 laps. That's the reason why this gap is now 27 seconds.
Yes, and like that's just what I mean by how aggravating it is that you are behind this car, and then they pit just by the time you're getting by them.
Well, or they could have decided to come onto pit road because there was nothing more they could gain. So it could have actually been either one of those circumstances. But there you can see Michel Mancusi running himself in the 3rd position then for Friction Racing. As we've got the 95 car, Rachel's actually kind of got himself back onto pace now.
Yeah, they have. We had an update from Twitters with the 95 cars apparently setting the quickest time in the GTC class, and that's the hashtag IRNEO. Got any messages for us? Use that hashtag, that is hashtag IRNEO, and we'll try and read it out.
Yeah, Ahmed Yamin, by the way, is currently classified as your leader for New World Simsport in the number 50 machine for the GT class. Ruku Alataulo is, however, just 1 second back. So Alataulo, who started this race, sorry, Glacier, who started this race down the field now, Cam, are into position where they are only about a second away from taking their class lead.
Yes, and Riku was doing great up until you started talking about him, and then he totally eat the dirt there. But he's been doing a good job wheeling that car back up to the front. He has made 4 or 5 very difficult passes throughout his entire time in the car. I believe it's been at least past 1, maybe 2 pit stops for Riku Alatalo. But he is closing in quickly on that New World Simsport car of John Hall. A very good and very experienced for a GT driver, so this should be an interesting battle.
Confirmation, just to let you know, by the way, that Phoenix number 10 car is out of the race. Nothing they can do. They are out for the time being. As there you can see, the gap is 1 second. There is your first place driver, and there is P number 2, Riku Alatalo, in the number 40 machine. Just having a look down the field as well. There are a couple of close battles still going on. Once we get past the 3-hour mark, we are going to run through your entire field as it stands. But Wyatt Goodham leads this race now by 73 seconds, because we've had Piatella and also Mancusi come on towards... No, I take that back. That's completely lying, our timing and scoring. Piatella hasn't yet made another pit stop. He works himself past the start-finish line as they come back down in towards turn number 1, Rachel.
Yeah, but he has some lap traffic ahead of him, and I think that is... Does actually work out who it is.
It's the Apex Racing, one of the Apex... No, it's not the Apex car. We'll get confirmation of that in just one
It is the Apex
time.
Racing UK number 3 car.
Yes.
Who scored 1 lap down. Second of cars 1 lap down behind the KRT Motorsports car in 6th. That's Commander in 2nd, lapping 7th place, sorry. So yeah, this could well be... things got a bit more interesting now, as hopefully he will be able to get past that traffic, because it is not on his lap.
Yes, and there you can see there the gap between between the Apex Racing car and Martin Piatella, who runs himself 2nd place in class, however 27 seconds behind your race leader. And to give you an update, by the way, Cam, they were doing 1 minute 54s that last time by Martin Piatella. He did a 1 minute 50. So he did 1 minute 52.4, so 2 seconds faster.
Yes, and now it's all just going to be a matter of, well, I don't want to say patiently getting your lap times down, because that doesn't make any sense at all. But now he's just going to have to settle down. We're no longer attacking. We're no longer trying to overtake for position. Do your thing. Get your laps.
I believe that Carvalho actually just had a spin. Just going to see whether we can see anything on our screen for this one. But he was showing up very slowly on our timing. Yes, he did have a moment. So Carvalho did have a spin of some sort. We'll see if we can get ourselves a look at that one. But Nilton Carvalho in the number 64 car having a moment there in the Phoenix Motorsports number 64 car. Unfortunately, it doesn't look as though we are going to be able to get ourselves a replay of that one. But he spun his car and he's now down in the 8th position in class, Rachel.
Yeah, 8th position class, not what they probably wanted, but they'll try and get that recovered. There's still 3 hours left, Will.
There are indeed. We are getting close to the halfway point of this, the first round of the Neo Endurance Series. And with that, we're going to run through. There you can see your top 10 in the P class. It is Radicals from Coanda, from Friction, from Coronet, and Twisted Apex. They are your top 5. And then in the C2 class, it is Glacier Racing. They have just got themselves, by the looks of it, ahead of the Phoenix Motorsports car. So it's actually now Glacier Racing who lead. We are going to get confirmation of that before we go away. Actually, no, I take that back. It is still Ahmed Yamin. It's still leading the way as far as that one is concerned. There we get confirmation. So it is still New World Sim Sport leading the way over Glacier Racing. So that is how it stands right now. But ladies and gentlemen, as we get to the halfway point, time to step aside for just one moment, and we will be back in just a couple of minutes. We're continuing coverage here from the first round of the Neo Endurance Series. Stick with us.
The NASCAR Peak Antifreeze Series, powered by iRacing.com, has officially begun. It's all in control of Brad Davies in that 11 machine. Green flag flies. He's damn near banged up though. Now the 93 is going to push the 4 of Brian Day all the way up the wall. 4 wide down the super stretch point in the turn. And now the 93-39, the 3 machine goes around. Big trouble in the back. It's the race for the win up front.
Look behind him. They're 3 and 4 wide, trying to make a push to the front as the field gains speed in turn number 1. Kenny Humphrey, if he can rip it back to the start finish line, will win here at Daytona.
7 laps to go.
Oh,
As you love it.
here we go.
You love it. The 0-1 gets around. The 5 gets around. Big choke.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our second half of coverage here on RaceSpotTV for the Neo Endurance Series. They can see play clock leading 2 hours, 54 minutes remaining. And actually, Cam, that's a really important part for these teams and these drivers. They're past the halfway point. From here on, it's countdown. You've done half of it, just do exactly the same once again.
Yes, and it has been a good race so far. Quite a few highs, quite a few lows. A lot of issues with some traffic today. No contact, as it were, but a lot of people have been getting caught out by lap traffic. It has been good running so far from Radicals Online in the leading in the final hour, Commander in the first hour, and Friction in the second hour. So in the prototypes, it's been that story of the day, as everyone seems to still be going on pretty good and get ready for the final 3 hours.
Yeah, we're having a look then. Now down in the mid part of your field, you've got a nice little scrap going on between the 80 and the 82 car, Rachel, in the GTC class. This is between the F.I.R.S.T team with Dennis Garrison in it and the KRT GT Motorsports car, driven currently by Corey Davis.
Yeah, great battle going on between those two cars. Of course, lapping prototypes is going to cause them some hiccups, but could well provide a pick for that number 80 car to get past the 82.
And their teammates.
Yeah, as now we can see there, the KRT GT Motorsports car is full back actually to about a second back as they work themselves now down through Big Ben towards the hairpin and into the second half of the race, as I say, as it stands right now. Just to let you know, by the way, it is still, surprisingly enough, this car who leads. Now, the gap between Virgil Racing and the Dark Frogs up to 37 seconds on the racetrack, Rachel.
Yeah, her gap's quite wide, but Virgil in a class of their own today.
And Cam, they really have been dominating. And they've got their third driver in, and they're just keeping that consistency. You don't really see them overly pushing too much. They're just getting that car, hitting its marks, not being too aggressive.
Yes, and really that's all you need to do in a car like this. They're the slowest cars. They don't have to worry about them passing traffic. Obviously, having two faster cars can be quite stressful, as Commander and the Team Apex car, or the Apex Racing UK prototypes come up behind them. Edwin Boss there in the Virgil Racing car. It's just, when you have a clear conscience and you just only have to focus on laps, it can turn out to be pretty easy.
Yeah, as you can see, that is a Virgil Racing car. However, leading the way is still the New World Simsports car, the number 50 machine, for currently being driven by John Hall. We've shown you a lap so far with the the P car and the GTC car. Now we'll show you a lap on board with the New World Simsports number 50 car being driven by John Hull, and this thing is the beast incarnate, Cam.
Yes, the Ford GT, a lot of power, quite a bit of wheels, heck of a lot of weight. Now, obviously, John Hall is a good racer, and he is being chased by Riku Alatalo, also great racers in the Ford GTs as well. We murdered another cone. And this Ford GT running around Sebring, it's definitely interesting. It's a lot of weight to throw around, quite a bit to try and accelerate, and yet you got to try and drive around a rear-engined rough and a high downforce prototype. So very interesting, and has been good running so far.
And we are going to get a word, we believe, from Anders Dahl in a couple of minutes' time, Rachel. We're just setting up an interview with him in just a couple of moments. But as we stick with New World Simsport, John Hall, this is, again, just a nice little lap. He's got a little bit of traffic ahead of him, but he's not pushing that car too much. And you can tell that by his wheel movements in the car being nice and smooth there.
Yeah, very, very smooth movements in that car. That's exactly what you're going to do. Be kind to the tyres, be kind to the fuel. It's just all about getting this car to the end now.
As you can see now, he's working himself out of Tower Corner. This final sector, he will pass, I believe, that lap traffic probably by the time they get to Le Mans, Cam. But he's just got to pay attention here, because this is where that track really does get single groove.
Yes, it can... Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say Cam can't talk now, but apparently
yes,
he can.
Oh no no! Oh no 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 no! You're okay. I'm sorry. I read my own message and I went. No, it's lap traffic is definitely a thing, especially in the GT. I almost said 40, but I didn't. So you can't really overtake the rough on a straight. The C-Spec rough is very quick in a straight line, but as we can see, Rico Alatel having to just chuck it down there at Sunset Bend, pushing Dennis Garrison wide of the F.I.R.S.T car. But it's always quite the duel when you get into these cars. It can be one thing to catch up to another Ford GT. It is definitely in another different book just to get around them.
Meanwhile, your battle for the race, your race second place, and Martin Piatella and Michelle Mancusi. That gap back down to 2.3 seconds. There you can see Coranda Sim Sports, Martin Piatella driving in that car. Friction Racing's Michelle Mancusi in the third place. This gap, Rachel, it's one that's kind of dissipated a little bit. And let's not forget as well that both Friction and Coanda have had some form of issues in this race. Coanda the biggest one, arguably. And remember when I talked to Radicals guys earlier on and said, how much is that 15 seconds going to be worth when Coanda Sim Sports spun their car down at turn number 4? That 15 seconds is now grown, almost doubled in size. And I think that could well be a huge factor in the second half of this race.
Absolutely, and if you consider that 15 seconds plus the 10 or so seconds they always get there, Marty Piatella getting a wiggle on as he comes out of the mall on that run down to Sunset. Now, take that 15 seconds, add on top the 10 seconds they were caught behind that Twisted Apex Racing Team car, along with Friction, and they have about that 30-second gap that we're looking at right now. So, some self-made issues and some, well, unfortunate track positioning means that Coanda's really kind of sitting in a difficult position. They're nearly 30 seconds off the leader, and that's pretty much all on track time. They're going to have to pull their finger out and get something amazing to close that gap down by the end of this race, well.
Oh, absolutely. They're going to have to. Yes, Cam?
I'm just wondering, they're going to have to pull something amazing. I wonder who their third driver is. Perhaps maybe a Mr. Martin Kroenke.
Well, yes, of course, the driver who was that close to being the 2014 iRacing.com World Champion of Road Racing. But still, but now for Piatella, he's double stinting. He's got to make sure he brings that car home with a reasonable gap cam, because if that gap's too big, we know Kroenke can do some magical things, but he's battling a very good Radicals team. They didn't take part in the 24 Hours of Spa. We know how good they are historically in the P cars and in like semi-endurance racing. And also, that Friction Racing car, they were putting on a really good challenge at some point in the 24 Hours of Spa. This battle isn't over by any means of the imagination.
Oh no, and this is definitely going to be shaping up. We talk as though we are close to the end. We are still 2 hours and 50 some odd minutes away from here. All I look at this is Radicals right now, they have a gimme. They can spin the car right now. They can have an off pit stop and still be in control of their own destiny right now. So Radicals right now has been doing very good. Wyatt Gooden doing very good in that prototype car. But it's still just going to be very interesting to see if Martin Kroenke is the third driver, in which I have no way to confirm that. But if that's the way how things go, it's definitely going to be an interesting finish here, as Mancusi's car is absolutely destroyed.
Something's happened to Michelle Mancusi. I've got to come to a couple of things now. Yeah, Mancusi is falling down our timing stand. I'm not sure if we can get this on our replay, but we'll zoom in, and that rear end of that car is, in fact, both ends of that car is completely toasty. It's wiggling all over the place. This is potentially it now for Friction Racing. We'll see whether we can get a replay of that. But you can see, Rachel, heartbreak for Friction Racing. They're coasting down the back straight, and they're definitely going to have to bring that car towards pit road. To give you an update as well, by the way, we did just see the Apex Racing UK car, and the Apex Racing have been about as lucky on pit stops as McLaren were a couple of years ago. I want to see if we can get ourselves a look to figure out what happened to Michelle Mancusi.
It was, Will, the number 92 New World Sim Sports C-Spec car driven by Kevin O'Keefe. The Michelle Mancusi was coming down following Coanda and clearly had eyes only for his competition, because coming through,
there we are, we've got it now.
Down to the hairpin. Yeah, the run down to the hairpin. He comes straight across the nose of Kevin O'Keefe. Just about to call him Rutgers Kev, because this one will be in his stream for sure. Round the nose, into the wall, bang.
Heavy impact.
Yeah, it's pretty much game over. We're waiting to see if we get ourselves another look at that one for Michel Mancusi. We're getting one here, riding along board then with the Friction Racing car as he comes up, and right about here is where the contact is made, spun around into the wall. Incredibly hard impact there for Friction Racing. We'll get ourselves one more look at that one from our aerial coverage as he works himself out of this is turn 4, now heading himself down towards turn number 5, and you'll see right about here he just comes across the car right now, and that is definitely going to be a penalty for that number 92 car. But more importantly, Cam, that is game over for number 15 P car for Friction Racing and Michel Mancusi.
Absolutely terrible, and just the speeds of that impact. Now, of course, this is all simulation, and that's why we're nice to have that. He went from 153 miles an hour to 20 miles an hour in the span of 15 feet. That is a massive impact. Of course, thankfully, we are just online, but it's just real tough to see. Changes the landscape of the whole front end of the field of prototype, quite frankly, but you hate to see an impact like this, for sure.
Oh, you definitely do, and that now makes it a 2-horse race. That's potentially a blessing in disguise for the Coanda team, in that now they only really have to play offense. They do not have to worry about this guy, Michel Mancusi, and let's be honest, that car is pretty much toast. But also, we have got another driver scored on pit road. That is the KRT Motorsports car of Daniel Coroni, getting himself 4 fresh tyres out and away for him in 30.7 seconds. And to give you confirmation, by the way, the Apex Racing GTC car is out of the race. Some pit stop issues for him, Rachel.
They are indeed. Not good news for them, I have to agree. But not the best situation going on for these guys, unfortunately.
They've really been the McLaren of this race.
Well, they have, but I can't quite say that it was the 92 car's fault either. Of course, the Porsches, or the roof, sorry, doesn't have quite the same downforce level as this Honda Performance Development ARX. I think the 92 car was tracking out from that corner normally. He tracked out and got onto the apex curb. He was on the curb, and a car comes back onto the track after hitting the curb on the exit. You don't go far, but you come back on track a little bit. And Mancusi himself tracked out incredibly wide, too wide in fact, and made contact. He put himself around the nose of the 92. I can't blame O'Keefe. I think he was trying his best to hold his line, and I think he was just the ground on the track was abused a little by Mancusi. Overall, I think it's a racing incident where neither was at fault. It's just unfortunately hurt Friction a huge amount.
Yeah, we're going to try and get ourselves another replay of this in just one moment's time. We're just having to waiting for something to cycle, but it's one of those things that overall, yes, it would arguably be a racing incident. Yes, again, it's that whole thing that a lot of times the first instinction is to blame the P cars, because again, they are the most nimble, and it's one of those things that this is why you've got live race stewards here, Cam, because they will take not just one look at it, but they'll take many looks at these, especially contentious events like these.
Yes, and I mean, this is a first of all, this is a terrible incident. I mean, this is probably the worst. This is the worst accident that we've had today. In the 3 hours and 17 minutes we've been running. But where I'm looking at on this corner, on this coming out of that straight, out of that first section, you can go in. Well, even in the GT car, any line you want in that, exiting that very wide right-hander. So for him to track wide there, it was just I just think this is one of those things where after probably 2 full stints in the friction car, and we don't know how long the pilot of the New World SimSport C-Spec car has been in, but driver fatigue mixes in with high speed, exiting a corner, and these things happen.
Yeah, we're going to see if we can get ourselves another super slow-mo look at this then. Because here we are, coming down into the corner, right about here, out of Big Bend, and then at this point here, it does look as though, and unfortunately, we just go underneath the Budweiser bridge at that, so thank you very much to Budweiser for that ill-placed curve. But we'll see if we can get one more look. As I say, it does look as though, to my angle, there isn't really a curve there of any, real sympathy or anything. So they come out of the corner and see here. So we'll get ourselves another look of it. And I think this time the Apex Racing car is going to be just in the view. I do think, Rachel, and we'll get one more look on board, I do think that he did come across, and we'll have to have a look on board to really see whether or not that was something that he actually hit a curb or not, because I don't think there's an actual curb there.
Well, it's all relative, I suppose, and I think cars react differently, of course. This track is not flat. It's one of the bumpiest tracks we have, and it's the eventual process of tracking out from a corner. You can come back.
There's pavement that runs off past the white line that the car was running on, and that's where the rough rejoined the track was right as that pavement ended. Yep, no problem.
I have got a word from race control that there is going to be no further action due to the fact they are both incidents, and what we will do is we will get a word with race director Egil Sandfield on that one. But we have also got Randy Chenworth in here as well. And Randy, I mean, overall, for New World Team Sport, it has been a bit of a tough day. Any opinion from your end about the incident?
Oh, that was a tough one. Even as a team member looking at it, I was saying that one was going to be a tough one to call from race control as to who would get penalized or who may get penalized, because both cars moved over a little bit on each other. It was a little tight. HBD could have left a bit more room. It was definitely a tough one to call.
Do you know what Kevin has said in the car or anything? Has he said anything to you as a team?
Well, his words were, "Don't blame me for that," but Battelle and I were just talking about it because we have him in an in-car channel. We have him separate, so Battelle and I can chat
off the
without,
track, guys. We have a car off the track. It's one of the Ford GTs.
Oh no, I take that back. Try and figure out who that is.
Rev Sim Racing.
Yes, car number.
That is 31.
Yeah, so there we can see Kevin. There we are. So we'll see when we get ourselves a replay of that one. And he is slowing down actually, just at the point we cut to replay. So we'll see if we can get another look at that incident for him. But yeah, another car off the racetrack, Rachel.
That was contact with the KRT Motorsports P1 car, flipping him round before he even reached the corner. Possibly a bit of aero loose there, but not the sort of day he would have wanted, considering he was running 4th, 6th in his class.
Yeah, we'll get ourselves one more look. But Randy, I mean, final comment on that, of course, it is a very long race here today, and these drivers do get tired after a while as well. Do you think that played any impact into the incident?
Oh, I'm sure it did. Everyone's just kind of in this weird rhythm state right now where you're not really pushing for anything huge, because obviously everyone's probably going to change the drivers at least one more time. Basically, everyone in the car right now is basically riding a little bit, basically trying to get the car in one piece to their quick guys. But some people are trying to make up some time in this middle stint, so it's probably a bit of both, a bit of some people not trying to push too hard or maybe trying to push a little too hard. So yeah, it's definitely been a rough day for us in the C3 car. Meanwhile, our C2 brethren are out there killing it. John's out there holding Riku off. And if you can hold off Riku, you're doing pretty damn good, I think.
Yeah, and actually, as we say that, you've got the New World Team Sports GT car getting himself past the New World Team Sport GTC car. And I mean, it's going to be one of those things now for the next 2.5 hours that, Randy, it is going to be pushed like there's no tomorrow. Not only for John, but also anyone else who gets into that New World Team Sport number 50 car.
Oh yeah, that's how it's going to be. Even though we're so far down the order in the C-Spec, here in about probably 40 minutes, I'm going to be getting in, and I'm going to be basically driving as fast as I can. But yeah, in that C2 field, it's going to be they're going to have to work hard for this last couple hours. Those Glacier boys don't mess around, and they are quick as all hell. It's going to be a stressful last couple hours as team manager.
Well, it is Randy Chenworth there for New World Sim Sports. We've got Kevin Cox on pit road. Of course, he was the driver, Rachel, with all the issues a moment ago. Now he's got some repairs that he really does need to get sorted out.
Yes, he does. Not exactly what those guys have wanted for their team. But obviously Mike Thurston, is coming out now for Rev Sim Racing. Hopefully that car will be a little better. Obviously, lots of damage still on the bodywork. That contact with the KRT Motorsport P1 car. But no, unfortunate sequence of events. A little bit close when they were racing each other, I think, in my opinion. But
Oh,
no
that
reason
car's
for
toast. That
contact.
car's toast, Rachel. He's coming right back into the
Yes,
racing
he will
line.
be. He will be indeed.
That is horrible. He almost took out another car there. And this is going to be the key moment now as he comes through the S's 3, 4, and 5. Now, that car does seem to want to turn, but it is... No, that car's horrible. I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised if Race Control gave him a black flag literally before the end of this lap, because that car does look as though it really is struggling right now.
Yeah, probably some suspension damage on the front there from where it was hit by the P1. Unfortunate sequence of events, and he's really off the pace. That comes the leader now. Number 50 car of New World Sim Sports C2 class is coming round to pass him, which will put him down a lap.
Wow.
But no, that car heavily damaged, crippled in fact. Probably not repairable at this stage, Will.
No, and we did highlight that the issue is definitely to that left front of the car. I wouldn't be surprised, Cam, to see that back on pit road for the end of this lap, because he's about... Oh, look at that! He pushes the car off the racetrack there.
Off.
Yeah, that was Coanda. That was Coanda. And that, I mean, now definitely Race Control is going to have a look at that one. I mean, I know it's the whole thing, he was nursing that car there, Cam, but when you take one of the overall... you have to let both of your class leaders pass, and then he'll get a replay of this one. Coanda just getting up, and they had a huge impact with the cone there, trying to find a way past. We'll get ourselves another look from Marty Piatella, but I'm not sure. That might have been a bit of an incident for Piatella himself there. We need to have another look on board. Here we are with Coanda Simsport. Marty Piatella coming out now, cutting him down towards Tower Corner. He gets a wiggle anyway, and then he comes down, and that door was just completely closing him.
Yeah,
yes.
the door was just... Sorry, Cam. I thought it was...
No problem. Yeah, and Mike Finson does coming into pit lane. It looks to me like Marty just completely underestimated the lower speed of the Ford GT, but the Ford coasted out a little wide. But I think Marty might have also just had a straight up mistake at that point too.
Right.
And unfortunately, we murdered more cones.
And here is the issue then that we're just trying to highlight to you. That part of the car right there, Rachel, it is driver's right front, and that is the bit that is completely turned up. The bodywork's caved into the car, and just not good for him at all.
No, when your steering's damaged, the car becomes an absolute hound, especially that heavy Ford GT on a track as bumpy and twisty as Sebring. Unfortunately, I think it's pretty safe to say his day will be done.
Let's go and check in very quickly in the GTC class. The reason why we haven't spent much time here is quite simply because there's not been that much going on. The gaps have really started to increase. The best battle we have right now is between Ryan Huff, scored himself for the time being in third place in the SRN Motorsports number 74 car, and Cam, the Team Tremira car, driven by Adam Parr, running himself in the fourth position.
Yes, and these guys are in visual range. It's typically good enough to have a battle in this late in the race. In this middle section of the race, you're positioning yourself for your faster people in the end. And right now, Virtual Racing has just absolutely been taken away here in the GTC class.
And you can have a look from on board the GTC number 87 car as he comes down to complete another lap here. Just having a look, by the way, at the lap count. We're now up to lap 108 for your overall leader, which is Wyatt Gooden. Now with a 31-second advantage over Marty Piatella. So that incident, Rachel, that's another about 6-7 seconds that's been cost there to Coanda. It's just unraveling for them here today.
It is indeed, and as Pirates of the Caribbean might say, release the Kraken. Perhaps for Coanda Simsport, it's now time to release the Conke, because something needs to change here. They need to unleash the beast and get him after that Radicals Online car, because if they don't do something soon, 31 seconds is going to become 40, and they're not even going to have a prayer.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are getting close now to our next round of pit stops. We're going to step aside for just one moment so we bring all of that to you. You're watching RaceSpotTV. We do endurance racing. Stick with us.
The NASCAR Peak Antifreeze Series powered by iRacing.com has officially begun. It's all in control of Brad Davies in that 11 machine. Green flag flies. He's damn near banged up though. Now the 93 is going to push the 4 of Brian Day all the way up the wall. 4 wide down the super stretch going into turn 2. And now the 93, 39, the 3 machine goes around. Big trouble in the back. It's been the race to the win up front.
Look behind him. They're 3 and 4 wide, trying to make a push to the front as the field gains speed in turn number 1. Kenny Humphrey, if he can rip it back to the start finish line, will win here at Daytona.
7 laps to go.
Oh,
As the 11,
here we go.
The 11, the 1 gets around, the 5 gets around. Big jump.
2 hours, 25 minutes remaining in this, the first round of the Neo Endurance Championship for 2014. Wilmington still along with Rachel Whiteford and Cam Rolt. Follow us at RaceSpotTV. Use the hashtag IRNeo to get involved in the action, unless you don't want to get any Formula 1 spoilers. We'll use that little caveat. Now, nice little scrap developing in the P-class here. Also a nice little scrap developing in the GT class as well. John Hall has made a pit stop, Cam. Come back out. He's relinquished race lead for the time being, but Alatalo very quickly is on pit road, and he is going to try and get himself the race lead. Will that one extra lap, do you think, be the difference maker?
Well, I'm not too sure. Everyone's been saying that for how hot it is today, and of course it is 80 degrees Fahrenheit outside, 106 track temperature right now, that the tire speed is definitely going in the favor of whoever's pitting first. So we'll be able to see if John Hall in that Ford GT will be able to pass the Glacier Racing cars. John Hall right now is going past Sunset Bend. Right now he is coming onto the front straight just as Alatalo is coming out 45 miles per hour. I'm not too sure. This might be very close. I think Alatalo is going to be able to cut the nose off of the new World Sim Sport car.
Well, gotta stop you there. We've got Radicals online in the pits for the lead of the P1 class.
Yeah, very quickly before we get there, Alatalo gets himself into the lead by a pretty big margin, actually. There you can see the new World Sim Sport car of John Hall to wrap that one up. So, the gap is actually 4.4 seconds, but here you can see your overall leader, Wyatt Goodham, as he is back and away on the racetrack. There you can see him as he comes back out onto the racetrack. Wyatt Goodham relinquishing the race lead for the time being, but that will put Marty Piatella for the time being. Will he actually be classified? No, he won't, because Piatella's made a pit stop as well. So Coranda Simsport made a stop. There you can see them making a stop, but also Wyatt Goodham making a stop as well. And the fact that they went longer, I think, is a very important factor there, Cam.
Yes, I mean, we've seen this go back and forth. Coander, of course, having led the entirety of the first hour basically by themselves, they lost the lead by virtue of somebody pitting 2 laps before them, and the tires gave the other car, I believe it was Friction at the time, a 1.5 lap faster, and ultimately lost Coander that lead, which I don't think it's had ever since. So it's interesting to go back and forth. I mean, what do you want? Fuel weight, or do you want newer, fresher tires? It's all just a good challenge, and boy, we love watching it.
And it's actually now Paul Ilbrink who's classified in that car as your leader for the time being. And you can see Radicals online. The number 1 car is leading. Jorn Jens is behind him on the racetrack. There you can see as you ride along board then with the Coranda Sim Sports P car of Jorn Jens. Now the gap to the race leader is 27 seconds, and I have gained a little bit of time back up, but now Jorn Jens has got a lot of work to do, Rachel.
He does indeed, and that gap has opened, of course, to 1 minute 15, which is an incredible distance, because they've, of course, both made pit stops for drivers and fuel and tyres, so that's got to have come from somewhere.
Yeah, and the gap is about 27 seconds. Burn my pizza in the oven due to investigating the 15 of the 91 car. Hashtag IRNeo, hashtag Glassy. That one comes from our very own race director, Egil Sandfield. So, as a pizza aficionado, I would like that pizza to rest in peace, and hopefully it's still edible. We'll get word from Egil on that one.
I think I'm going to go make some popcorn.
Oh, no, not this again.
But here we
got this, guys.
As it comes past the start-finish line, 2:20 remaining on the play clock. We are going to try and get word from a couple of other drivers as well. We'll be joined very soon, by the way, by Dan Blake for the third of this broadcast, even, as they can see Coranda going past 1 car, going past 2 cars, and that was that late dive that Coranda team now has to do, Rachel. Find every gap possible, and Jorn Jens, we know, can do that. World Championship level driver, also pushing it to the very limit.
Oh yeah, and Jorn's is certainly fast, but that's a lot of time he has to make up. Well, don't even know if that's possible. There's a long time to come. It could be a mistake from the Radicals Online guys, but I seriously doubt it. They've been pretty flawless so far today. The Organise has a mountain to climb. They haven't released the Cronky. Will he be their secret weapon? Is he even racing? Does he even exist? Does he even lift? We don't know. But no, they're in a pretty secure second place right now. But first is looking a little insurmountable.
Let's have a look into GT for a little bit. Wim Stockman, there you can see him on track, having a battle with Mick Claridge right now, scored in the number 33 car. Now the Racing Lions GT car, let's ride along board then with Wim Stockman's, because running P9 in that GT class, kind of mid-packish, not doing too much, but a little bit damage to the right-hand side of the car as well on that Racing Lions car. We can see as we go on board, Rachel.
Yes, they do. And Racing Lions team coming through Sunset, of course. Getting a good exit from that corner, tracking as wide as possible. Get maximum momentum and speed to the corner. That last lap, of course, is going to be a 2 minutes and 4:2:70. So that's not a bad lap. They're certainly on pace for the car. And that's one of their faster laps yet, of course. Wim Stockman's current driver has even managed to dip into the 2:03s. So pretty freaking quick.
Yep, he is pushing it along right now, but still, he has got that charge from Claridge coming up behind him. As you can see, those two guys still circulating on the racetrack. Once again, don't forget, use your hashtag IRNEO if you'd like to have a word with us through the magical world of tweeting Twitters in this broadcast here today. Hopefully we'll try and get a word with Coanda Simsport at some point as well. Figure out what their game plan is for the last part of this race. Now, Jamie Wilson is doing a very close battle right now. This is the 18 car battling with the number 24 car, KRT Motorsport, battling with Team Tremira there, Cam.
And Cam will be back in 5 minutes, so Cam is not in fact here.
Oh, he's actually making popcorn, isn't he?
He is actually making popcorn, which scares the living daylights out of us. But no, that was, of course, Team Chimera and the Racing Lions team in the P1 class. having a good little scrap there in Sector 1. But,
I think that we saw the pass that happen. We're going to get ourselves a replay of that one. But it was a nice textbook pass down towards turn number 1. So let's get a look then on board. Coming down in towards turn number 1. And there you can see as we have a look from our rear camera, the KRT car. Just at this point here, you should just about see side by side into the corner, then just managing to fall in behind there. And we'll get one more look at that one as they work themselves out the final couple of corners. We haven't looked in the wrong car, unfortunately. It's my fault. But they see they work themselves onto the front straightaway. At that point, the KRT car was ahead. And then you will see as they come down in towards turn number 1, car of Wilson just pulls down to the inside, late pass down on that inside corner, manages to make it stick, has the inside line down in towards turn number 3. And Rachel, that is how you set up a pass if you're going to run too wide for a sequence of corners here at Sebring.
Absolutely is. He's put himself in the right position to come out to the end of the sequence with the racing line. That's what you got to do. You might be on the outside for one corner, but if you can make it stick, the next one you'll take it back. And textbook move there.
And I talked earlier about how this pit stop thing will open up and change. We've actually got the number 69 car scored on pit road right now. Christian Tanahote, as he's going to make himself a driver swap. So someone else new is into that car, Rachel. Who is it?
Which car was that, sorry, Will?
The number 69 Friction Racing car.
The 69 Friction Racing car. And that's now going to be Ernst Jacobs stepping in for Friction Racing. And will he get the stop out? We're going to find out. He seems to be still in the pits.
Well, 29.4 seconds. We expect these stops to be around the 35, 40 second mark. So 34.7 seconds out and away then for Friction Racing as he brings that car back out onto the racetrack. And there you can see the journey he has with quite a lot of traffic actually going to come out right around him. We actually go along board now with that number 69 car as he is back out onto the racetrack.
Hi.
Hi. Do you have popcorn? Is it popping or is it burnt again?
It's here. I haven't opened it yet.
Oh, drum roll.
Famous last words. as just down through the field, we've still got this battle scrap going on in that P1 class. Give you an update. We are going to run through your top 5 in each of the field in detail now here on RaceSpotTV. And we start with then the guys who is leading the way in the P class. That is the Radicals online driver of Paul Ilbring, Kim. This Radicals team, they don't surprise me, but they have done a sterlingly good job here today, Rachel.
They have indeed, and hopefully one we can see them repeating, because Radicals weren't exactly our favourites coming into this, but they have definitely shown they have the pace and talent to stay out front.
Yeah, and when I say that, we knew they were going to have pace. We knew that they were going to be a podium contender, but my God, have they delivered here on the day. They've had a lot of people helping them along the way. With Coanda spinning, Friction of course crashing, but now they've got themselves a 25-second gap to their nearest rivals, which is currently Coanda Simsports. And for Coanda, we saw something a little bit rare today, Rachel. That was an unforced error by one of their drivers.
Well, not just one, you could say two. The incident with that KRT car.
Yes.
Sorry, not the KRT car, sorry, that would be the...
I know which car you mean. The something Apex.
The something car. Yeah, the Rev Sim racing car, that's the one we're talking about. Yeah, he vastly underestimated how far off pace he was. Also, we have a black flag for the number 87 Team Chimera GTC car.
Wow.
Avoidable contact.
So they get confirmation then of the number 87 car, and that is Adam Pyle with a penalty for him. They'll have to serve that one in the next 3 lap time, else he will be disqualified. A little bit of damage to the left-hand side of that car as well as they come back down into that final corner, Sunset Bend. To go back through our recap then of the P-Class, there you can see the driver running himself in the 3rd position. The Twisted Apex Racing car, Cam, up into P3, partially due to attrition. Of course, you've had a couple of good cars out, but they're within a minute of your race leader with almost 4 hours of this race scored complete.
Yes, still a long story to write here at Sebring. It's been a great race here so far, these prototypes, these GT2 cars, and these C-Spec cars, but Twisted Apex Racing has been doing a very good job keeping his nose mostly clean. Hasn't been too afraid to play in traffic, and is ultimately running right up in 3rd, being chased by Corner Motorsport right now.
Then we have a look down into the driver scored in the 4th position. It is Apex Racing UK's Dean Prescott. Now, this team overall today, Rachel, have struggled with the curse of the pit road. However, one of their cars comes onto pit road, Dean Prescott, so he's going to make himself another pit stop. But overall, I think this one team is going to lift the spirits of everyone else up, the fact that they are set for a top 5 finish.
Absolutely, and it's a great position to be in with this far into the race. They're looking at now protecting what they have rather than simply trying to get somewhere, and I think this could well be a good position for them to finish this race. Will they improve? We'll see, but as it stands, can't really beat a top 5.
A driver swap as well then for the Apex Racing car, as a new driver will get on in for them, and let's not hope that there's going to be an issue on pit road for these guys. Here is the pit stop counter up to about 20 seconds. By the way, we are now joined here in the RaceSpotTV booth by Virtual Racing's Anders Dahl. Anders, as far as your race has gone today, I think I can just about get away with the word faultless.
Yeah, from our side at least. We had a spin, but that was not our fault. Nothing happened, fortunately. But yeah, it's good.
Just to give you an update, by the way, I think it's 47.9 seconds for Apex Racing UK as they come back out onto the racetrack. We've got another car scored on pit road as well. That is the driver from 3rd place, the Twisted Apex Racing car there of Ballis Remsniet. But that first 4 hours of this race is pretty much, we're summing up now our 4-hour mark, Anders. It's been for you guys, you know, with the exception of that one spin, just putting yourself out on advantage. Now, we saw how fast you guys were at Spa. And then, of course, there was the incident that we don't like to talk about that much. Here today, it's been a little bit more subdued. You haven't really pulled out as much of a gap as we kind of almost expected you to. Is the competition level higher here, or have you just been taking it a little bit easier?
I think the level in the first stint was very high. There was all the teams put in their fast drivers, and then I think the last stint we had Edwin in the car, and I think some amateur drivers in the other cars. So we pulled out a big gap. I think it's more than a minute at the moment.
Well,
so it's good.
We are getting to the point now where we are getting to our final stop. By the way, Twisted Apex is a very long stop for them, over 1 minute from them now. So we'll keep an eye out, see whether they are having any issues. But as far as your car goes, 2 hours remaining on the play clock makes about 2.5, 3 pit stops with you guys. Are you going to be driving again, first of all? Secondly, have you got yourself a game plan now for the last 2 hours of this event?
No, I am done for today. But we have Edwin is doing his last stint, and then Marcus is doing 2 more. And I think the plan is just to stay out of trouble and hopefully not fly into the air during the pit stop.
Indeed. So, any questions, Rachel?
Oh, no, I see now. You've hit a pretty good lead now. What is your strategy towards the end of this race, Anders? Are you going to play safe and run consistent but not as fast drivers, or your fastest guys, risk some off-track action or a spin, or how do you proceed from this point? You are obviously, it's now essentially your race to lose in class.
Yeah, we follow our plan. Marcus doing a double stint in the end, and of course he will not push the car. We will not risk any fuel or anything, so it's just playing it safe.
Well,
yeah, thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Virtual Racing there, and the staff, thank you very much for having a chat with us. Don't forget, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, to use that hashtag #IONEO, especially if you've got any questions for teams and drivers as we pull them into our booth. There you can see that number 91 car, and there you can see it was a pretty long stop there, Cam, for Twisted Apex Racing. It was 1:09 for them.
Well, it's concerning. You don't know what's going on with these things. Whether it's loading up fully on fuel, and they haven't been loading up fully on fuel before, which I can't picture. Somehow, maybe them switching with the drivers, there was an issue, as now Maxim Ramstein is now in the driver's seat of that Twisted Apex Racing team prototype car. Or just some other act of God, maybe a repair from curb damage or something. So these are things that we'll just have to ask about later.
As Team Tremira comes back out onto the racetrack then with Jamie Wilson out and away for him. We haven't got a pit stop time for him because otherwise it would be 635523600000, Rachel. And Rachel's completely now confused. So here you can see the Tremira car back out onto the racetrack, working himself now through turn number 4 and 5. Having a look down through the field, and it does seem to be that this GTC class really has got spread out. We did see this at Spa, Rachel, that of all the classes, it does get spread out the most. All the battles seem to really have calmed down on there, and I always get into trouble. There's always people who say to me, "Hey Will, why don't you talk about the GTC class enough, or the slowest car class?" There is generally a reason, because in this case, there are no battles really remaining. The only one we've got is the one that is going on here between Gavin and Tweakers 3 and Apex Racing UK, and that is for P9, P10 in class, and these guys are a lap down now from the race leader.
They are indeed, and even they're not racing with each other technically, as we see the Rev Sim Racing Ford GT getting past Clearly Repaired now, the number 99 car of Gathering of Tweakers 3. Yeah, it's the closest thing we have to a battle in this class. It's not that we don't want to cover the slow cars because they're boring. It's because, honestly, we try to cover the action as it happens, and no racing fan wants to simply sit and watch a car going around a track. As you can see from Formula 1 coverage this year so far, you barely see the Mercedes because there's usually nothing happening.
Wait, there's 2 Mercedes in Formula 1?
Apparently, they actually entered 2 cars. We just
wow.
never see
by
them.
the way, I wanted to congratulate the Constructors Champion, Caterham, for doing a very good job this season. They did very good.
Yes, and actually, it's the one thing that I as an F1 fan, kind of, well, historically, but a little bit confused this year. I still want to know whether it's going to be Caterham getting the money or whether it's going to be Marussia getting the money. So if you do know the answer to that one, please let me know. As we're riding on board with the Rev Sim Racing car, he has still got that damage, Rachel, but as you say, the suspension part of that car does look as though that's been fixed. And sometimes body damage can be rather superfluous, but it's suspension damage that's the key thing. The fact that one part of his rear wing element is about 30 degrees in the air, I don't think that's going to be the best thing for him, though.
It's probably not, but obviously they fixed suspension because that car is cornering much faster, rather than looking like a shopping trolley with a hobo in it. His car's handling a lot better, so obviously he's now back up to race pace. Last lap was a 2:11. It's not the fastest I've seen from that class, but it's not bad. As we see, though, it's just a matter of keeping on the pace and seeing what they can get. I believe we have Dan Blake in the booth.
Yeah, the part-timer himself. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Dan Blake.
Good evening, everyone. Thanks for the introduction. I've been a bit busy this afternoon, but back to the racing, and it seems like we got a bit of a battle with Stu in the last 2 hours for the lead.
Yes.
No, not really.
Well, I'll say this actually, though, Rachel. Last time by, Jorn Jens 4 tenths per second faster than Paul Wilbrink. They've done 121 laps so far. So I said 160 laps. I actually think I'm going to be out here because it's going to be 185 laps, my revised thing. Use the hashtag #IRNEO, by the way. Guess how many laps someone's going to do. I will give $10 to anyone who gets it perfect. I'm just going to say right now. Use the hashtag #IRNEO. Guess the number of laps. I'm going to say 185. Dan, your pick? But I'm going to say, by the way, the first person that gets it right. Not everyone, because I could end up being bankrupt by the end of this.
So you're going for 185. How many have they done so far, did you say? 123
They're working on lap
now?
123 as we speak.
So that's about... I'll go about 180 odd, 182 I'm going to go with.
You can't say 180 odd. That's saying 10 bets at once. That'd be
182.
That would be like doing the lottery numbers. I'd like something in the region of 1 to 5. Something in the region of 10 to 15, please, Rachel.
Yeah, well, I guess it will have to be 194.
Cam?
I was going for 201.
Okay.
But my math's not working out that well, so I'm going to be very wrong.
Well, I would just like to clarify something for Cam, of course. We know he's an uneducated American, and of course does not follow Formula 1, because he tried to pull the cheatsy doodles with the fake announcement of the Constructors' Champion for the Formula 1, not realising, in fact, that it was actually decided at least 3 weeks ago.
It was, yeah, wasn't
Mercedes
it?
won.
Well, no. Well, I've been sitting on that joke since we made the first thing.
But it wasn't
literally
joke,
that
it's not
long.
True.
Yeah.
At least make it plausible. Like, you know.
Oh, come on. They got pretty cars. They don't even have pretty cars. What am I kidding myself?
No, they don't.
At least they made it, though, to the race, which is important.
Yes.
Did they even get there?
The race that Maldonado won, of course.
Yes.
Oh, yes.
Got double points and won the championship. There you go.
Yeah. I mean, I didn't know the Lotus could be that indestructible, but after crashing at least 15 cars out in front of him, yeah, he won. It was great.
I have said all season long that the twin-prong ramming forks on the Lotus are the best design in Formula 1 this year, because it literally looks like a Robot Wars flipper.
It does.
Go for it. That's what it's there for. It flipped the car over, actually.
Look at what it did to Gutierrez in Bahrain, because he literally flipped him out of the way.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
I've got
It's like
another
the
word
cars
for
from
that,
Fast and
but I
Furious.
don't think I'm allowed to say it on any form of broadcast.
No.
But we're having a look, by the way, at Friction Racing's Christian Tanahote, a team who've not really had the day they necessarily would have wanted. They are classified 1-2 laps down, I believe, and they are really struggling. Yeah, 2 laps down they are to their class leader. Thank you, Hugo Reese, for actually coding something I can use. But yeah, 2 laps down, 3 laps down to their class leader. Friction Racing, not been their day. I say this so often, Dan. It's not been their day today.
There's something about Friction Racing. I saw earlier there with Michele Mancusi having a bit of an incident with the RUF. That was very, very unlucky. I think there was quite a bit of debate on the YouTube about whose fault it was, and some people said it was a racing incident. Others said that Kevin O'Keefe maybe moved a little bit too far, but at the end of the day, it has cost that team their place in the race, unfortunately.
Yeah, we've got the Team 7 IB Das Classy web car of Massimo Bindi. on pit road right now. Yet try and say that 10 times on a Saturday night out. But the number 17 car is going to head back out onto the racetrack, and they can see the pit time for him up to about 30 seconds now, and we expect 31.3 seconds. A fast stop by him, actually, as the Team 7 IB-Clacy Webb car comes back out onto the racetrack. There you can see him just coming now towards the cones at the end of pit road, and you can see now coming down in towards turn number 1, currently classified 10th place in class cam.
Yes, now, how long did the pit stop, did you say it was like 27 seconds?
No, 31 seconds, 0.3.
31 seconds. How come it took Twisted Apex over a minute in the same pit stop doing the exact same things?
Well, it could be a number of things. A, getting a little bit of damage repaired, and I'll come on to that point in a moment. B, the fact that it might have taken you a little bit longer to get a driver. So it's like, imagine Jeremy Clarkson getting out of the car and Richard Hammond getting into the car. And there's also certain things. But again, late into these races, Rachel, it's sometimes important, if you've got yourself 30 seconds worth of damage to take, it's more economical to take that damage, get that damage repaired on pit road, lose that 30 seconds, rather than being 2 to 3 seconds slower a lap. If it's a 20 lap race and you get, say it's a 20 lap, if it's an hour race and you get yourself 20 seconds of repairs, you don't take it, you hold on. In this race, taking repairs is always the positive option.
Oh, absolutely, because 30 seconds of repairs is obviously way better than 2 minutes, 2 seconds a lap slower. Not only is he going to make up that in 2 or 3 laps, but in this long lap here for these cars, so they've got time to make a 30-second stop for repairs, or 30 seconds extra, sorry. But going back to the Top Gear joke of Clarkson getting out of the car and Hammond getting in the car for making the pit stops longer, it all factors down to one thing: whether Clarkson peed in the car this time.
Well, yes, that's a true story, and whether or not they put the booster seat in, as by EU regulations. Here you can see then, the gap has come down in the battle for the GT battle. We've been joking around a little bit, but Dan, that gap now down to 1.1 seconds. Alatalo, of course, double stinting. John Hall, double stinting. But Alatalo potentially getting tired. Someone needs to top up his vodka bottle, maybe. But as they come down, middle section of the racetrack, Hall is on it. And that last time by, he was 3 tenths of a second faster. He's been chipping away at that lead. Now, we know Glacier Racing are good. We know New World Sim Sport are good. I think this one will come down not to who wins this battle on the racetrack now, but who wins that battle with the next drivers, once they're all both fresh.
Yeah, John Hall, a very, very quick driver in the Ford GT. Also, Riku Alatalo. But as you said, I think the last stint will be very, very important for this battle because some good drivers, we've got likes of Yoni Bachmann in for Glacier Racing, and the New World Sim Sport team have got some other drivers. Well, Jonathan Fuller's also, Ahmed Yamin, quite a strong lineup there. But as you said, I think the last stint will be important. But Glacier Racing, I've got to think, might be the favourites, but maybe they'll prove me wrong at New World Sim Sports.
Yep, now we can see then aerial shots as they come down in towards the final corner. Sunset Ben, the number 81 Torque Freak Racing car, very close to the rear of that car, actually. And very quickly, I want to talk on a slightly more serious note as well. Some great work being done by this broadcast, and this entire series actually supported by the Motorsports Foundation, doing some incredibly good work in. Actually, Dan, as a racer yourself, safety, motorsports, it's something that has to go hand in hand. Of course, this year we've seen, Michael Schumacher, of course, an incident off the racetrack, but on the racetrack we have had a couple of very bad moments. Of course, it's been just about a year now since Dario Franchitti's horrible crash in America in the IndyCar series, which ended his career. And of course, our thoughts and prayers are still with Jules Bianchi, who's thankfully now out of his coma and back home. But we know it's such a long road to recovery. And the Motorsport Safety Foundation do some incredible work to make motorsport safer.
Yeah, as competitors and spectators as well, that's what we want to see, safer motorsport. It's always going to be an ongoing battle really as the cars are getting faster. But as you said before, things like the HANS device, there are safety measures coming into place, and any amount of funding or help they can get to make motorsport safer is a welcome addition. So that's something which I'm a great supporter of, is safety in motorsport. And I think that, as you said, the efforts of them are very, very good in terms of maybe the future of the safety in the sport.
Yeah, and of course, back of every ticket always says motorsport is dangerous. However, Rachel, the more safe you can make motorsport, it is something that, you know, will always be treasured. It's actually riding on board with New World Team Sports John Hall, because he's now right on the rear of Ricco Alatalo as they come down in towards Sunset Bend. Not quite close enough to make a pass to Willie. He will dive down to the inside as they come down in towards Sunset Bend. This is a battle for the race lead. John Hall on the inside, Ricco Alatalo on the outside. Who will get it as they come out the corner? It'll be John Hall, moving himself back to the overall race lead there, getting himself past Ricco Alatalo. Incredible stuff.
Yep, and that P1 car, I believe that is the Radicals P1 for the actual P1 class, helping the New World Sports car of John Hall get past Alatalo. Not what Alatalo would want, as he said. Next pit stop, top off that vodka, get him going again, because there's a bit of work to do now.
Yeah, here's another replay. Another look at that then is that P car. And it's actually a big wiggle for Hall in the centre of the corner. Now, that would have allowed Alatalo to come back down. You had to wait a moment whilst the Radicals Online car moved down to the outside lane, coming down in towards turn 1. Is this a look from our aerial coverage? And, yeah, you see John Hall very, very strong there, able to move himself up a position. Now, I want to get another look at that all the way from down the back straightaway to show you just how this pass was set up, and it was a beautiful pass, Cam.
Yes, it was. Very nice. John has done that numerous times over this week in the cousin car, the Ford GT3, as he does run in that occasionally, and very thankful for him in his efforts there, as it always seems that he is able to power out of that corner where other Ford GT cars are just not able to get the power down coming out of Sunset Bend. He is able to do it, even though he had a massive wiggle.
Yeah, as we go back to our live coverage then, and it's not quite over because Alatalo is still on the rear as they come down in towards Ullman Straight. And again, is Alatalo going to have another look? Is he going to try and repay the favour as they work themselves down Sunset Bend? Down this time, not quite close enough for Alatalo.
No, not quite close. He was in the slipstream, but if you can get a good exit out of Sunset, maybe going into the first corner, you might have a bit of a better opportunity there.
Yeah, just to let you know, by the way, Randy Chenworth has got himself into the sister New World Sim Sports car in the GTC class. But to go back to the point that we were making about the Motorsports Safety Foundation, of course, Dan, it was set up in honour of Sean Edwards, who he lost his life in horrible circumstances. And the thing is that, for example, in all forms of motorsports, this thing that always gets me is how you can still have huge concrete barriers and huge guardrails without any form of tyre barriers. In fact, we got it at Sebring here. And I think back to NASCAR when they raced at Watkins Glen. A horrific accident there that almost very nearly injured some drivers. And safer barriers, for example, a great introduction to sport. They do an incredible job. But on street circuits, go back again to the Franchitti incident, it's not just the placing or safer barriers or tyre barriers, it's everything else, the catch sensing. Go back to last year in the NASCAR Nationwide Series race when the spectators got injured. Go back to how close spectators were to getting very injured in the Franchitti crash. Go back to have a look away back in Dan Weldon's death, for example. The placement of the poles, be it on the inside or the outside, and their relationship to the racetrack. These are all things that the Motorsports Safety Foundation deal with. And it's the sort of thing that it's kind of following on from the work that Jackie Stewart did all these many years ago, when you still used to have nothing between the racetrack and a wall. Occasionally you'd have yourself some concrete hay bales, and that was it. Jackie Stewart did incredible work back in the 70s. Shush, serious point. So serious point actually for a minute here, Rachel. And Jackie, back in the day, you used to literally just have some hay bales, and that was about it. And he did some incredible work back in the 70s, and I think the Motorsports Safety Foundation are really carrying that on, because I think it slipped the safety, not the safety standards, but the way that people view motorsport safety. Of course, back in '94, we had a huge thing in Europe after Senna's death. In America, 2001, after Dale Earnhardt's death, a huge thing. But I think people get complacent oh so quickly about how dangerous motorsport as a sport still is.
As you said, Will, I think that is one of the main key things, is the complacency, where we don't see, as you said before, Jackie Stewart's era, you'd have 5, 6, 7 drivers dying a season in Formula 1, and that was something truly horrific. But as you say, the safety standards have come up, and it's things like the Bianchi accident where it makes you stop and think, well, maybe people are being a bit complacent because it still happens. But I think the fact that it's happening on a much less severity and a lot less frequency than before shows that safety in motorsport definitely is coming along nicely. But I think it's a stage where you can never ever truly be safe in motorsport because there's always this outside influences, things that people may not necessarily see happening. There's things we said before, Sean Edwards, he wasn't even driving that car, he was instructing in it. So that's another area which maybe we see improvements in the future. But as you were saying, Will, I think that it's still a fighting a battle with motorsport safety, and it's one which...
Sorry, I'm going to have to interrupt you. An Apex Racing car turned around and another car involved around there. So the Apex Racing car will get the car number on that, and Clive Lawrence, I believe it is, turned around. Sorry to cut you off there, Dan. Get a replay up. Finish your point as we go to replay.
Yeah, I was just saying that the motorsport, the barriers are ever changing, so the amount of safety will be good, and the car of Adam Powell was the one involved, Team Chimera NES 87. But yeah, it's just to go back to my point, it's with the safety, I think it's something which will always be where the cars get faster and that. It's just trying to keep on track of it. But we've had a few nasty incidents in recent years, but it really has come along in strength and abundance since the Jackie Stewart days.
So there's a replay then of the Apex Racing car of Clive Lawrence. Now the thing is, Clive tried to hold that car, Rachel, and then it just got to the point of no return. That car speared to the left-hand side, creating the secondary incident there with one of the GTC cars. Unfortunate thing for him, we'll get one more replay on board, but it was a little bit of pinching that then turned into a secondary incident. Fatigue again kicking in, but there also a little bit pushing the boundaries there.
Well, yeah, you're pushing the boundaries, but once you got to that point and a little bit of pinching happened, the car went a bit funny. I think he tried to correct it, and this tyre compound is not exactly the best. Although it has been improved over recent years, the tyre compound being used today is still a little bit patchy. And he tried to counter steer to catch that, and it just speared in the opposite direction when it gripped. And unfortunate, possibly race ending there for that Apex Racing UK 34 car, though they are coming back out of the pits to see what it's like. Although he is wobbling about a little bit exiting the pit road, we'll have to see what he's like.
Yeah,
also a driver
from Adam Powell, by the way. Just very quickly, and here's a look from Adam Powell T-boning that car, and that's going to be a big potential repair for that number 87 car, the next time on pit road. So driver swap then, well, it's going to be almost mandated for the Apex car, but I want to see whether or not Adam Powell will come onto pit road this time by, because he was past pit entry at the point that he came in. Now he is running a little bit slower, and there's some very big damage to that 87 Precision Sem Engineering Team Chimera car. Will he come onto pit road this time by? No, he doesn't. And again, Rachel, these little roofs can take themselves a good amount of damage. And I'll tie this into 2 points actually. First one is, we've seen this in a lot of series, that if they just get a head-on impact, they can kind of carry on. They'll lose about a second, but they can get that potentially repaired. But also, let's go back to our previous conversation about motorsport safety. This transcends the cars. You always talk about in Formula 1, but GT racing, you see it so much more. The safety of GT racing and the way that they put things into these cars and how safe these GT cars have to be does transcend into the cars that people actually buy.
It does indeed. And they are very... Sorry.
What I was going to say was that just at this track alone, Sebring, was a couple of nasty accidents it was either this year or last year's race, I recall, and no serious injuries there. The only unfortunate injury that we've seen in sports car racing was the Daytona one, unfortunately, but just as we were saying, sports car and GT racing, the safety has definitely improved. And back over to you, Rachel.
Yeah, I was going to say, these roofs, they are practically indestructible. They're like the cockroach of the GT world. They can take so much front-end damage because there's nothing really much there. Obviously rear-engined, and other than the suspension in the front, they're pretty vacuous. We've seen them in the 24 Hours of Spa take a hell of a lot of damage and keep going fast. But on the safety issue, yes, GT car safety does translate to road safety because they are very analogous car chassis, shall we say. They look like road cars. They have a lot of road car features, and obviously things like traction control, ABS braking in this series, they do gain from that. And in terms of motorsport safety, there is a lot you can do, and I think, yes, there is an issue of complacency perhaps in recent years, but that's because it is so safe.
Yeah.
What we are seeing now, more than common accidents, we're seeing freak accidents. And what does it say on the back of your ticket? Motorsport is dangerous. It is. We're never going to completely remove the danger from motorsport. Bianchi hitting that excavator was an absolute freak occurrence.
Yeah.
These things do. Some things like, perhaps Carl Larson hitting the outside barrier at Daytona at last year's nationwide race at the Daytona 500. That's something that can be resolved because the car should not have gone through catch fencing like that. That is something that can be fixed. Things like Bianchi hitting the digger. You can't even write a risk assessment for that sort of thing. It's so...
Alatalo going for the lead, Will.
Yeah, and here is Alatalo. So we'll just have a look at the pit stop then. Andy Baker, 38 seconds for him, but here is Riku Alatalo as we ride along board of him as he tries to get that lead back from the New World Tim Sports car, currently being driven by John Hall as they come down in toward turn number 1 once again, with now just an hour 44 remaining on the play clock. Now, I said this before, Dan. This battle isn't going to be won or lost between Alatalo and Hall. It's going to be won or lost between their next drivers. If you're Alatalo, what you should be doing is trying to save a lap of fuel and go an extra lap. They did that last time. He's pushing that envelope quite a lot here. I don't understand why he's pushing so hard. Stay within striking distance, get your next driver in, hope you can do another lap, and then really go for it on that next stint.
These cars are very, very closely matched in speed. Hall's not been able to pull away from Alatalo, but with the extra lap, it may do maybe the difference between the two teams. But with the tyres probably nowhere near their best, it might not be quite as an impact as if the tyres were fresher. But as you say, Will, I think it's definitely going to go down to these last two drivers in these cars because very, very close at the moment between Hall and Alatalo at the moment.
And we also like to welcome into the RaceSpotTV broadcast booth everyone's favourite Welshman, Mr. Matthew Dalton.
Yay. Fresh from being, shall we say, battered by the Kiwis.
Yeah, thanks for reminding me of that.
So are you just here to chill out? Have you got any news for us?
I just here to chill. Rachel sent me a message on Facebook, said, what are you up to? And I said, well, I'm just spectating, so I thought I'd jump in and say hello.
Hello.
He lies so well, doesn't he? I badgered him into coming here. He wasn't spectating, he had to ask for the password. I've encouraged him into the booth for you.
But very quickly, to give you an update from our Twitter, Joel Rafe, 187 laps you think this race is going to be. Egil Sandfield, 195 laps. Stefan Overgaard on Twitter, hashtag 44AMS makes the final last driver change of the day. Niall Cadasso to finish the race at one position to P14 so far, hashtag IRNeo. And response from Egil, push, push. Which I'm sure is actually much better than, Felipe Alonso is faster than you. But great battle going on here. There's one other one that we need to have a look at. These guys have both made pit stop stands, so it will allow the opportunity for this to become a real battle. Andy Baker, Wim Stockman, and just actually ahead of them, Mick Claridge, so 3 drivers separated by just under 2 seconds on the racetrack.
3 drivers separate by 2 seconds, so a very, very close battle there. What class is it we're looking at now, Will?
That's in the GT class. Battle for P9, P10, P11 as we have a look from the rear of the Radical Racing UK car of Andy Baker.
Yeah, the 2 cars very close together, and the car behind Andy Baker. In fact, Andy Baker's got Wayne Sanderson not far in front of him for Lazy Man Racing as well, so that's going to be a little bit of a battle going on there. And they've got the car behind, the Racing Lions GT of Robert DeRouge, and Robert DeRouge is a great quick driver in the Ford GT as well. Many of these guys are established in these cars, and they're coming out to a bit of traffic now, but Talk Freak Racing 1 car is not a million miles ahead of the Lazy Man Racing car either, I noticed.
As they continue their journey along here with an hour 41 minutes to go, so still everyone has to make at least 1, maybe 2 more pit stops here. But John Hall, Rico Natalo's got him back past John Hall there, Rachel.
He has indeed. Brilliant move there for him. Of course, Rico Natalo's been pushing very, very hard to get that done. John Hall not falling back though. He is all over the back of him. And we still see that Twisted Apex Racing Team P1 car getting past the pair. Will that give call the
He's back
advantage.
down.
He does, and he goes for the inside into Sunset.
Yeah,
Will
but this
be
time
repeat?
Anatalo holds the outside line. He brushes a little bit wide there on the centre of the corner. That will allow, you can see we're having a look from the rear now of Hall. Hall gets that lead back. Hall back to the point there. This is an incredible scrap, Dan.
Very opportunistic there from John Hall. Right at the last second he poked out, but he made the move stick. Alatalo, if he maybe gone a bit more shallower into the corner, could have got the undercut as such, but he couldn't quite make it through. So John Hall takes the lead back. They got another P1 car, and there's a car spun just in front of him. That's Robert DeRoy, I believe.
Yeah, so we'll get confirmation of that one in just one moment's time, but this battle does continue, and this is a great scrap now in the P2 class. This is exactly what we saw, as now we can see the new Sim Sport car working himself around a little bit of lapped traffic. That is the Racing Alliance car there of Wim Stockman's as he works himself along the racetrack. But this is the battle for P1, P2 in the GT class, with John Hall leading Riccardo Tauro now by 0.6 of a second. And through that traffic, actually, Hall was able to gain just a little bit. Now, if you're Tauro in this situation, Max, you've tried to get past, you've got back past, Hall comes back past within a lap. Do you give up? Wait, till the next round of pit stops and try and preserve your tyres until then? Or do you just keep on being a racer and going hammer and tongs?
I think it'll depend on his strategy and when he's going to be due to come in. It probably, if he feels he's being held up, then he'll try and get back past him and go for it again. But he's not going to rush the move with the amount of time that's still remaining. There's no sense in trying something risky and throwing the car off the road with an hour and a bit to go. If you get down to the last sort of 15-20 minutes, then maybe. But I think he'll try and get round, but he'll be patient in doing it.
Guys, update, we have a massive M25-esque traffic jam heading into Sunset right now. This could make things incredibly interesting.
And these is with, we've got Resniak running himself in the 23rd position, but here we can see Alatalo is kind of there with a couple of these people, and there's 4 cars separated by nothing. Just behind, by the way, here we can see these guys coming down in towards turn number 1. 1, 2, 3, 4 cars. And look at the gaggle of cars as they all swarm down in towards turn number 1. And this is what happens about once an hour or so, Rachel. For some reason, it just seems to be that P cars catch up, gaggles of them catch up as we go 3 wide there down in towards turn number 4. We get P cars gaggling up, catching GT cars, gaggling up, catching GTC cars. And we only see it once an hour. But what do we do? That's the point where you've got to put all of that emotion away, as you can see now with 2 wide racing as they come up the hill. And now Alatalo, it's his best bet to try and make a pass. The issue is he's kind of bolted there, as now that allows Hall to take whatever line he wants to into the next corner.
It does indeed, and they've got a P1 car on their tail, of course. He's going to want past very, very soon. I believe that he's the number...
That was, I believe, no, it's not Grosser. He's a little bit further ahead on the racetrack.
KRT Motorsports.
Yeah, and there you can see he has now got past both of these drivers. Hall didn't get held up a little bit too much there as he found a way to allow that 18 car to go past, but they get confirmation. The KRT Motorsports car running himself in the 8th position for the time being. We've got ourselves Bindi on pit road again in the Team 7 IB-Clacy Webb car. So making 2 pit stops in very quick succession there, Dan.
Yeah, it's very strange to see 2 pit stops.
With some issues as well, that's the reason why.
That explains it then. But also, Will, you saw that, as you said, that turn 1 battle, the Radical Racing UK car of Andy Baker found his way past the number 33 car, Wayne Sanderson. So he took advantage of that as the cones go scattering again at the top of the straight there.
Yeah, we're going to take a quick 30-second break, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be right back. Well then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back here to RaceSpotTV as we're having a look at the driver currently scored 3rd place in the P class. That is Current Motorsport with Frank Sunflipped in the car. And Dan, this actually isn't a team we've talked about all race long, really.
No, Quennet Motorsport, not a team I'm familiar with either, but they're putting a very solid performance in to be at this stage. We're coming up to the 4.5 hour mark of this race, now in 3rd position, and they do have quite a sizable gap over Twisted Apex Racing team behind them. So a solid display from Quennet Motorsport. They're 1 lap behind our 2 leaders, but you can say they're the best of the rest as such.
They are, and to give you an update, by the way, on this battle for the P-Class race lead, this one, Rachel, hasn't come down at all. It's still 26.8 seconds.
It is indeed, and it has come down a bit because it was at 1.1 minute 15.
Yeah.
When they were on
No,
equal
that was
strategies.
during pit stops.
No, that was equal strategy at one point.
Pit stops, trust
And-
me. Pit stops, I guarantee.
Okay. But yeah, it's now down to 26 seconds, which has actually closed down from 31 at one point. So that's 5 seconds they've pulled in. Will they be able to pull another 26 down in the remaining 1 hour and 30 minutes? We're gonna have to find out. But Jorn Jens is going for it, I think.
And in the GT class, you've got Rasmus Larsen for iRacing Denmark Assault. Now, these are the people who earlier on cam was leading this race. They're not leading the race anymore. They're down in 7th place after some issues. They are trying to get back to the field, and that is Lassie Brun Hansen, just ahead of them on the racetrack by about 1 second right now. As there you can see the gap, confirmation, about 1 second, just underneath Apex Racing UK to iRacing Denmark Assault Racing, which is so long it breaks our overlay. Dan.
Yes, they had the problems earlier on, but they come and fighting back of iRacing Denmark Assault Racing, so that's another one which you try saying after a few pints. But yeah, they're catching up to Apex Racing UK now, trying to get themselves back up the grid, but they've lost a lot of time on the class leaders, are 2 laps behind. But I think there's a couple of cars which they can still realistically get to, including Phoenix Motorsports and that Apex Racing car, as you said, Will, because not that much of a gap between Apex Racing and Phoenix, actually, probably about 5-10 seconds, if that.
Yeah, as we're just having a look to see Sim RC DE cars on pit road, but more importantly, we've got Coanda Simsport on pit road here. So this is going to be critical because likely going to get a driver change. No, we won't, I don't think, because Jorn Jens, probably all these guys have been double stinting, Rachel, so we expect Jorn Jens to stay in the car. Though this will, let's say about a 30-second stop for him. Going to be critical on these fresh tyres not to come out into traffic, because we know those first couple of laps is when you get the shiny stuff from the car, on the tyres, and that is when you've got the opportunity to really push. Oh,
yeah, we know
he's overshooting, he reversed!
He
reversed out of pit road.
He tried to leave his box. But no, if he can get some good laps and clean air on this lap, which I think he might well have the chance to do, he can push really hard and close this down. But now's the time to do it between those 2 pit stops, Will.
And you don't start a run there, Dan, by reversing out of your pit box. Here is a replay of that. Engaging the wrong gear, and you'll see just as he gets ready to go, he'll light the revs up, and he'll just go backwards.
Yeah, a little bit of a rush to the head. Just shows, though, that the pressure is on for that Coanda Simsport team. They're about 26 seconds behind our leaders, Radicals, and Radicals not responding to that. They're staying on the track, but that just shows that the pressure is on for Coanda Simsport. They know they've got to try and catch up this Radicals Online team with just over an hour and a half to go, and that was just a little sign. It didn't cost them too much time there, maybe a second or two, but as we know with these races it can go down to that, but you've got to think it'll probably be more than just that error which will cost them victory today.
Yeah,
that's a strange mistake to make, though, isn't it? I mean, at the end of the day, it's not like you're pulling the wrong trigger on the wrong side, and it's not like you haven't got a whacking great big display in front of you on the HBD that would say R as well. I mean, that would be a bit of a giveaway, sure.
Well, he probably went down the gearbox so fast he dropped it into reverse, into neutral.
Would you not be in first? Would you not be in first on the limiter coming down the pit lane? No, I mean, how far down the gears is he going?
Yeah, that's a good point. And you're right. I mean, these Honda Performance Development ARX cars, they've probably got the biggest dashboards in the entirety of motorsports, with the exception of Mercedes there. It's a bit of an interesting one there. Just to give you an update, we are having a look at the number 17 Team 7 IB-Classic Web car. As Avon Bass says, some substantial front end damage to that car, but they are carrying on. And somehow, they're not completely binning that race car, despite the complete loss of front grip it's going to have.
You've got another battle building here as well. The Apex Racing UK car is actually closing in on the back of the Twisted Apex team, driven by Maxim Rammstein, which is such a cool name.
Yes. Not to be confused with the German band who like to use lots and lots and lots of pyrotechnics. But there you can see Rammstein, and there you can see the gap. It's 3.8 seconds. Now here is the important part. That last time by a 1 minute 53.360 for the Twisted Apex Racing car. For Ben Tusting, who's now, sorry, Ben Tusting even, for Alex Simpson, who is there, 1 minute 52.385. So that's a second gain that last time by Matt.
Yeah,
in the pits. Sorry to interrupt.
I was just going to say, that's been sort of the pattern all the way through. Alex Simpson, when he's in clear traffic, seems to be running 52s, 51s fairly comfortably, so that's been developing for a little while here.
Yeah, Stan, who's on pit road?
Radicals online are into the pits. Paul Ilbrick has jumped out, and in comes Wyatt Gooden for the last stint in this race. So Wyatt Gooden is the driver who will do the next stint of this race, it looks like, for them. So unlike Coanda, who did not do a driver swap, Radicals will do a driver swap. So that may cost them a little bit more time in the pits as well.
Yep, and we haven't got a pit time for them, but let's hope that the Radicals can get out. Yes, they can. They can get out of pit road, so no issues for them. Rachel, of all of the parts of this race, when you do that last driver change, that is the time when your heart is fluttering in your mouth, potentially about as much at the start of one of these events.
Well, considering the likelihood of a orbital driver swap, I'm sure you would definitely want to make sure you had a good safe one and got away with it. But yeah, it's thankfully they've got it done safely. They're through. This is the final stop. Time for that run to the line. Out of the way. No more re-entry.
You've got another driver swap's just happened there. You've got Yalari Latari has just taken over in the Glacier car, where Rico Alatalo is pitted.
This is going to be an interesting one because, of course, we need to figure out who's doing that final stint for New World Sim Sports. So Glacier, the first to have potentially pitted that time by. Having a look to see where John Hall is on the racetrack, there you can see him.
Right in front of him.
Yeah, so Hall does stay out. So Hall stays out for this stint. And there you can see the gap behind to Yari Latari now in the number 40 Glacier Racing GT car. Is John Hall going to get tired, you think, Cam? Or Dan, seeing as Cam's passed out?
You've got to think that as the stints, as they pile on, that he might start to get a little bit tired, but these drivers are probably used to doing 2-3 hour stints in the races before. Obviously the old Neo series, they were having to do races of quite a longer distance than the usual iRacing official races, so you got to think that maybe he might not be as tired as you think so, but obviously having that fresh driver in for Glacier could be an advantage to them.
We've got a couple of cars still on pit road. There you can see Aaron Shepard's on pit road for the time being. Having a look up and down as well. There's another car just come out of pit road. And we have another car on pit road as well. We'll try and figure out who that one is in just one moment's time. There you can see then, once again, the current motorsport car. And this is the thing that really makes me impressed here. It says that they're 5,000 seconds behind your race leader. They're actually not. They are just about 1 minute 18 behind your race leader after 4 hours worth of racing, Rachel. That's pretty good stuff for that car running in that third place.
It is indeed, and they've not really came from anywhere specific. They've just had a really consistent, clean race. That current motorsport car has just been there, doing what it needed to do. They're going to probably at this stage find themselves a spot on the podium if they stay on the lead lap, which there's one of only 3 on it. That's pretty much a guarantee. But no, they've just run a consistent, clean race. See yet another cone being murdered. But he's callous, murdering
Can you stop talking about it? Bob Geldof will release a charity single.
That's 2 in 3 corners. I know, Bob Geldof will have to write, do they know it's racing time this Christmas with cones or something?
Yes.
Will he rip that one off from someone as well?
Probably.
Yeah, most probably. Let's get into all the political arguments about Bob Geldof if you want. Because we're RaceSpotTV and we love Bob Geldof, honest. But there's a number 29 car just working himself through Sunset Bend then. A couple of things on Twitter. Rutgerskev, I'm out of the car. Did terrible. Rachel, you have a job. Go and find him.
I shall do indeed.
Also, Virgo Racing stating that Marcus Johansson now behind the wheel for their car, and they have just been so dominant in that number 91 car. There you can see him in the GTC number 91 machine, and still just chugging away, and just having a look at that gap. It's still about 40 seconds. It's been that 40 seconds now, Matt, for about 3 hours, and they're not pushing that car at all. And that Dart Frog's car, running in that second place, we haven't talked much about them since about hour 2 when they were involved in the great battle. They settled down into second place. I just don't think they have anything for Virgil.
Doesn't look that way, does it? And if the gap's been stable for that long, then you have to think that realistically they're giving it everything they can. They probably are. I mean, I'm sure the Dart Frog guys are absolutely flat out, but sometimes, as Nico Rosberg found out earlier, there's not an awful lot you can do about the guy.
No mentioning that.
Okay.
We do not mention the Formula One.
Okay. What we will do instead is we will talk to Riku Alataulo. You've gotten out of your Glacier Racing car embroiled in a great battle with John Hall and the New World Sim Sports car for 2 stints. None of you, it was almost like status quo. You got past him, then he got back past you. How was it for you on the racetrack?
Yeah, first of all, I'd like to say that I did four whole stints, and 1 stint is over 50 minutes, so I just did pretty much half the race. I started when Backman did 1 stint, so there was like 5 hours left in the race, and I just got out of the car, and it's an hour and a half left, so I did almost 4 hours of racing, and oh god, it's terrible. I just came from the meeting, and I was hungover in the morning, and then I didn't have anything to eat as well today. I've had 1 slice of pizza the whole day, and I was hungry. I had a full bladder. I just went to the toilet and was there for like 5 minutes. I'm not even joking.
Well,
this is torture. I don't like endurance racing anymore.
Oh god.
The thing is though, because we had the meeting and everyone was at the meeting who was supposed to race for Neo, and so we were like, well, crap, what are we gonna do? So we had Backman drive from the house, like he was driving at the house we rented for the weekend, and yeah, then I went home. I put up I had my computer at the meeting to race the pro race, but yeah, put up my computer and stuff, and yeah, then I did the next 4 I was doing 3 stints, and I had no idea where anyone else was, and luckily Jari came back, but he came when I was fueling for the third my final stint. I was like in the pit, just about to come to the pits, and he comes, hey, I'm like, god damn it, couldn't you not come 15 minutes earlier so I don't have to do another one?
It's okay. You can do the Finnish word. Just say vitto, and no one will understand a word that you're saying.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to say. But yeah, talking about the battle, it's quite surprising that we're at the lead, because no one actually did any practice for this race except Jari. He did the qualifying, and Backman did a bit before the race. But I came home, I set up my PC. I asked Backman how much fuel do you have. He said like he has like 10 laps left, so about 20 minutes time. So I go to test car on track. I did 5 laps and then I hopped into the race. So as we say in Finland, I came straight from the beach, and it's been good so far.
Well, you are embroiled in this battle now for the GT race lead, and there you can see the gap up on your screens, ladies and gentlemen. Just 0.7 of a second between the New World Sim Sports car and the Glacier Racing number 40 machine. But do you think this is a race you can win? Of course, you come from pretty much the rear of the GT field to the front, which in endurance racing it's difficult but not at the same time. But now you're here. Have you got enough to kind of undo the screws on John Holt and that New World Sim Sports car?
I honestly think it comes down to pit stops. Our pace is so similar that I don't think it's gonna be decided on track. I think it's gonna be decided in the pits. Who dares to? Because we have to pit at least 1 more time here, and then it's gonna be just a case of who can who dares to take less fuel, because the fueling takes forever in this car. It takes 90 liters, takes like almost 40 seconds.
About
so, yeah, that's what it's gonna come down to.
Well, final question: how was the meeting?
It was great. I was drunk, and then I was hungover, and that was the meeting, pretty much. The thing about special place about VAX, which is where the meeting is. Once you go there, once you leave, you don't remember half of what happened. Then you see pictures, and you're like, God damn it. That's what happened.
I was going to say, Riku, I did happen to click on the link to your live stream for the meeting on Friday.
That was probably a big mistake.
4 o'clock. I know, about 4 o'clock in the afternoon on Friday, I saw people drinking from bottles of spirits and listening to Queen. I thought, this is probably going to be... Yeah, exactly.
Can I ask you one more?
Then I went to do some skip barber races while drunk, and I lost like 3 points of SR in 2 races. I got 2 disqualifications.
Can I ask you one very serious question before we go, Riku? Is this a real life, or is this just fantasy?
This is just fantasy, because,
Call it a landslide.
drunken life is a real life.
No escape from reality.
Yeah, missed that one.
Yeah, you did.
I gotta say, I tuned in because Rachel says to me, "Oh yeah, you want to see it? They're all drinking spirits at like 4 o'clock in the afternoon." And like Rachel being Northern England is like, "Yeah, this is really weird," and me being in Wales is like, "This is a problem." I was completely confused. I was like, "This is like walking through Newport. I don't understand what's the issue." Like.
I'm at home.
Yeah.
Well, thank you very much, Riku, for talking to us. Anyone you'd like to say thank you to before we let you go?
Thank you, Backman, for taking the first stint, and no thank you to everyone else for leaving me alone in TeamSpeak for 3 hours.
Well, Riku...
But good talking to you. See you after the race, maybe.
Well, Ricky Atulu, as Dan Blake would call him there, for Glacier TV. We're never going to let him live that one down. As
Still racing, not TV.
Is... racing. Sorry, even. As he is currently scored in the 2nd place in that class. Now, actually, having a look back in that class, actually, I'll go forward for the time being. We've got ourselves a current motorsports car on pit road, Dan.
Yeah, there's a car on pit road, but I've just had a message through from Egil Sandfeld. Powell Leduan was black flagged. Unjustifiable risk. Lap 128. Turn 13, second warnings. That's a stop and go for Powell Leduan. And who did you say was in the pits, Will?
It is the he was on pit road. It's Frank Smurfing from Correct Motorsports. He is back onto the racetrack there as he just comes past our camera point. Back out. Pit stop time for him was about 30 seconds as he comes back out. Right on board of him then. No cars really around him. Down to P5 for the time being, but the top 4 haven't yet stopped. Now, Rachel, the important thing is, stop with 1 hour 20 to go. Do the math in your head. You can make it home.
Well, maybe one more
with
stop.
With one more stop, yeah, that's what I mean. With one more stop.
Although it seems like... Sorry, I'm still trying to get over the fact that the Finns are so drunk, and here we go for the lead.
Yeah, and here's Latore, and it is side by side as they work themselves down in towards turn number 1. You've got the new Odsum Sport car on the left-hand side. You've got the Glacier Racing car on the right-hand side, coming down in towards turn number 1. Charlie Latore isn't going to be able to make the move, but will he try and do the cut owner as they come out of turn number 1, heading themselves down towards turn 3? No, he won't, Rachel.
He will not, but you know what? I do wonder often, what would the Finns be like if they actually bothered preparing for a race and were sober? Because as it stands, they are incredibly good. They just seem to have this blasé attitude of, oh, well, it'll be okay.
Ladies and gentlemen,
that offends any Finns.
I do have to do a public service announcement. Please drink responsibly.
Give it to me.
Yeah, or as Bernie said, think before you drive.
I think. Oh yeah. Sure.
Yeah.
I'll be honest. There's been many times I've been sat at home and I thought I've got a serious drink problem, and mostly because I've run out.
See, I've had people call me an alcoholic before, but I'm not, because I have absolutely no problem drinking. I don't see why they say it. I find it quite easy, in fact.
Oh, ladies and gentlemen, 1 hour 17 minutes here left on the play clock on RaceSpotTV. It's going to take a moment to step aside. We'll be right back. We're continuing coverage after this.
The NASCAR Peak Antifreeze Series powered by iRacing.com has officially begun. It's all in control of Brad Davies in that 11 machine. Green flag flies. He's damn near banged up though. Now the 93 is going to push the 4 of Brian Day all the way up the wall. 4 wide down the super stretch point in the turn. And now the 93-39, the 3 machine goes around. Big trouble in the back. It's the race for the win up front.
Look behind him. They're 3 and 4 wide, trying to make a push to the front as the field gains speed in turn number 1. Kenny Humphrey, if he can rip it back to the start finish line, will win here at Daytona.
7 laps to go.
Oh,
As you love it,
here we go.
you love it. The 1 gets around, the 5 gets around. Big choke for first place.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We've got 1 hour and 13 minutes left on the play clock as we bring you continuing coverage of this, the Neo Endurance Series here on RaceSpotTV. Now, John Hall has been able to pick up a 1.3 second advantage over Yahari Lotti as New World Sport continue their battle with Glacier Racing. We're going to show you, though, the nice little battle we've got going on between KRT GT Motorsports, the number 80 GTC car, with Talk Freak Racing. The gap there, Dan, is less than 1 second on the racetrack.
Yeah, not very much at all between those two cars, but traffic's maybe starting to play a little bit of a part now because the KRT GT car, Colin Modig, is actually starting to pull away a little bit from Peter van der Kolk just through the traffic, and that's something that these GTC cars will have to it's something they have to look out for, being the slowest cars. They always seem to be at the prey of the faster cars. And talking about the faster cars, in the P class, we had a few pit stops between Twisted Apex Racing just coming out now, Balas Reminick, and in the Apex Racing UK car, Alex Simpson has jumped out, and in comes Sebastian Job, and Sebastian, very, very quick driver, so he'll be pushing to try and get that 3rd position from Cronet Motorsport, but they're still quite a way in front, but they pitted as well with Frank Sumfleth. So in the P class, just about pit cycle completed in the top 5 or 6.
Running on board the Slipstream racing car of Martin Ensman in that number 79 car. By the way, Rachel, did you ever find Richards, Kev?
I did, but he PM'd me back saying, I'm available for an interview now, about 3 hours after I asked him, and I missed that message, and 5 minutes after that he said, sorry, I've got to go and take the baby out. So Rutgers Kev being a caring father rather than talking to RaceSpotTV, so I can't really fault him for that, although it did take him 3 hours to get back to my message, so kind of can.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, don't forget the next round of the championship will be here on the 21st of December. Coverage of that will be at 2 p.m. GMT as we head to America's Car Park and the Circuit of the Americas for 6 hours of COTA here on RaceSpotTV. Don't forget, tonight we have got ourselves more 16th Street Racing League action as we head over to Road America for the continuation of the 16th Street Racing League. And then, of course, Monday night, our Skippy night, as we bring in continuing coverage of the Club UK and Ireland Championship here on RaceSpotTV. Coverage of that will start at 8:40 p.m. GMT, here, live, only on your home of Skip Barber Racing, RaceSpotTV. There we are. Got that plug out of the way. Right, Gooden, by the way, still continues to lead. And this gap that we said was potentially going to come down, Rachel, hasn't come down. It's still 26 seconds.
It is indeed. In fact, we've lost 3rd place from the lead lap. But now there's 3 cars in contention: Twisted Apex Racing, Apex Racing UK, and Cronet. Of course, Apex chasing down Cronet at Motorsport, but it's pretty much now on Coanda and Radicals online. Either one makes a mistake, could be somebody else. Radicals make a mistake, Coanda have got a shot. Otherwise, I don't think 26 seconds is going to come down in 1 hour or so, Will.
Yeah, we're going to very quickly have a chat with Niel Egil. We're going to have a chat with Niel Egil for two different things. First of all, it is for the gap battle that he's been having here today in the Racing Lions car. Niel, you're out of the car, but it's been an entertaining day for you here today in some ways, but P9, I'm guessing, isn't what you hoped for.
No, I hoped I would be in front of Gathering with Tweakers 1. But a couple of mistakes in the beginning set us back, and during my triple stint I just gave it all and closed the gap a bit. And now it's up to my teammate Danny to get it to the finish.
Now, you are in P9. I'm having a look at the gap. You've got 13.8 seconds to Andy Fuller in the number 18 car. Actually, no, take that back. It's only 13.9 seconds to Andy Fuller in the number 18 car. Then you've got another 11 seconds to Ben Tusting ahead. So, things barring everything on that final pit stop, there is still time to make up positions. But realistically, do you think that P8, maybe P7 is about as much as you can now aim for?
Yeah, it's really tough because all the guys from P6 till P10 are just about the same pace, so it's going to be really tough, and we have to hope for mistakes from others.
Now, talking to you as one of the two co-owners of the Neo Endurance Series, two questions very quickly. First of all, as far as this race goes, it's been such a long time in the making, but we finally got it going. The Neo Endurance Series, how has it been for you as a kind of like race promoter?
Oh, it was awesome. Building up to today, it was really awesome. The whole week I was a bit nervous. I don't know why, but I was excited for it. And we did a lot of work the last couple of months. It was really awesome.
And final question, we talked a little bit earlier on the broadcast about the Motorsports Safety Foundation. Now you, one of the people involved in getting that partnership with the Neo Endurance Series, very quickly take us through that one.
Yeah, I knew with the Neo Endurance Series we could do something extras, and I thought, yeah, we could go for a good cause, race for a good cause, and I thought, yeah, what would be awesome? It would be awesome to blur the line between sim racing and real life racing even more. And yeah, that's why I came up with the Motorsport Foundation, and they were very excited too.
Well, we'll talk to you about that in a little bit more detail, probably after the race. But thank you very much for talking to us. Racing Lions, Niel Egil, and they're doing not a bad job overall, Dan. They are running in P9. Just having a look at their lap times, actually, though. They are a little bit slow at this point in time than Andy Fuller, the car ahead of them. But they did work themselves through traffic. In fact, they're working themselves through traffic on this lap, and that is your GT race leader of John Hall.
Yeah, not quite getting the luck of the draw there with the traffic, but as you say, they're in position 9. They're still running at this point in time, which is good because there's been 4 cars in my class who currently aren't running now. So just the fact that they're still running, and they're still, as Niel said, they could still. There's a couple of cars ahead which they might be able to catch up on this last hour as well. So they still got something to race for.
And Rachel, the reason why he was alluding to the Gathering of the Tweakers, of course, is they are the official support series for the Neo Endurance Series. And of course, a little bit of rivalry always takes place between race promoters when they get involved in a battle on the racetrack.
Absolutely, and especially with two very prominent series that both have incredibly good endurance racing. It's a sports series in name more than in practicality, because the drivers are, I'd say, of equal talent. Of course, one being GT3, one being LMP, GT and GTC. But I think they're both amazingly good series. I can't really decide between the two. Of course, we covered yesterday's round here, 3 hours at Sebring in the GT3 cars, and it was an amazing race. Of course, not the same race, because the cars were all the same class, essentially. This is typical endurance racing. Lots of traffic, the poor C-spec cars getting battered around and passed left, right and centre, but here's a funny one. They're all still on the track. Every single GTC car still running. We've only lost 4 P1 cars, which is completely the opposite of what normally happens when the rather flipper-fronted HPDs decide to move others out of their way, which hasn't happened.
We have, by the way, got a car on pit road, and that is Aspen Motorsports with Yalka Dasso currently scored in that one there, you can see, making a pit stop. Now, this is outside that window, Dan, for him to make it to the end of the race, so he will have to make one more stop. You cannot get 65 minutes out of a tank of fuel.
But what that will mean, Will, is that will be a little bit of a splash and dash. Yalko Dasso and the Aspen Motorsports team not quite go into that window, as you said, Will, but they will have to make a splash and dash. But currently they're quite a way down in their class at the moment anyway. They're 2 laps off of the Motorsports Simsport and Glacier Racing team, but there's still quite a few cars on that same lap as them. There's approximately 6-7 cars who are on the same lap, so the battle might not be at the front, but as we mentioned it earlier, there is quite a battle in that GT class between some of the cars a bit lower down in the category.
As he comes back onto the racetrack, and we kind of noticed this one right on the first pit stop, Rachel. I think this has been a case of simple mistiming, because they come onto pit road about 20 minutes before everyone else. They're only about 10 minutes outside that window. This is going to be huge for them. I mean, they are classified down in the order in the GT class, down in 13th. They're not necessarily going to lose 13th place, but you never want to make a splash and dash under any circumstances.
Well, absolutely not, but unfortunately you get forced into such patterns, shall we say, by the nature of endurance racing. Things go wrong, things go right, you've got to have to change and fly on your feet, and these guys are just going to have to live and adapt.
Slipstream Racing in GTC battling with Torque Creek Racing for the battle for P6 in that class as it stands right now. 1.4 seconds is the gap between Martin Ensman and the Slipstream Racing number 79 car and the Torque Creek Racing number 81 car. And Dan, this is one of those battles that we've talked about, we've alluded to a little bit before, that will likely go on until the end of the race with 1 hour remaining on the play clock now. It's a case of, well, anything can happen, and generally you always see that. This field separates itself out in the middle part, and bits of it do come back together late on in the going.
A testament to how equal these drivers are, because this is a battle we were talking about 15-20 minutes ago, and they're exactly the same distance apart near enough. And it's the same story with that P1, with the battle between Radicals and Coanda. That is still that 26-second mark. It's just incredible how equal and how competitive the drivers are. And as I said before, it's just a small mistake from Slipstream will let Torque Creek Racing come through, but because so close, and also with the Torque Creek Racing car, they're not too far behind that Slipstream car, Martin Ensman. So the slightest little slip or the slightest bit that Ensman gets stuck in traffic, he'll have that Torque Creek Racing car right on the back of his GTC car.
And again, Rachel, we are going to harp on about this until the cars come home, but for Coanda Simsport, if they finish this race 26 seconds back, every one of those seconds can be attributed to something that's happened on the racetrack. The first 15 seconds is where we had the spin from Martin Piatella. The other 10 seconds wasn't caused by their own doing. Of course, they weren't able to get past one of the other cars on the racetrack, but they were put into that position because they made the spin and lost themselves 15 seconds on the racetrack. They were then going 2 seconds a lap slower. So all those 26 seconds, Coanda can put down to one mistake on the racetrack.
Yeah, they can indeed. It's probably 1 minute that will haunt them, just like the 1 minute friction at Spa a couple of weeks ago.
As we're now having a look at that gap as it stands right now, that is not correct. Just having a look, actually, trying to figure out where our second place car is. There we are, Jorn Jens. And there's the gap from Wyatt Gooden to Jorn Jens is 27.2 seconds. That actually now has increased a little bit, Dan.
Yeah, that Coanda car of Jorn Jens got stuck in a bit of traffic there. He had 2 of the GT cars and a GTC car to negotiate, and one of the more trickier parts, he couldn't make a move. But something I noticed about that Radicals car of Wyatt Gooden, he's been particularly aggressive in traffic. I saw him dive down the inside of 2 of the slower cars going into one of the corners. So Wyatt's been... I wouldn't say he's been too aggressive, but he's been assertive, I think is the word I'm looking for, with the tail enders.
Yes, and Radicals here today have just been astonishing. To give you an update on the lap count, by the way, we are working ourselves on lap number 155 with 5 hours of this race almost scored complete. So, whoever said 182 laps, I think you're going to be out of the running. I said, what, 186, 180, Joe Raff, 187 laps. I think he could be on the money here, Rachel.
Good indeed. We'll have to find out.
As the gap is now up to 27.7 seconds between your top two drivers. Having a look down the field as well. This is one battle that we have got to come and pick back up again. John Hall and Yai Lotari. It does seem to be that John Hall has got himself now a 5.2 second gap, so he has been able to pull away from Lotari. And that's the biggest gap that we've seen between these drivers now for about, 2.5 hours, Dan.
Interesting one. Glacier seemed to have gone a bit further back from that new Sim Sports car. John Hall putting a bit of a gap, and I just wonder if that may cause Glacier Racing to maybe alter their strategy a little bit and get the next stint quicker. I don't know if there'll be another driver coming in for Glacier, if it will carry on to be Yari Latari, and Yoni Batman. Do you reckon Yoni Batman may make an appearance at the end of the race, Will?
I think he might have to. And Yoni Batman, we saw at Spa, made an incredible drive, and he was the mopper-upper last time. Whether or not Latari, I think Latari would have done enough. Backman, of course, doing one stint, he might have to get back into the car anyway. So there's going to be an interesting one to think about for the remainder of this race. We have once again joined by one of the spokespeople for the Radicals Online Organisation. That is Paul Ilbrink. And Paul, what a day it's been for Radicals here today. They weren't written off at the start of this race. They were an outside bet, but they've just been consistently good all race long.
Yeah, you should always bet on us, Will.
Well, of course, I always secretly bet on you because I try to claim that I'm radical enough. But overall, you've got a 27.7 second advantage over Coanda. And we were just saying a moment ago in the broadcast that each of those 27 seconds for Coanda, they can attribute to one error that they had. Actually, the last time that we talked to you, they had an issue. They spun their car, lost 15 seconds, and lost another 10 seconds in traffic because of that. You guys haven't really put a foot wrong all day. How is it for White Good in that number one car?
Well, it's just about consolidating the gap a bit and stay clean with passing the traffic, which sometimes gives a little bit of hairy moments, but we've gotten away with it pretty much the whole race, so I'm sure Wyatt can bring it home safe.
Just as I say that, having to run a little bit wide there down in turn number 14. Dan made a point earlier that it's not being aggressive, it's being assertive working yourself through traffic right now. Of course, you don't want to get too complacent, and we talked about this in the 24-hour race, that you always want to run around that 90% mark. But two very quick questions. First of all, how hard is Wyatt pushing? And B, will he be the driver finishing the race? Of course, your final pit stop coming up in about 10-15 minutes.
I'm drinking some beers now, so I hope Wyatt will finish it. And no, we should be looking good. And he's still pushing, but he's professional enough to not make any dumb mistakes, so I'm not worried about that.
Well, there you can see then the number one car for Radicals Online, powered by SteelSeries Professional Gaming Gear. Great looking paint scheme on that car. Thank you very much, Paul, for having a chat with us. Hopefully we'll talk to you in Winner's Circle at the end of the race.
Yeah, we'll be back.
And Rachel, such a beautiful paint scheme there on that Radicals car as we look behind the trees there.
Yes, it is. Beautiful scheme.
Down in towards the hairpin. He will come. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now down to less than 1 hour in this event remaining. As we have had ourselves a couple of close battles going on. We've got one of them going on right now. This is between Friction Racing and Torque Freak Racing. Both the Torque Freak Racing cars, both in GT and GTC, Dan, are embroiled in some very close battles right now.
Yeah, and more so, the car of the Friction Racing car has actually overtaken Torque Freak Racing on this lap. So Frederick Evers has found his way past team over F.I.R.S.T because they were in different positions at the beginning of the lap. But the Torque Freak Racing car is definitely getting stuck in, as you say, Will, both in quite fierce battles. The Torque Freak Racing 2 car seems to have dropped back a lot from Carl Modig and the KRT car, and the last lap for Peter van der Kolk was 2 seconds slower. So in the GTC battle, it looks like that 81 car dropping back quite a bit.
Yeah, and here's a replay then of what happened between Friction Racing and Torque Freak Racing. Down to the inside, down and towards turn number 1. It is that textbook pass, once again, pulled off beautifully there by that Friction Racing car, Rachel.
Yeah, stunning move, textbook positioning. Really got a good one there.
As you can see there, he is, and there's the view back to the Talk Freak Racing car, losing a position now and starting to fall back just a little bit. As we've got a car, by the way, scored on pit road. That is Rasmus Larsen making what will... Is this going to be the final pit stop, Dan? This is at the very, very edge of a fuel window for the iRacing Denmark Assault team.
That's a very interesting move. As you say, we're now coming down to the point where a bit of fuel saving, and this could be their last pit stop. It'd be interesting to see with if they have to make the last couple of laps maybe a bit slower, conserving the fuel. But this is
I think he's got an issue.
That's not good if he's got an issue, because they had an issue earlier in the race as well. But I remember Riku saying it could take 40 seconds to put the fuel in, so it may be just the fuel going in, Will.
Yeah, but that timer now is up to 90 seconds. So an issue for the iRacing Denmark Assault team. They are falling down the standings once again. We'll try and get an update as to what has happened for them. But a secondary heartbreak now for Rasmus Larsen. And in any case, Rachel, they were right on the very limit. We know that these forwards can do about 50 to 55 minutes, but it all comes down to a couple of things. A, how much you can save, but also actually the downforce levels of your car. I think I alluded to this at the end of the broadcast yesterday, that the amount of downforce you run has an implication of almost 1.5 laps of fuel, more so in the P car, but still even in the GT and the GTC cars. How much wing you put on that bad boy will have an implication on how efficient your engine's going to be and how many laps you can get out of your cars right along board with the Twisted Apex racing car of Remliak.
Well, absolutely, and it's pretty simple, really. The more downforce you have, obviously you have to encourage more air to cross the surface of the wings and the aerodynamic surfaces on the car, and to get more air interacting with that surface, you need more air hitting it. That means more drag. You obviously counteract an element of that drag by having more grip in corners. What you give up in top-end speed on straights, you recover in the corners where drag is less of a factor, and that airflow is encouraging speed. However, to counter that, you're burning more fuel to go at the same speed as you would be to go at the same speed in a car with less downforce. So it obviously corresponds to lap time, but also the amount of fuel you're using. So you run harder with more, but you go faster, or you run less and you run longer.
Is that harder, better, faster, stronger?
It could well be indeed.
There we are. Daft Punk lyric chucked into a RaceSpotTV broadcast. Please don't sue us, YouTube. It's the GOT #1 car of Remco Moat coming out of pit road, 31.9 seconds. Now that is, it's quite another lyric, on the edge of glory potentially for them. I say glory. It'll probably be somewhere around the P6 mark. But glory as far as it goes with that Racing Lions team, who we know are abroad in a kind of an owners, organisers battle right now, Dan.
The other end of Tweakers have just stopped into the pits. Bob Van Kutrick has taken over that car, but as you say, Gavin and Tweakers 1 and Racing Lions are quite competitive. They want to beat each other. As you said before, Danny Wrights is in the car for Racing Lions, and the next car, the KRT car of Andy Fuller, seems to pull quite a gap. I remember at one stage of saying it was about 10-15 seconds, but it looks like Andy Fuller is definitely, it's hammer time for him, so that's another lyric there for you, Will.
It's hammer time. I'm the only one allowed to do those type of lyrics. But having a look at your #1 car continuing to do another lap. Now to run through actually your lap leaders for today, Wyatt Gooden has now led 95 laps of this event. Jorn Jens 38, 2 for Frank Sloan, I might as well do this by team. Radicals 98, Coranda Sim Sports 38 laps. This team right here, Current Motorsport, they have led 2 laps. And then we've had Twisted Apex Racing leading 1 lap here today. And Gavin the Tweakers have also led 1 lap in today's event in that C class. So plenty of action still to go on. We're going to get a word with one of the other teams in just one moment. That's going to be the V.R.S. team in about as much time as it takes me to do this. And say that V.R.S. number 55 team, they are continuing along on the racetrack as well. There you can see them. And we've got Solomir here, Solomir Udek, and that GT car running in 14th place right now. Not doing a bad job, but involved in some incidents earlier on.
Oh, okay. Can you hear me? Okay, sorry, some
Yes.
problems. Yeah, I mean, we are on the third position after two great stints of margin, one with contact, but well, from my point of view as a racing engineer, it was more like a racing accident, so I didn't see any fault. Unfortunately, the second one of Pavel, who's currently was more unfortunate. And yeah, we had to repair a car, and we lost 4 minutes. So actually, starting fourth, then we are on the podium, and now we are on 14th position. So I mean, yeah, we are very disappointed, especially after 5 hours of, I think, good racing, clean racing. It's not the place where we want to be, but that's racing. And what can we do? I have to see the replay after the race, because now I'm helping Pavel all the time. So yeah, we'll see. Let's hope next races will be much better than this one.
Very quickly before we let you go, of course, you're down and out for this race, but 5 races in this season. What can you take from here to the next round of the championship at Circuit of the Americas?
Well, I mean, I think for everybody it's something completely new, especially for our team. I mean, and endurance racing. But I mean, I think that traffic is the key, because my goal as a racing engineer is to calm down my drivers sometimes, because I can see how they race. I know them. I know their racing style, so to speak. So yeah, I think. I mean, we didn't fight for position at all, and we just wanted too much, I think, and it was our mistake. But as I said, I have to see the replay, and I hope that in next races we are not going to see such accidents anymore.
Well, thank you very much for talking to us. Not a good day here today, that number 55 car. However, looking to rebound at Circuit of the America next time. Thank you very much for talking to us, Salome.
Cheers.
In the meanwhile, down we have Jorn Jens out of the car. We have Marty Piatella back into the car in that number 11 Coanda Sim Sports P car. And now this is going to be that test. Can Piatella bring some magic to that car?
It answers one question. It doesn't like we'll see Martin Kroenke, but Piatella definitely is going to be putting up a fight. And interesting, we heard earlier from the Radicals that going to keep Wyatt Gooden in for a second stint. So Coanda deciding to change the drivers, and Wyatt Gooden doing 2 stints and Piatella doing 1. It'll be interesting to see if Piatella will be able to close that gap a little bit in this final stint. But it looks like Coanda have changed their driver for this last stint.
Yep, so down to 47 minutes. That final window is open. Make a pit stop now. You are good to go to the end, Rachel.
Yeah, this is it now. This is sprint time. This is go time. Time for those drivers to get up, unwind, stretch a bit, wake themselves up, have a caffeinated beverage of choice, and go racing rather than just pacing. Because these guys have been doing 5 hours of endurance, keeping their car ready for this moment. Now time to kick ass and go for it.
Yep, our time is running out, and how did we come to this? As Glacier Racing in and out of pit road. New driver, Dan?
Ricky Atulu.
Back into the car then goes Riku Alatalo for Glacier Racing in the number 40 car. So just 1 stint there for Yai Lotari, 2 stints actually. I'll take that one back. As Riku Alatalo taking himself a break, getting himself back into the race car, and now he has to hunt down John Hall. Hall hasn't yet stopped, by the way, so it'll be interesting to see what his pit time is. It's a 35.6 second stop there for Glacier Racing.
Cronut car on its roof. It's behind Riku Alatalo. It just seems to lose it, and it's hit itself into the barrier. And our third place team, it looks like it's all unravelled quite badly for them.
Well, quite badly. He is upside down right now. Let's get a look on board with him. See if we can get the replay. Down in towards 1, he comes then for Cronut Motorsport. And let's see, is this a driver error or is he helped along the way? So down in towards the complex of 3, 4, and 5. The incident will happen around here. We do believe he lost it by himself. Now, we've seen turn 5 be the devil's corner earlier on. Gets on the power, lose it exactly the same way as Karina Simsport did. However, that time, Rachel, he couldn't avoid the tyre barriers. That car upside down and around.
That's incredible, because he seemed to go slowly into the barriers and then glitch and suddenly end up upside down facing the track in a bit of a DDB12 moment. But no, that's terrible. These guys were 3rd place running to the end of this race, and of all the cars, they probably deserved it the most. They put themselves where they needed to be, which unfortunately means now this could unfortunately, fortunately for them, but this could look like it's going to promote Apex Racing UK into that final podium spot for the P1 class.
Yeah, as here comes one more replay coming out of turn number 5, losing it. And that was a carbon copy of exactly what Karina Simsport did a little bit earlier on there, Dan. The issue is, it just seems to me he couldn't slow it down enough. He didn't react quickly enough when that car got loose. He didn't slam on the brakes, and the fact that he hit the tyre barriers, well, that was going to be game over. And you can see now he is on pit road. Let's see whether we can get that car back out, but there is some rather substantial rear damage and some front damage to that car.
Unfortunately, it looked like he just tried to fight it, but didn't realise he was in a losing battle until the last minute, and unfortunately into the barrier, and he's already dropped down to 5th position. But the car at Martin Piatello in a lot of traffic at the moment, and this is not going to help him trying to catch the Radicals car. He's just got past one of the GTC cars now, but by going back to the Cronut car, it just looked like the back end came away from him and he didn't quite get it in time, hit the wall, and that was really unfortunate because he's down to 5th and he might even lose more places by the time the car's repaired.
Yeah, and with so many cars remaining still in this event, as by the way, we've got Wim Stockman on pit road as well for Racing Lines GT. So he's getting himself a new driver, I believe. Although he has got some repairs need to be done to that car because, Rachel, that rear wing, that is not the way that rear spoiler is supposed to look.
No, it's usually there to provide downforce rather than looking like a modern art sculptor.
Yes, in fact, we'll just circle that one for you to show you exactly what we mean. Right about there. As, of course, ironically, every time we do that one, something changes. But, yeah, the Racing Lions car, unfortunately, for them, they are going to have a bit of an issue for the remainder part of this race. Got another car on towards pit road as well. That is Mike Newson for Revs Sim Racing UK. We've also got Timo Boyhorst for Talk Freak Racing making a scheduled pit stop. Dan, now, is there going to be a driver change for these guys, you think?
Talk Freak Racing, we saw them having a bit of a battle earlier. Timo Boyhorst in the car. It looks like he's still going to stay in there unless they make the late driver change. I haven't seen one yet. So the car in the GT class that was involved in quite a battle with the earlier on in the race is going to try and come out, and it's probably now down to about the last 45 minutes. It is going to be Boyhorst to stay in the car. He pulls away, and that should be the last pit stop for Talk Freak Racing in this race.
34.9 seconds as the number 79 car also coming on towards pit road. That is Martin Ensman making a pit stop for these guys as he is going to make that final stop of the day, Rachel. Rather, well, simple stop for him as he is going to take himself some tyres and possibly get himself a swap as well. Importantly, we haven't yet, and a very quick stop actually there for Slipstream Racing. Very quick indeed, just 17.5 seconds. Importantly, we haven't yet seen Wyatt Gooden on pit road for the Radicals Online car. We do know that he should be staying in the car. We also haven't yet seen John Hall into pit road. So your two leading cars in the class haven't yet come on pit road, and John Hall will stay out to do another lap, Rachel.
Yep, clean stop, fuel, tyres, and away he goes. This is it now, the run to the end. Let's see what they can make of it.
So down in towards turn number 1 comes John Hall, right on board of him for sector 1 then, and there you can see the gap back to Glacier Racing. It's currently scored as 84 seconds, 85 seconds. Now the reason for that is of course he hasn't yet made that final pit stop. Our timing and scoring is just a little bit out as well. But Hall, he is pushing along, and the thing for him now is that if he gets himself into a lot of traffic, he might as well just come in, Rachel. He's not got any traffic at the moment, so he can bleed that tank dry. So if he does get a load of GTC traffic at once, I think that will be the point where you almost force that pit stop just to remain in front.
Oh yeah, he is, and obviously now open track is exactly what he wants. It's time to go and run laps and find time. But it's also very difficult at this stage of the race to have that open track because it can be mesmerising. You can just slip into that focus, and as soon as traffic does appear, you almost forget how to pass people because you're so used to hitting your marks.
Virgil Racing, by the way, are on to pit row. Marcus Johansson there from the GTC race lead. Don't see a driver going in that car unless I missed it, Dan.
It looks like Marcus Johansson. This going to happen. Is it happening now? No, it looks like it is going to be Marcus Johansson to drive away for Virgil Racing, who have the lead in the GTC class by quite a margin from Dark Frogs Racing. So the Virgil team have been very, very consistent in the endurance races we've seen, and Marcus Johansson looks like he's going to be in till the end.
Yep, so winding down pit stops now. We've also got Tim Bertie scored on pit road in the Sim RC DE cars. We see another car just coming out of pit road. A couple of cars coming out of pit road. Wings all over the place, Rachel. This is almost as if you give these guys a rules package. It's like, so you can't have your wings straight, but see how you can make it. And a couple of cars there doing some rather interesting things. As here we've got actually a couple of other cars coming onto pit road. Racing Lions, Danny Reeks, but more importantly, here comes John Hall onto pit road, Rachel.
He does indeed, and this is from the lead of the GT class. He's in his box. Let's find out exactly what's going to happen to him.
Driver swap.
Driver swap, we do indeed. Jonathan Fuller's coming into that New World Simsport car. He will run the final stint of this race.
Tick-tock. 39 minutes for him. Now, the interesting thing is, for some of these guys who save themselves a little bit of fuel rate there, Dan, they still got to make sure that they each do their fair share. Otherwise, they'll get disqualified. Now, I know that Fuller will probably get into that window, but you can't just put a driver in 15 minutes to go and say, yeah, that's okay, off we go. You've actually got to make sure that they each run their fair share. But Fuller, 39 minutes, it will be about 39 minutes 15 seconds for him, 31.8 second stop as he's onto the racetrack. Now all he has to do is play defense, and I want to see what that gap is. It's showing up on my screen as going down to about 10 seconds. It's below 10 seconds. Let's get a look at it as it's going to settle, I think, at about 6 seconds or so. In fact, no, it's about 7 seconds for the time being. It's 7.5 seconds. Somehow they're able to eke out more time, despite the fact there, Dan, we know that A is a driver swap for New World Simsport, and Glacier Racing had the fresher tyres. Now Fuller can just push, get that gap up to potentially about 10 seconds.
Also, will though, that the New World Simsport might have to put a little bit less fuel in, pitting later. I think what they need to do at Glacier is whack a vodka bottle on the back of that New World Sim on the string, and Riku go chase that vodka bottle. But yes. Yeah, Riku Alatalo in for Glacier Racing and Jonathan Fuller in for New World Simsport, and you got to think that Jonathan Hall may have won the race for New World Simsports, that stint against Yari Latari. We were very, very close, but then John Hall managed to eke out a little bit of a gap, and that could be the difference between the GT race lead and second place.
Shout out to I'm never going to pronounce this, Findra Neighbours on Twitter. Eating my food while watching Neo Endurance. Good life, hashtag IRNeo. I'd like to thank you for reminding me that I haven't eaten all day today, but that's not an issue. By the way, has Cam just fallen asleep? Cam, are you even here?
He died.
Yeah. Well, I need him for later on. We have got ourselves 37 minutes on the play clock now. And just having a look, Wyatt Goodham has yet to make his final stop. We ride along board with him as he comes down in towards Sunset Bend in that Radicals Online. Number 1, P-Car working himself out of the corner. Does he come on towards pit road this time by? Yes, he does.
Yeah, so Wyatt Goodham will come into the pits and lead that P-Class, and we're not expecting a driver change, as Paul Wilbink said earlier. He's going to have a couple of beers, so hopefully Wyatt Goodham will be staying into the car, and this is quite a crucial pit stop for Radicals Online, because Marty Putello in the car for Coanda Simsport, we know that he was quite quick in his earlier stint, as Wyatt Goodham comes to a stop, and this could be a pit stop which determines what happens to the rest of this race. If Radicals have any sort of problems, it could bring Coanda Simsport back into it, but that is quite unlikely because Radicals in the last couple of hours or so seem to have dominated this race.
And also,
I bet you that Coanda are praying to every single deity they can imagine that Radicals have a orbital driver
Well,
swap.
they're not,
which they
because
definitely
it's
don't, 'cause they're away.
25.1, and again, they weren't going to make a driver swap anyway, but as they come out onto the racetrack, once again, 25.1 second start for him. Marty Piatella, it was always going to have to take less fuel. I was just about to say that. They're always going to have to take less fuel than Piatella because they stopped so much there. There you can see Commander Simsport's car. He's not even down into Sunset Bend yet, Matt.
No, he's quite a long way behind, isn't he? Unless there's a bit of a problem, you've got to say it looks like they're going to be staying as they are, I think.
So he comes past the start-finish line. We'll get updated timing and scoring at the line, but it is a big gap now. That it's not as big as it alludes to here, but it is a very big gap between Commander Simsport in that second place and Wyatt Gooden in first. It settled down 31.3 seconds. So actually what's happened here, Rachel, is that Radicals have gained 5 seconds on that stint.
Yeah, they had a better run, they had less traffic, and they didn't have the pressure that Commander has, so it's completely conceivable that they managed to pull that out. Of all the teams today, they have been one of the best.
Well then, ladies and gentlemen, 35 minutes remaining on the play clock. We're going to take this opportunity to have our final commercial of the day, and then we'll be back for the final 30 minutes here on RaceSpotTV of the first round of the Neo Endurance Series. Stick with us, we shall be back into Frastically.
The NASCAR Peak Antifreeze Series powered by iRacing.com has officially begun. It's all in control of Brad Davies in that 11 machine. Green flag flies. He's damn near banged up though. Now the 93 is going to push the 4 of Brian Day all the way up the wall. 4 wide down the super stretch point in the turn. And now the 93-39, the 3 machine goes around. Big trouble in the back. It's the race to the win up front.
Look behind him. They're 3 and 4 wide, trying to make a push to the front as the field gains speed in turn number 1. Kenny Humphrey, if he can rip it back to the start finish line, will win here at Daytona.
7 laps to go.
Oh,
As you love it.
here we go.
You love it. The 1 gets around. The 5 gets around. Big jump.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the final part of our coverage of the first round of the 2014 Neo Endurance Series here on RaceSpotTV. Don't forget, the next round of the championship will be December 21st, 2 p.m. GMT. It's our prelude to Christmas from America's Car Park, Circuit of the Americas. And that we stick in America for the second round of the championship. Circuit of the Americas, it's a good track, just a little bit too much red and blue asphalt on it.
Yeah, not much of a, there's quite a lot of runoff, as you say, with America's Car Park, but I think it will suit for some great racing. We've seen before, Circuit of the Americas has produced some good racing. I think that'll be the same again with the Neo Endurance Series second round. That's coming up before Christmas, but now we've got the battle for GTO. Looks like Ricky Alatalo is beginning to catch up onto Jonathan Fuller now, and that's new board Sim Sports car. So Ricky has seen that bottle of vodka hanging off the back of the car, and he's chasing it.
He is seen. I like how it's hanging off the back of the car as well.
Speaking of fins, though, does anyone remember the start of the Drivers' World Championship race at Circuit of the Americas? That so did not bring good racing. That was so like, you know, explosions.
Yes, kaboom. By the way, Jonathan Fuller, his last lap, a 202.962. Ricky Alatalo, a 202.413. Alatalo is on it, and he is pushing, Rachel.
He is indeed. As we mentioned, it's the old carrot and the stick approach, but it seems in Finland they prefer to eat the carrot and then beat the driver with a stick until they go faster.
Just leave the beatings alone.
After what we were talking about when we were off air, Rachel. Meanwhile,
I think I said it.
Got Gathering of Tweakers 2 battling with Lazy Man Racing.
Gathering of Twerkers, I have to say it at some point.
Gathering of Tweakers 2 battling with Lazy Man Racing in the battle for P7 on the racetrack. There you can see Dirk Turling's down to the inside of the number 80 GTC car. Right behind him is the Lazy Man Racing car. That cost him half a second there for Dirk Turling's. As we have a look from the rear of him, there you can see the car catching him. The Lazy Man Racing car of Victel Perlman in this battle for P7, Dan.
And the second car, that Lazy Man, tried to go down the inside of the GTC car, but it was as slow as a cockroach on the entry, so couldn't quite get past. But coming down the straight, he'll try and get past, and I think he probably will go past that quite easily. But the Friction Racing car, Christian Tanahoto, is going to take that position, so great racing in this GT class.
Yeah, potentially going to go 3 wide down into Sunset Bend. It is like getting a bunch of bananas, putting him into one corner. As you can see, contact there. 33 car turnaround, and the other car turnaround as well. This guy who are riding with the Friction Racing car of Ervers, big contact there. Now this will be reviewed by the race stewards, Rachel.
Yes, it will. That's not exactly what you want to have happen at this stage in a race. After so long, this is just unfortunate, Will.
Well, we'll get a look at it, and I say it was going to go bananas. It did go bananas down into the final corner, Sunset Bend. Here you can see they went 3 wide into the corner. Now look down at the car, the green car there is the one who made the contact. That was the 33 car of Victel and Perlman coming down from that middle lane. I just think he turned into that corner too quickly there, Matt.
I'm just trying to catch up with it now. You just never know. When you go 3 wide like that, you never know exactly what's going to happen, and you're relying on everybody to have a bit of spatial awareness. Yeah. And yeah, he just didn't give the guy enough room, did he?
They're coming down into the corner now. This will be reviewed by the racing stewards, and you can see that he just came down into the corner. Now, of course, it's a battle for position, and the Lazy Man Racing car arguably did get more damage out of that. Now, does he bring his car into pit road? No, he stays out. He loses a spot there as well. But this is actually not just this battle that the stewards had to take into account, but the fact as well that the guys ahead of them have pulled away just a little bit. Damage to both of those 4 GTs, Dan. Very close. That could have been a multi-car incident. And we do know that safety cars, whilst rarely used, if the track gets blocked, that is one point of the racetrack where the track will get blocked. A bit like in the Tudor Series race this year.
Yeah, could it be safety car? That would punch up things a lot, especially for the lead. But Christian Tanahoto may have suffered a bit of damage, because going through turn 4 and 5 on that lap, this current lap, he went across the grass, and that allowed the Lazy Man car. Was it the Lazy Man car? No, I don't think it was the Lazy Man car, but one of the other cars went past him in the class. That was the Phoenix Motorsports car. Yeah, that was the one. The 64 car went past. They're not on the same lap, but the car of Tanahoto did go off, and that's allowed the gathering of Tweaker's cars to pull out a massive gap because of the contact between the other two.
I'll say, actually, just very quickly, Will, I just watched that incident again from inside Christian Tanahoto in the Friction Racing car. The Lazy Man car was actually ahead. He was clear. It's the Friction guy has just gone in too deep on the brakes and nerfed him.
Was he trying to keep up above in his head instead of going under?
I'm not entirely sure what he was thinking, but I mean, the guy has turned across, but he's in front when he's done it. I think he's just missed the braking point.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I'm a Sum 41 fan still, even though I'm growing up. There you can see,
so you
by the
could
way,
say, Matt, that he tied up his brakes and got beaten in the braking zone.
I know where you're going with this.
Yes. We are still a family program here, and there you can see your race
There's
leader,
nothing wrong with
Wyatt
that.
Gooden, coming down in towards the Bishop's corner. And the gap is 30 seconds between himself and Marty Piatella. Now, last time by, actually, Gooden was still faster than Piatella. Do you think now that Commander have admitted defeat in this race?
I think the more that this goes on, obviously, the more likely it is they will. Well, defeat's probably a strong word to use. They're still going to come in the second place, but as far as winning goes, I think they're pretty much out of the question. But we've seen in these races, like what happened with the 29 Kronet car, it takes one mistake to completely overhaul this race. So Radicals, although it's unlikely that anything like that would happen because they've done such a consistent race so far, it does only take one mistake like that, and that can completely change the race.
So then, we've still got a couple of people on pit road. There you see one of them is the Kronet Motorsports car, of course, had that big off early on. Still trying to get themselves some repairs. There's no driver in there, just trying to get themselves repaired. They are on pit road still. A couple of people who have, of course, retired from this race. We have had ourselves, first of all, the Apex Racing TV car classified as out of the race. Phoenix Motorsports out of the race. New World Simsport out of the race, and also Friction Racing out of the race. What's one thing that unites them all, Rachel?
They're all
Pain.
cars.
They are all classified in the P class. They're the only class of cars retirees. Everyone else, they are still circulating.
In Soviet Russia, HBD Rex self.
Yes, as you can see now, Anatoly Fuller. Last time by, lap time for Fuller, 2:03.2. Lap time for Anatoly, a 2:02.6. Anatoly is trying to get that car moving on the racetrack, as there you can see, once again, New World Team Sport. There you can see Glacier Racing as we ride on board with Riku Anatoly, Dan.
Yeah, Riku, the chase is on, but I think it may just be a little bit too late as the New World Sim Sports car goes around the outside of one of the GTC cars, but Riku will be trying his utmost to try and get that back, but I think it may just be a little bit too late, and that stint, as I said before, with Hall and Atari could actually be the difference in this, but Riku Anatoly will not go down without a fight, and it could be enthralling to watch, but I think they might have left it just a little bit too late, Glacier.
Yeah, and around the outside, Jonathan for the win. Anatoly, however, they've created a monster in that driver as he works down into Le Mans corner once again. You can see the gap to the lead up on your screen. In fact, it's a lot less than that. It is 3.7 seconds as it stands on the racetrack right now. As we ride along board of him, we'll get an update on their lap times as they go past the start-finish line. Glacier Racing's Riku Anatoly trying to hunt down Jonathan Fuller in the last laps of this race. 22 minutes scored remaining on the play clock as Anatoly works himself out of the final corner. Got a little bit of GTC traffic. He will pass that down in towards turn number 1. Now, 2:03.0 for Fuller, 2:02.9 for Anatoly. That is not going to be enough there, Matt.
No, that's not going to be enough. He needs to be doing about half a second a lap, I think, and that would probably put him very, very close at the end, but that 1/10 is definitely not enough.
We will try and get updates of some of these drivers in the end of the race now, because we have got this great little scrap that is going on. Just having a look down in our GTC car, and actually, no, we won't. We'll go and have a look at this battle that continues to rage on between Laserman Racing and now Radical Racing UK. Now, we know Laserman Racing has got some damage to its car. Radical Racing UK all over the rear of him, Rachel.
Yeah, they are. Radical Racing right there behind him, and if they can pull off this one, it's an extra place for them on the track. Of course, this is for 10th or 9th in their class, so 9th in the class. It's not a podium, but every place counts in this series.
Yes, as they can see, having a look from the rear of the Laserman Racing car. Now, this is where that downforce is going to really hurt them, down into the hairpin about 0.4 of a second gap. I don't think that Radical car is close enough as they come down into the corner. Yet we have got two different types of Radicals in here. We have the Radicals online, ladies and gentlemen, who are leading the way in the P class, and then we have got ourselves the Radical Raping UK car running himself in the 10th place in the GT car. And that Radicals Racing UK car, Dan, just looking for an opening right now, but lost out as they came down in towards Cunningham Corner, but the fact that he just got overtaken by one of the P cars.
Yeah, the Radical Racing car lost a bit of time, but speaking of the GT class, whoa, we saw that was a bit close there between them two there, but the incident we saw which created this, the Friction Racing car of Christian Tanahoto has been black flagged, and that's for avoidable contact which we saw. So unfortunately for them, they're the ones who've been seen to be at fault, and as Matt Dalton said, it seemed like that would be the only outcome for that.
Yeah, that is going to be disappointing there. It's just another thing for that Friction Racing car, who here today have had themselves been in the wars a little bit. That number 69 car going to have to serve itself a black flag penalty within the next 3 laps. In fact, they're coming on towards pit road this time by Rachel.
Yeah, they are, and judging by positions on track, that should give Lazy Man Racing and potentially Radical Racing UK extra positions on this track. So if Radical
Lazy Man car's in.
Lazy Man, yep, they're also in, so this puts them up 2 places into 7th.
Freak Racing and Radical Racing's next battle. Timo Verhurst has caught up to that Radical Racing car quite quickly and taken a much more of a deeper line into turn 1, so that's the next battle to watch. So until then, there was actually 4 cars battling in that close proximity, but Talk Freak Racing now on the attack.
So here we are looking at the Lazy Man Racing car of Victor Perelman, getting himself potentially some damage repair done to his car, and there you can see just ahead Frederick Evers for Friction Racing, as out and away goes Victor Perelman, and he will come out ahead of the Friction Racing car, doing itself a full service by the look of it, getting himself some fresh tyres as well as getting that penalty done. Gap is up now. It's a 41-second stop for him. Very long stop there for the Friction Racing car, still stood on pit road, and looks as though this is going to be a very long stop, then maybe getting some repairs done to that race car as well, who knows. But that gap is now up to 1. It's going to be a 1-minute stop. Is it going to be a 1-minute penalty for these guys, as is now revving the engine, and it's going to be out and away, 1 minute and 3 seconds there for Frederick Evers.
Yeah, I'm not sure that the Friction Racing guys are all that impressed by that penalty either.
I wouldn't be surprised to hear something about that one after the race, because you talked about it earlier. It was one which was very difficult to call in some ways, Matt, because yes, it was one that we could find a blame in some ways, but you talked about how the fact that, you know, there was more to it than a simple, one driver avoidable contact, but at the same time, the rules are the rules, and you have to play by the rules.
Yeah, I think what happened, from what I could see, is that Christian Tanahato probably just was a bit unsighted. I think that the other guy, the Lazy Man car, went to the left of him and was clean past, but then, you know, just by nature of where they were, I don't think he could see his braking point, so it was a relatively small tap, but enough of one to cause an issue. I'm surprised at a black flag. Maybe it was maybe a little harsh, but you know, you're right, that is the rules, and the stewards are there to do the job, and you have to respect the steward's decision in any kind of motorsport.
Interesting point, by the way. Having a look at our YouTube chat, Rachel, seems as though Virgil Racing, they haven't really given up. They're still having a little bit of fun trying to get the Sebastian Vettel fastest lap award.
I think they are, in fact, and of course we still have the fastest lap from the 95 team, which is the IRDK endurance team, but Virgil are going for it now. I mean, how far clear now? Will on the timing? Over a minute?
Yep. Actually, no. I have a look at that in more detail. Just having a look, and they are very clear, actually. It's 2 minutes, according to our timing and scoring. So, I take that back. They have just all of a sudden shot into lead. They are 1 minute and 20 seconds ahead. Now, the thing is that I don't think any of these people need to pit again. But SRN Motorsports are 2 minutes back now on a lap time which is 2 minutes 7. They are almost lapping everyone in class as they come down in towards turn 1. That last time by the way, 207.358 for Marcus Johansson. They have got the fastest lap in class, which is a 206.992.
Which is an impressive result. Not only have they dominated their class utterly from the start of this race to the finish, but they're nearly 2 minutes clear of second place, which is an incredible result for these guys. I'm loving what they've done. They've been spotless, and they've had some amazing drivers. And you know what? They deserve it. They've been amazing this race.
You've got Rico Alatalo has gone into the pits, and I think that probably is, if the other guys don't need to pit again, that's probably the end of that battle.
That is huge there for Alatalo. We'll have a look. Now, is this going to be a forced driver change? Have they missed the cut there? We'll have a look. Is it just going to be fuel only? It does seem to be as though he's not taking tyres. Rookie Alatalo on towards pit road. He will keep second place, but this battle that we thought was going to be amazing for the last 10 laps of this race, it's all over now, Dan. And there is going to be a driver change.
Yeah, it's Dari Latari going in for Glacier Racing, and looks like the driving time may be something which they have to filter in with as such, because we've seen the 3 drivers, but what stint did we see Yoni Batman do? How much time has he spent in the car?
Well, I think he spent that first stint, so he did do a full stint on that one, so it'll be interesting to figure out that one. We have still got a couple of outstanding battles we have been showing you, by the way. The one involving Andy Baker, of course, is one of them in the Radical Racing UK car, along with the Talk Freak Racing car, but we've also got one which is going on here, and it's developed recently. Battle for P2 in class, Dan, SRN Motorsports, and the Dart Frogs. Dart Frogs looking down to the inside, actually, down into that final corner. Now, let's have a look from the rear. Actually, we're going to go side by side, almost down in towards turn 1. That's SRN Motorsports. There's the Dart Frogs. They've opened the inside lane towards turn 1. Will the Dart Frogs get back ahead, down in towards that first corner? The answer is going to be yes, they will, Rachel.
Yeah, great move there into turn 1. Really impressive position. Now we've got a real fight in our hands, Will.
This is going to be a battle which may well go on to the last corner. So you can see that as we have a look at the replay from the Dart Frogs. You know, you can see at this point in time, Dan, he was trying to go to the outside lane. Then all of a sudden, that 74 car moved across the racetrack. And he was like, well, give me the inside line. Thank you very much. I'll go ahead and take it.
Dart Frogs darted to the inside, and some news on that Glacier Racing pit stop. Riku Alatalo has said that there's a 4-hour limit. That's why he's pitting. I believe he's with us now, so hand over to you, Will.
So, Riku, close to the limit for you then.
Yeah, that we didn't realize it, and then at the Neo TeamSpeak they said that watch out for the 4-hour limit, and then we were like, oh well, oh crap. But it doesn't really matter, considering that we barely had any practice, and we can't lose second place now unless Lohtari decides to wreck the car. So considering that we had no practice pretty much, and all the stuff with the meeting, second place is more than enough for us, and then good for the future of the championship. I think if you're gonna train and practice, then the other team should be quite afraid.
Well, we were talking about that a little bit earlier on, to be fair. Now the question is, do you think you would have had enough to catch New World Sim Sport had you have not had to make that stop? Because you were eking away, a couple of attempts here, a couple of attempts there throughout that run.
I think it would have come down to traffic. If the traffic played my way, I think I could have caught him. But if it's auto traffic a lot, and I think if I had a bit of luck on my side, it would have happened. But what? Kwanda's out. Oh, okay.
What? Kawanda Sim Sport?
That's what I read on TeamSpeak.
They've lost their front wing, but they're still running.
Wow, so Kawanda Simsport, an issue for them. We'll see whether we can pick that one up. Do they have to come on towards pit road with 12 minutes remaining? Wow, this is a big moment now for Kawanda Simsport. They do stay out. Thank you very much, Ricardo Tyler. We'll have to let you go because Kawanda Simsport with some issues now all of a sudden, Rachel.
Yeah, they just looped it coming out of of Le Mans. Got on the grass, got wide, and just oversteered round into the inside wall. Goodbye, front cover of the car.
And here is a replay then, and it was such a small hit, but we'll get ourselves another look at that one. Kawanda Simsport, this is going to be hugely devastating for them. Of course, this has been a race which has been theirs to lose, we said at the top of the broadcast, and they have indeed lost this race. We'll get another couple of replays then. Marta Piatella, number 11 car, coming out of the corner, just ran a little bit wide, and that is fatigue kicking in right there, Dan.
Yeah, I said before that one mistake would change the race, and it looks like Kawanda, not for the first time today, have made that mistake, and fatigue, as you said, will set in on these cars. And there's just in front of Piatella, there's a car from GTC which has just gone absolutely flying across the track. Lucky not to take out another car there, but yeah, fatigue may be setting in for the Kawanda Sim Sport car, and today's just not going to be their day. It looks like Radicals Online are now clear for a victory.
Yeah, so unless anything major happens to them, Commander Simsports will only be classified in the second place. They have got a huge advantage over the Apex racing cars, but now you can see the gap. And 62.5 seconds, Radicals Online to Commander Simsport. That is a huge thing there. Incredibly huge thing for them, Rachel.
Yeah, it's a major change, but they are a lap clear currently. Can they hold on? We have another car off there. Oh no, that's a replay. Never mind, ignore me. But they seem to be okay. They've got some straight line speed. They haven't obviously got enough to actually keep themselves down. Sorry?
I was going to say, he's actually losing out on straight line speed to the GTC car that was next to him there.
He is, actually, and last time by it's a 2:09 for him. Now, this is going to be the issue. Let's have a look at his lap time the next time he comes past the start-finish line. The 2:09, of course, included his issue. This lap time by for him, a 2:08.2. He's going to be losing almost 20 seconds a lap. Now, Sebastian Job in that third place for Apex Racing. This could be a game changer all of a sudden, Matt.
Yeah, it could. He's losing a lot of time. He's just got no straight line speed, and I don't know if he's maybe got some suspension damage as well, because that car looks an absolute pig to drive at the minute.
Well, Commander Simsport, they're going to have to hold on 5 more laps for them. Very quickly, we are joined by Yodi Backman, team principal for Glacier Racing. Yodi, would you like to add anything to what Ricky said about this 4-hour time limit?
Yeah, pretty much that was the 4-hour time limit, plus there was a nasty fact that we had to actually use Jari for the last stint because Jari had low blood sugar at the end of his stint, so he pitted a bit early because of that. So yeah, I would have driven the last stint, but I had hardware issues when I came back home from the meeting. I did the first stint while I was at the meeting place, so it was pretty tough to get up to pace with sitting totally weird chair and weird sim rig all together. So considering how much we struggled to get into the race in the first place due to all our efforts getting into the club meeting, I'm very happy with how the team performed today.
Now, you've got to say about a month until the next round of the championship, which will be at Circuit of the Americas. By the way, we continue to ride along board with Commander Simsport, and this is the issue. Barely cracking 230 miles an hour in a straight line. Some wiggles for that car as well. Now, next time we're back at Circuit of the Car Parks in America. Is your car, do you think you've got the opportunity to go for the win there?
Yeah, we will win there.
Assertive as ever, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Yoni Batman for Glacier Racing. And Commander Simsport is bunching this field back up together, Rachel. This is incredibly fun to watch because they're going so slowly right now that they're being passed by GT cars and GTC cars who are looking and thinking, what's going on here? And it's like, oh, we're supposed to pass him because he can't go any faster.
I don't think they realise that, well, I don't think they think they've got time to pit and make any repairs to that car. I don't think they have either. I think their only prayer is to stay out and see if traffic will gum up Apex Racing UK enough to keep them behind them. Obviously, there is a very real chance they could lose a lap now.
Are Apex a clear lap behind them, or are they?
Well, we're going to have a look.
1 lap down.
It is classified as 1 lap down on our timing and scoring system. There you can see Commander Simsport on your screen. There you can see Sebastian Job. So he's coming up to unlap himself. 7 minutes remaining. They could just about hold on because, again, they're losing, by my watch, 20 seconds a lap. 4 more laps, that's going to be 1 minute 20. Of course, Job's getting past them twice. Now, the issue is, if Commander have any more wiggles, then Sebastian Job will be passed. However, as it stands, Job's going to have to go for hell. He's still not going fast enough to have it happen to him. Really, Job's just got to hope that that car is so badly damaged for Piatella that something's going to happen. Look at how hard Job is pushing right now.
He just got clipped as well.
Well,
Simon Trendle just clipped him going through the right hander there.
And we will keep an eye out on Sebastian Job. You can see he's being very cautious going past the GTC race leader. Cuts back around as they come down into Le Mans. Now, the interesting point is, the car ahead of him is the car he was about to unlap. That is Marty Piatella. We're just going to stay on board because, Rachel, look how quickly that car is coming into view. And through Sunset Bend, he's going to be right on top of him.
Yeah, it's like we've got a 4th different class of car in this race now, and that is Commander Simsport. because they're slower than everybody. But they're doing an amazing job to hang on to this machine, and they've had a great race. They've had some wobbles, they've had some problems, but they were in second. They're still in second. They can still hold on to this, and if they manage to hold on, this will be the recovery of the century. And I think he's had an amazing job if he holds on to it. If he does that, I think he'll be owed a few drinks.
And here's the point: is he runs a little bit wide actually down into turn number 1. If I was the Apex Racing manager here, Matt, I'd be going through the rulebook, trying to figure out if there's anything concerning minimum speed. Of course, the Neo Endurance Series uses 2 rulebooks. They use the iRacing.com First Sporting Code and their own rulebook. Now, off the top of my head, I don't remember anything on the Neo rulebook. However, there is something hidden away in the depths of the iRacing.com Sporting Code, which says you cannot run a car that has been damaged for the purpose of making up laps. Does Piatella, running 20 seconds off the pace, fall into this category? Do Apex Racing potentially think about submitting a protest here?
I'm not sure. I would think that rule, as it stands, as it's written, probably applies to a car which is damaged and in last place and running around at the back for no other reason than to gain safety rating in official races. So I would think that to protest on that might be reaching a little bit. I don't know if Neo have a rule regarding minimum speed in terms of percentage of lap time versus the other cars in class, though. I don't know.
Well, you've just given him the idea if they haven't, so there is that option. But I will say something for the viewers. Having driven this ARX car before, and having, with my talent level, driven it without the front bodywork on it once or twice, I will say that Piatella is going to be suffering incredible understeer into those corners, because without that front bodywork, this car suffers horribly from understeer. It is an absolute dog, and to be only 20 seconds off the pace is incredible.
Well, we've got Egil Sandfield actually. No problem about the speed for Coanda, so they are not going to have an issue with it. They're going to let this run to the end. The gap as it stands right now is 111 seconds. It's coming down with every given moment, but there's only 4 minutes remaining on the play clock. This is what I'd like to call endurance racing last lap drama.
Yeah, Radicals Online have just lapped Coanda Simsot. And something else to maybe think about, Will, is would Radicals Online slow down to make Coanda have to do that extra lap to help Apex and Twisted Apex maybe? Because this being the series, obviously the championship points, would they maybe slow down to try and allow Apex, and because also Twisted Apex as well are not too far behind Apex, so if Coanda could fall down to 4th place, it's unlikely, but they could drop down as far as 4th place. And Radicals Online, could they look at the long game and maybe try and get that extra lap in, because they know that Coanda are losing so much time?
Well, here's an interesting point there, just build upon what you say. Let's not forget that Apex Racing UK are only 4 seconds ahead of Twisted Apex Racing. And here's the thing, Matt. We know that Sebastian Job is incredibly fast. We have seen him occasionally make mistakes. If he just pushes that little bit too hard, Twisted Apex Racing onto the podium, Apex Racing UK off the podium, what do? Try and go for glory? Or, if you're the team manager, Alex Simpson, there's a big cone being kicked up there. If you're Alex Simpson, team manager for Apex Racing UK, do you just say, okay, don't worry about it?
I can't speak for Alex. I know what I'd do, personally, and that's go for it, but then that tends to be me. If I see an open throat, I'm quite happy to go and slash it, so I don't know. I'm not sure what Alex is doing, but like I said, if it was me as team manager, I'd be screaming, there's blood in the water, let's go kill someone.
Very quickly, Team Tremira battling with IRDK Endurance. Marcelo Mario trying to get up to the rear of Simon Trindle in the number 87 car as they come out of the Le Mans corner. And here's going to be interesting, because this is going to allow a free-wide situation down in towards the final corner, as your race leader in the GT class going to the outside line. This allows the number 95 to go around the outside, but not going to be close enough. It's going to be, can he do the cut under? Being bolted a little bit there as they come out of that corner. 2-minute warning time here at Sebring. 2 minutes of the race to go to ride along board with the IRDK Endurance car and Marcelo Mayo. A nice little scrap to finish off the day in GTC, Dan.
Yeah, those cars fighting very hard, and the leading car in the GT class went a bit wide there. So between the two cars that were fighting it out, so that is. But now they're right next to each other. I think Team Chimera and IRDK fighting furiously, and this last 2 minutes is going to be sprint action all the way for those two. And despite the fact it's for the lower part of the top 10, they're going to be very fiercely fighting it out. And now down to the outside goes the car there, and as they come down, Simon Trendal, I think it is on the inside. And was he on the out? In fact, I think it's Trendal on the outside.
Mayo's got past. Yeah, he's got past down in that number 95 car, so he moved past the machine there, and there you can see the gap change on the racetrack. We'll get ourselves a very quick replay of that one. As you can see, it was all set up from turn number 4 and 5 as they work themselves. You see outside pass there for the number 95 car, moves himself to the outside. Great overspeed there on that outside line. We know there's damage to that 87 car. They come down into the hairpin, and they see a nice pass on the outside, using the overspeed to his advantage. However, ladies and gentlemen, Wyatt Gooden in the Radicals online car, working himself now down in towards Sunset Bend, and makes contact there down in Sunset Bend as he comes to get the white flag, making contact. The right hand side of his car has been damaged a little bit. The white flag is out. One more lap to go, but let's get ourselves a replay of that, Rachel, because that was almost game over for Radicals.
That was so silly. I can't believe he did that. I mean, he made such a risky move there on that's the believe the GT car of the 31 car, which is Rev Sim Racing. Why would you throw it down the inside there just to get past in that one corner when you're leading by a whole lap? That just seems so silly. A tempting fate.
Well, here comes another replay then, down as they come into that final corner, Sunset Bend. There was only 20 seconds left on the play clock at the point of them coming through there anyway. So let's get this last replay up on your screen. You can see he comes down and then just touches that inside wall, had a bit of a wiggle. Actually, almost made contact with that GT car as well. That very almost could have been a penalty if those two had made contact by Wyatt Gooden. That would have destroyed that race. But you can see now the graphic is up on your screen. The white flag is out. Just half a lap now left to go for that Radicals online car as he works himself down. I believe this is into Cunningham corner. Now just got himself now Tower corner to run himself down into, and then that final run to the line. In fact, he's out of Tower corner. Here he comes down into the S's. Now, after he gets out of there, just Lamar and Sunset Bend to go for Wyatt Gooden. They have led a total of 183 laps today. They work themselves out of Lamar, down in toward Sunset Bend for the final time. Ladies and gentlemen, Radicals Online, they didn't put a foot wrong for the first 99% of this race. You can see the damage to the right hand side of that car coming out of Sunset Bend for the final time. It is going to be Radicals Online, Wyatt Gooden taking the checkered flag here at Sebring.
Yeah, brilliant flawless victory there, apart from that last silly moment going on to the white flag lap. Brilliant race though from those guys.
Waiting now, having a look. There you can see onto the back straightaway for the final time is your GT race leader. That is Jonathan Fuller for New World Sim Sport. To give you an update, by the way, nowhere near close enough is... In fact, no, I need to take something back. I'll come back to that in a moment's time. But New World Sim Sport, Jonathan Fuller coming out of that final corner. He will take victory in the GT class then. From Lassipur Hansen actually claimed second place. I didn't know. Laturi in second place. So there you can see Jonathan Fuller, New World Sim Sport, claiming win in that class. Gunnar Moore, by the way, is out of fuel on the final lap. We'll come back to have a look at that in just one moment's time. But let's have a look now for Virgil Racing as they now get themselves close to victory in the GTC class, riding along board with them. And I think for Virgil, I think they've actually have completed their run already. So your winner in the GTC class is Virgil Racing and Johansson. But as far as that battle goes between Sebastian Joe and Marty Piatella, 57 seconds, not quite close enough. Marty Piatella holds on and he claims second place in his class. I believe they've got the checkered flag. No, actually, have these guys got one more lap to do here?
Checkered flag will. Yep. Sebastian Job takes third. Interesting, Apex car not far behind him, but they have all crossed the line now, so that is our final result.
So, and then to round out your podium, we'll say Sebastian Job come past the start-finish line. He claims third position. Remiek claims fourth place for Twisted Apex Racing. Yai Lotari, by the way, he claims second place for Glacier Racing. I do apologise for that one. He claimed second place there for Glacier Racing. And then as far as things go in your GTC field, the Dart Frogs claimed second place. Of course, they had a great little scrap with this team, SRN Motorsports, towards the end of the race, but they were able to get past and put out a pretty good advantage. I'll tell you what, Rachel, that almost was a game-ending move with a lap and a corner to go for the Radicals Online team. I'm sure Andy Kay, who is the team manager there for the Radicals Online Organisation, he'll be ecstatic with the win, but he will be saying to his driver, why did you do that?
Oh, it was so silly. I mean, 20 seconds on the clock, he could have sat behind that GT car and the flag would have changed. I mean, you know, could have been just cruise home now. I'm a lap clear of everybody. No one could even threaten me at this stage. I guess he's a racing driver. He wants to push as hard as he can. That's what racing drivers are like. But I just don't understand it. That was so unnecessarily silly. But it will certainly involve a team talking to for clanger of the race.
Yes.
I have an answer for that. Obviously, he just wanted some war wounds on that Radical Online car, so he had a good-looking car for the podium.
Indeed.
My God,
so.
Cam Walsh has woken up.
Yeah, we're going to move away now. It serves him right. But ladies and gentlemen, there you can see, coming to the start-finish line is Wyatt Gooden, and he is your winner overall in this, the first of today's, the first of the rounds in this series of the Neo Endurance Series. And to run through then your final race results after 6 hours of intensive racing, this is your field. Radicals Online claim victory by, yes, that is correct, 1 lap over the field. Commander Simsport having some issues in the last laps of the race. Fall back into second. Apex Racing UK, they tried closing up, wasn't quite close enough. They round out your podium. Twisted Apex Racing were very close actually at the end to the rear of the Apex Racing car. Couldn't get themselves onto the podium. Garinger Tweakers won. They come home in P5. Team Shamira in P number 6. KRT Motorsports in 7th. Racing Lions in 8th. 9th place we had Delano Plaza. And then in 10th place was Kronhart Motorsport. Then to head on to page number 2. There you can see drivers out of the race. Friction Racing, New World Team Sport, Phoenix Motorsports and Apex Racing TV. On then to page 2, to your GT class, and New World Team Sport able to take victory from Glacier Racing. There was a good battle there for about 3 hours, but then Glacier Racing having to make themselves an additional pit stop to put Yahari Lottery back into the car after Ruku Alataulo was close to expiring his 4-hour limit. New World Team Sport able to cruise home to victory. Apex Racing UK round out your podium with Phoenix Motorsports in 4th place, iRacing Denmark Assault Racing in 5th, SimRC.de in 6th, Gavin Tweakers 2 in 7th, Torquay Racing in 8th, Radical Racing UK in 9th, and Aspen Motorsports rounding out your top 10. Friction Racing, Laserman Racing, VRS, Racing Lions GT, and Revs Sim Racing round out your field. And then in the GTC class, Virgil Racing claiming victory by, again, a lap over everyone, including the Darts Frog team, who were in P2. They were able to get themselves past SRN Motorsports on that final run to the checkered flag. SRN Motorsports round out your field there. And then in P4 is KRT GT Motorsports. P5 is the KRGT Motorsports car, Virus in 4th even, Torfig Racing in 6th, IRDK Endurance in 7th, Team Shamira in 8th, Slipstream Racing in 9th, and New World Sim Sport round out your top 10. Conclusion of the results of that, Apex Racing UK in 11th, and Gavin Tweakers 3 rounding out your GT3 field. So then, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to step aside for just one moment as we prepare for post-race coverage here. You are watching the Neo Endurance Series on RaceSpotTV, where we do endurance. Stick with us, we'll be right back.
The NASCAR Peak Antifreeze Series powered by iRacing.com has officially begun. It's all in control of Brad Davies in that 11 machine. Green flag flies. He's damn near banged up though. Down to 93, he's going to push the 4 of Brian Day. Oh the way up the wall. 4 wide, down the super stretch, going into turn 4. And now the 93-39, the 3 machine goes around. Big trouble in the back. It's been a race to the win up front.
Look behind him. They're 3 and 4 wide, trying to make a push to the front as the field gains speed in turn number 1. Kenny Humphrey, if he can rip it back to the start finish line, will win here at Daytona.
7 laps to go.
Oh,
As you love it,
here we go.
you love it. The 1 gets around, the 5 gets around. Big choke for first place.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to post-race coverage for this, the first round of the 2014 Neo Endurance Series on RaceSpotTV. Robinson along with Rachel Whiteford, Dan Blake, Cam Walsh and also Matthew Dalton as we welcome into the RaceSpotTV booth your overall winners. Wyatt Gooden we have got, as well as Paul Ilbrink. Now, before we go any further, Wyatt, what was that move? A lap at a corner before the end of the race. Please explain it to us.
Yeah, I don't know really. I mean, I guess I just assumed he was going to take a bit of a wider line, and I know with a lap and a half to go, I was so eager to finish the race, you know, maybe a little bit too eager, but I do apologize for that move, and I didn't really see what happened behind, but definitely didn't intend on running that close to him.
Now, apart from that, it's been a pretty faultless day for the Radicals Online Organisation. Got yourself a pretty good qualifying position, got yourself out front eventually, but the first 2 hours of the race, you're kind of there with Commander Sim Sports and Friction Racing. Commander had their incident, then Friction had their own issues of sort. Got yourself to the race lead. At any point, were you as an organisation thinking, it's a little bit too easy right now?
No, definitely not. I mean, it was such a long race, and I was tired halfway through it. You know, I was just hoping I wouldn't fall asleep at the wheel and crash the car. But no, I mean, I knew. Actually, I got up about halfway through Paul's stint, immediately checked my phone, looked at the timing, and I saw he was right there, so I knew we had a chance at that point.
Well, I'll bring into the conversation Paul Ilbrink as well. And Paul, I'm sure you'll echo the statements when I say that this has been, overall, a pretty faultless day for you guys here today.
Yeah, we got a bit scared with 1 lap to go, but other than that, it went all really smooth, and I'm happy that we finished where we should finish, I think.
Now, I think we've identified the fact that there are 3 key contenders in this P class. Yourselves, Coranda Sim Sports, and also Friction Racing? Yeah, Friction Racing. Now, having won the first round and taken first blood, how much momentum will that give you for the remaining 4 rounds of this championship?
I'm pretty sure that we can continue this like we do now. We have also several other good drivers lined up, and I'm sure we can do as well as us today. So.
And Wyatt, finally, 6 hours, bringing that car for the first Neo Endurance Series race to the checkered flag. How sweet a moment was that for you?
Oh, it's awesome. Just amazing. Just to be able to finish the race, cross the line, and get the big win for the team, and yeah, it feels great.
Well, before we let you go, would you like to say thank you to anyone?
Just Steel Series, Simulagi, our sponsor, and of course Andy, the organizer of the team, and everyone. I mean, Paul and Yuri, we had working as our spotter, and they were doing all the pit strategy and basically doing all the work, so they made it real easy.
Well, well done on claiming overall victory there in the P class, and also overall victory in this, the first round of the Neo Endurance Series. And Dan, I'm sure you'll echo the statements when I say, really, the exception of that last lap, it was a faultless run for that team today.
Radicals certainly were the class of the field in the P class anyway, and really was certainly something that the rest of the teams are going to have to set up and notice. Radicals online, 6 hours, as you said, almost an immaculate drive, and it just shows that the teams really are going to have to step up if they want to try and beat Radicals. Coanda were doing well until they had the incidents, and it just shows that Radicals at the moment do have that first step and the advantage going into Kota.
Now we'll welcome in the people who came home in the GT class in first position. We will have a word with New World Sim Sports. We've got Jonathan Fuller and we have John Hall here as well. John, I'm going to come to you first. Arguably that victory was done by your grunt work in the middle stints here today. How difficult was it battling with Glacier Racing and Ricciardo Tauro in hours 3 and 4 and part 5?
Well, gotta thank Ahmed for making the setup, along with Fuller too. I only had about an hour of sleep last night. Got off work late, just no sleep. Did 1 stint practice with the setup these guys built yesterday. So I thought I was going to be the weak link. So I woke up, race was already 3 hours in. We're up in the lead. I take a big gulp because I'm a second slower than these other 2 guys on my team. And it just worked out that I could race my race and race comfortably.
Now, we've also got to say Ahmed Yamin here and also Jonathan Fuller. I shall start with you first, Mr. Fuller. How that final stint, it did seem to be for part of it that you were going to have to really engage in that fight with Ricciardo Tauro. Were you keeping a close eye to see how far behind he was to you?
Absolutely. Know that he can run consistently fast, and but John got us a pretty good gap, and so I was pretty comfortable. Anytime you get more than 3-4 seconds, you just hit your marks and just stay cool, and hope things work out. Hope that he's beating up his tires trying to run you down, and at the end things usually work out.
And when you saw him come on towards pit road with what was their last minute trying to driver swap, were you thinking, okay, now it's through, all I need to do is bring the car home? Was there any niggling worries about something going wrong? And also, how tough is it to make sure that all of you guys keep within your kind of allocated time as far as the fair driving rule goes for the endurance races? fair share?
Well, as far as you know, the fair share of driving and stuff, we knew that Amjad had, you know, just getting one stint would meet that time because we were pushing about 50 minutes on a stint, and so we weren't too worried about that. John was running real hot, and so, you know, we were just kind of making, you know, we had a schedule, you know, on who was going to drive what. I was going to do 3 stints, but I was drinking a lot of coffee because I had to get up early, so I ran 2 stints, put Amjad in the car, and then we decided kind of late in the game to let John run an extra stint because he was real hot and he was doing good, so we wanted to keep that lead.
Well done to you. Finally, we will have a chat with Ahmed Yamin because, well, for you today, it was about getting yourself into position. How tough was that first stint for you?
My only stint of the day, it ended up, basically we had Fuller gave me the lead, and I just went ahead and ran into a C-spec basically, and so damaged the car. So I spent most of the stint just kind of drive this broken car home as fast as I could. And yeah, thankfully for these other 2 guys, I don't get carried a lot. So I really appreciate the drive that these guys did today because I didn't have it today, to be honest.
And how tough was that traffic at the start of the race? You alluded to it a little bit there. Just how tough was it with still a lot of the classes kind of like bunched together when you got passed by the P cars for the first time? They were still pretty close together. When you got up to the GTC cars for the first time, again, they were pretty close together. You were getting them all done within about 2, maybe 3 laps.
Yeah, you guess the way I handle this is 1 car at a time. Pass 1 car, focus on the next car, repeat how many other times until you reach the end of your pit stop.
Well, before we let you go, was there anyone who'd like to say thank you to at all? Anyone?
Well, big thanks to our team boss, Randy Kenneth. I mean, he asked me to join this team a couple months ago, and it was the easiest decision I made, and I wouldn't be here if he didn't ask me, so thanks a lot.
Anyone for you at all, Mr. Fuller or Mr. Hall?
Well, just like to say thanks to the Neo guys. I mean, they put on a great event, and I'm really looking forward to a real fun season.
Mr. Hall?
Yep, thank you, Mr. Sandfield, Mr. Neekins, RaceSpot, Randy. Had a lot of fun today.
Well, your overall GT winners here today, New World Simsport. We've also, of course, got a 3rd class winner. That is the likes of Virgil Racing. Understyle, congratulations on your GTC victory here today.
Yeah, you forgot to take Marcus as well.
I'm doing so. I'm multitasking here.
Okay. Yeah, it was a lot of fun. It was a very quiet race, you can say, for the most part. A single spin we had due to contact, but it was good.
Now, we talked about a little bit earlier on about, you know, how you guys were just taking it easy. When all was said and done, were you confused, satisfied, happy about the amount of time that you had to call, well, your 2nd place rivals, who was actually a lap down to you when all was said and done?
Yeah, we were a bit surprised, but I think in the beginning they caught some trouble, the other cars, and that freed some space to us, so we could go and do our thing. I think we followed our plan almost completely, and it worked.
We have got Marcus Johansson here as well. Now, Marcus, you had to run the final stint here today. It was pretty easy by that point, but how difficult is it to keep yourself motivated when you get yourself into that position?
Well, motivation wasn't a problem. Anders had done a good time, and I wanted to beat his time, so that was my race.
We did see this one on Twitter. Using the hashtag #IANIDA, you were talking about that, about you almost trying to do Sebastian Vettel of getting the fastest time. I mean, is that the thing within your team, that you all try to outdo each other in a clean, fast, competitive manner, of course?
Well, you're always fighting your teammates. That's part of the fun, especially when other teams are not really competing with you anymore. Of course, I had to take it a bit easy. I couldn't push fully to have any incidents. So some restrictions, but I was still going for it. And I got some good drafts, so pulled off that 6-9.
And again, you brought it home. Does this in any way, shape or form make up for your loss in the 24 hours?
I don't see the 24 hours as a loss. We lost against, or we came third against two of the best teams, and we were very happy with our third place. This is an even greater achievement, winning the NES Endurance. So we are very happy at this time.
Well, congratulations on your GTC win. Before we let you go, is there anyone who you'd like to say thank you to?
Well, of course, I have to thank our team. Anders did lots of great work on the setups. We had a good amateur driver who could step up in the last moment. So, thanks to the whole team.
Well done. GTC winners are Virgil Racing here today. We've got now Marty Piatella for Coranda Sim Sports. Dan, you stood by with him.
Marty, second place for Coando, and the last stint saw you have a little bit of an incident. What happened there?
No, I just failed and stopped driving. And yeah, just a really driver stupidity. Nothing more, nothing less.
Was fatigue at that point something which may have been a contributing factor?
I wouldn't say fatigue, as I had good 2 hours, or rather 2 stints of rest before my final stint. But I guess it was more a fun result of frustration on the overall race that we had, and yeah.
I was going to say, the last stint saw you come out with a 30-second gap to come down. It looked like the Radical teams were quite solid, but you did push on and you did try, which is the main thing, is that you didn't give up, and as a team you definitely tried to push, and it seems like that was all you put into the wall, maybe.
Well, not at that point anymore. I mean, I gave absolutely everything on the early laps of my last stint, as the car felt really good and I was able to do best lap times of my whole race there. But when the Wyatt pitted then and had fresh tires and quite low amount of fuel on board, I just saw that there was nothing that I could do, and then I got behind some HPD which was lap down, and got frustrated, and yeah, then I just failed.
Second place, not bad considering everything. The second place wasn't a bad finish, and going into Cater, trying to catch up the gap on the Radicals guys, but it should be quite a good race at Cater.
Oh yeah, in the World Championship Series already we had pretty decent pace at Coda. I think that track just seems to fit us, everyone. Unfortunately in that race we didn't, well, Martin was able to capitalize the pace that we had there, but the rest of us didn't quite do that. But yeah, maybe this will be the time that we all can do it.
Said about Martin, is Martin maybe going to be in contention to race at Cater for you?
He said that that's an option that he will consider.
Anybody you'd like to thank today?
No, my teammates for not killing me.
Thank you very much, Marty, and well done on the second place.
Thank you.
Got ourselves now, well, he was here, Alex Simpson, team principal for Apex Racing. Rachel, stood by with him.
Yeah, I've got Alex Simpson here with me. Alex, not perhaps the race you guys wanted today, but of course, a pretty good result. You're on the podium, third place. Tell us how the race was for you.
No, actually, I think we're pretty delighted with that, considering what happened. I mean, we had 2 pit lane swap bug glitches, so the first one obviously earlier on, and then the second one where clutch wouldn't disengage, so we couldn't move anywhere. It took us a couple of resets to get it going, so to get back up to third place, I think we were down in like 9th or 10th at one point. Actually, I'm pretty delighted. I mean, as far as the other teams go as well, I'm sure you'll speak to Lazar for the for the Ford there, but yeah, great to see him up there. A good strong result. So yeah, I'm just I'm absolutely really delighted with it.
Well, yeah, very strong result here today, of course, for Apex Racing as a family of teams. Finishing, of course, also third on the podium in the Ford GT class. And not doing quite as well, unfortunately, in the GTC class due to some issues you guys had. You did have some troubles, other than the road violations, involved in a couple of on-track incidents. At the end of this race, when you saw Coanda had their, shall we call it, a derp moment, what were you guys thinking? What were you telling Sebastian Job in the car? Were you saying, go after him, get him, they're limping, or was it a case of we can't catch them?
Oh, to be honest, I think we were a little bit more concerned with the guys behind us. We took a couple of short stints to make sure that we got track position. We closed in on those guys, the Twisted Apex guys, that is. They were slowly catching us back up as well, so I think the priority really was hold on to the podium. We let Seb know that obviously Marty had some issues because he picked up on that, but we pretty much worked out straight away that unless there was any sort of intervention from the stewards, there's no way that we could catch them. I think we needed perhaps 2 more laps, and it might have been quite close. I think it was about 18 seconds a lap we were closing in at. So yeah, so it was more just protect what we had rather than try and go crazy and get anything extra further forward.
Well, there you go, folks. We had 2 podiums this Sunday for Apex Racing in both the P1 and the GT classes. Alex, anyone you'd like to thank before we head off?
Just to the organisers for putting on the event. I mean, it was brilliant. Even when we had the little hiccup with the start, they were on the money straight away, and we managed to get everything sorted out in the lap. You guys, of course, for broadcasting it. 6 hours is no small feat, and yeah, you deserve a medal for doing that. And just all to the sponsors and all the drivers at Apex Racing UK.
Thank you, Alex. Back to you, Will.
Yeah, we've got a couple of people still left to talk about. It's time for what I like to call quick interview time here on RaceSpotTV. Got Randy Chenworth who's going to give us an update on what happened with the GT and GTC cars. Of course, we talked about the GT car in a little bit of detail, but take us through what happened in the GTC car, Randy.
I don't know. I woke up and we were like P10, and then I got in the car and that's where we finished.
You finished P9, didn't you?
I think we finished P10.
Oh, okay. It's coming up P9 on here.
Yeah, well, it's a race spot overlay, so I'm not surprised it's wrong.
Okay. In the meanwhile, GTC car, take us through not the event that you really wanted, but still getting some points on the board, heading over to circuit the car parks in 1 month's time.
Yeah, it was kind of a disappointing finish. Hoping we could have finished better before we start heading over to circuit the parking lot. But it's having the Ford GT guys pull out the win. It actually helped us a lot in terms of momentum. And, you know, just keeping up team morale, even though this race didn't go quite the way we wanted. A lot of us, me, Battelle, and O'Keefe were all really busy before this race. I mean, like, I only ran about 4 laps of practice for the race, so didn't have the prep we wanted going in, didn't quite have the setup and everything, and then we joined the race and the weather was like just absolutely horrible for us. I think John made a set in the session before the race started, and that's what we ran.
Well,
so, yeah, Code is going to be interesting because Code is another slick track, and that just seems to be somewhere we struggle. So.
Well, New World Team Sports, GTC team coming home in the 9th position here today. We've got ourselves SRN Motorsports, yes.
How's it going, Will?
Hi. Sorry, Randy was just trying to talk to me unnecessarily. He's gone. Mike, coming home 3rd place on the podium for SRN Motorsports. Good day overall?
Absolutely terrific result. I think the level of competition out here is just really fantastic. The fact that we can end up on the podium is way better than I think what we were even shooting for.
Now, take us through your race, because it wasn't one completely without incidents. I'm sure we can both agree on that one. But you were able to rally around, get yourselves into some form of decent position, Then, of course, that final run, you did have yourself a nice little battle with the Dirt Frogs. They just ended up coming up on top.
Yeah, absolutely. Our first goal for the whole race is really just keep it clean, keep it on the track. I think we managed to keep pretty much on the track the entire time, maybe 2 spins the whole thing. Yeah, that last battle was absolutely fantastic with the Dart Frog team. We were both trading pit times, and I think we ended up with maybe 0.2 of a gallon left of fuel. So really tight, and it was an excellent battle.
We've got Dan Grolty here as well for SRN Motorsports. And Dan, take us through the emotions that you went through in the race here today.
Oh, well, just happy to be on the podium. Yeah, it's a good start to the season. A little scary moment there with, I think, one of the IRDK Ford GTs. Completely didn't see him coming out of the pits. He was in my blind spot and luckily saved it. Other than that, it was a pretty clean run for us. Just slow and steady to get on the podium.
Well, good result by you guys. 3rd place on the podium for SRN Motorsports. Anyone would like to say thank you to?
I just want to say thanks to everybody on the team. We've done an excellent job just getting the car together for this race. And thanks to the broadcasters and definitely the Neo series as well. Excellent series.
And penultimately, we have got ourselves the car from Apex Racing as far as the GT car goes. Sebring Hansen, how was your race here today? Awkward moment when Sebring Hansen realises he needs to key up a microphone. Please hold the line, ladies and gentlemen. Your call is important to us and will be responded to as quickly as possible. What we will do in the interim is we will drag down Egil Sandfield and Niel Hekins down here. Egil, it is time. Well, it would be time if he was to actually pay attention. So I will start with you very quickly, Niel. The CleanX Award, we give one out every single Neo Endurance Series race. This one, I think, is one of the most impressive that we've ever had.
Yeah, indeed. This team had 0 incidents throughout the whole 6 hours. And yeah, that's pretty impressive.
Would you like a fake drum roll very quickly?
Yes, please.
Go on.
And the winner of this race's CleanX Award is Team Chimera, the number 24 HPD.
Well, just amazing. And again, there's 2 parts in that. A, 0 incidents. B, the fact that you had no incidents in an P car now. It's just incredibly impressive. I mean, we remember back to Spa in the 24-hour race. Martin Kroenke, I mean, that second stint, they had no incidents there. But to have it here at Sebring, which arguably is a tougher track with all the bumps, all the things, it's a narrower circuit than Spa. That's just incredible.
Yeah, exactly. It was really bumpy. You have to pay attention every corner, and it's really tough. And it's really impressive that they had 0 incidents.
Now, of course, the next time we are up here on RaceSpotTV in the Neo Endurance Series is Circuit of the Car Park, Circuit of the Americas, 21st of December. Very different racetrack in some ways. There's a lot more elevation here. You've got an incredibly long straightaway, but at the same time, it's a difficult, technical, challenging track, just like Sebring.
Yeah, exactly.
And of course, go on.
Yeah, it's a whole different track, but also very challenging because of the tight corners there, and it's going to be very interesting for sure.
Very quickly, putting on your driver's hat, Racing Lions here today. Impressed with your performance?
I'm pretty pleased. We finished within the top 10. I'm very happy with that, with this strong field, and it just shows don't crash and you will finish pretty high. So, but this is a good start of the season, and we hope we'll finish higher next race.
We've got Egil Sandfield here as well. And ladies and gentlemen, can we get a whoop whoop for Egil Sandfield, please?
Whoop 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 whoop.
There we are. Hi, Egil.
Sounds very dodgy.
Egil, as far as being a race administrator here today, there were a couple of contentious calls. Couple of interesting ones, but not many overall. Considering it's a 6-hour race, the longest event in Neo history, wasn't that bad. And you even burnt your pizza, though. The one time you're actually thinking, okay, it settles down, you burnt a pizza. First big important question, what was on the pizza, and was it salvable?
It was salvable. There was salami and some other pig areas on it. It was very nice. It tasted good, but yeah, overall there wasn't that many things to do for the race stewards. We of course had some incidents to be dealt with, but overall we had very little to do in 6 hours, and this is down to that the drivers are behaving much better now that they have to hand over the cars to the next team members. So people are really thinking ahead of themselves and are driving accordingly.
Now, very quickly, we'll move forward a month and get your opinion on one thing now. Circuit of the American car parks, there's all these blue and grey tarmac runoff areas. How strict will you be as far as going off track is? Because I remember especially down 17 and 18, I think, you can push wide there and actually go faster than if you stay on the racetrack. It's a little bit like Puma in a way.
Yeah, exactly. We will penalize off-track gains very, very hard, and we will deal with that also on at Kota. Today, fortunately, the track is not quicker outside of the running track, so we didn't have to deal with that much. But obviously, both Kota and Spa will be tracks where teams may run out and gain some time, and of course we want to stop that. And fortunately, we got things up our sleeves to do that, so that'll be no problem.
Well, Egil Sandfield there, race director for the Neo Endurance Series. One more time, ladies and gentlemen, can we get a whoop whoop for Egil?
Whoop 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 whoop.
There we are. And that is pretty much all we have time for. Before we go, we're going to give our driver of the day, team of the day, Rachel, hit me.
For me, it's a really tough call because there were so many amazing teams, but I think I have to give it today. For me, and this is not based on any particular class, this is overall, I think I really want to say giving it to Virgil, because I think they had a flawless performance. I mean, what happened to them in Spa was unfortunate. They dominated most of that and then they came back, but today, being the winner in the slowest class of car in this event, and managing to not get taken out by every other car that passed them however many countless times, and still winning by 2 minutes, that's an impressive drive for me.
So, Virgil Racing for Rachel. Who is it going to be for you, Mr. Dan Blake?
I'm going to have to be the same as Rachel. I think Virgil Racing were immaculate, really. They had a great race, and to be that dominant, although Radicals did well, I just think the Virgil Racing, as Rachel said, being the slower car class, they stayed out of trouble, and it was a very, very good drive from their driver. So I'm going to give my driver or team of the race to Virgil Racing as well.
We've got Cam Walsh. He's woken up from his slumber. Cam?
Right. I'm going to have to go with the New World Sim Sports C2 car, that Ford GT. It's definitely probably one of the more difficult cars to drive around Sebring, and they managed to pull off a great win.
And finally, the world's most lovable Welshman, Mr. Matthew Dalton.
I think I'm going to go a little bit different to everybody else. I'm going to say it has to be the Glacier guys, and Rico especially, because to have no practice whatsoever and turn up half drunk from a Team Finland meeting and then run those kind of lap times is depressing and impressive in equal measure.
Well, for myself...
One thing before we go, Will, sorry, just before we go, I do want to say something that Egil's passed on to me, is that Team Chimera's number 24 car, who finished 6th in the P1 class, won the Clean X award. They had 0 incidents, the only car to do so, and they win $50 for it.
Yeah. But congratulations once again to them for winning the Kleenex Award, which is the most aptly entertaining named award in the history of sim racing. However, myself, personally, I will give driver team of the day to the Radicals team. Remove the penultimate lap, Sunset Bend, out of the equation. I think they did a race here. They had to outsmart, outdrive two incredible competitors. Coanda lost their own race under pressure twice. Friction Racing lost the race because of their own doing. Radicals Online basically didn't. And yes, they're the winner. It's very easy to do overall, but I think they deserved it here today. Don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, there is plenty of action coming your way on RaceSpotTV throughout the rest of the coming weeks. Starting, of course, tonight with the 16th Street Racing League from Road America. And, of course, tomorrow night is Skippy night, as Monday night we bring you coverage of the Club UK and Ireland Skip Barber Racing School Championship. Coverage of that will start at 8:40 PM GMT, live here only on RaceSpotTV. And, of course, after that, we're going to have ourselves coverage of the second round of the Gathering of Tweakers series. That will be December 20th here, 3 hours on RaceSpotTV from Circuit of the Americas. And then the Neo Endurance series. Next time it will be out will be December the 21st. Here, all 6 hours live, RaceSpotTV, Circuit of the Americas. The same 3 car classes, ladies and gentlemen. Just remember to watch it. This has been a RaceSpotTV presentation of the first round of the Neo Endurance series on RaceSpotTV. Myself, Will Vincent, Rachel Whiteford, Dan Blake, Cam Walsh, Matthew Dalton, the entire crew here at the Neo Endurance series. We will talk to you all next time. Bye-bye.